giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I hope and you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today is another beautiful day to stay inspired, grounded, because we are going to talk about a lot of things. And yes, we are going to gist a lot about things happening here in Nigeria. So yes, first on our list today. But before we go into what we're talking about today, I don't know how your day has been, but then a lot of people are actually finding it very happy, you know, splendid, beautiful. I don't know how yours is, but I pray that you get a blissful day today. So yes, first on our list today, we're going to talk about Egungun. Yes, guess what? So Egungun recently has just, you know, added to his portfolio with some little properties like getting a house and a car. And yes, come to think about the content creator, he has been doing a lot of things this period, coupled with the ISO speed and a lot of things that has been happening on social media. But this one he has actually brought out is something so beautiful to talk about. And it's lovely. Come on. See, I don't talk about this thing. I say celebrities just they do things. 2025 don't pass, so when I don't start this year. You know, it's a lot of things. Seeing houses like this, and I'm like, everybody will never see. Everybody needs to start putting on this. You understand what I'm trying to say? Energy. You know, see, if you don't get them this year, it's now you fail. But come to think of it, this is a very big. It's a beautiful thing, and it is also a big testimony to Egungun. You know, I'm happy for him. You know, fans have actually come out to say things concerning this, but come to think about it, the interior, the interior speaks nothing less than being classy. Just, hey, Jesus, are you people seeing what I'm saying? Because this thing is, see, after they will not say, Precious, you are too vain, Precious. Mona, just leave me where I do. If it's you, tell me if you see good thing, you will not like it. Just tell me the truth. That if you see something like this, maybe they just come gift you, say, okay, baby girl, just take this one. Or my guy, I say, make I just free this one for you. You know, God, happy. First of all, you go give Thanksgiving for church first. You understand that kind of thing. But this is beautiful. And yes, congratulations to Egungun and his wife. But before we still talk about consigning the house, because me, I'm still, you know, concerned about this whole interior thing. But then we have a lot of fans that have actually come out to say things concerning this, and we'll take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. So let's see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, na interview money be. Na interview money is all right. I ain't no na interview money. Oh my God. And somebody else said, such a beautiful house. I manifest this for me and my loved ones. Amen to that. I follow you, Chada. Amen. And yes, she also said, it gets one sweet watch where I just post on my page. Okay, and that's it. And Preshi Offs said, you drag them, they cash out. Now, so congrats, Egungun looking healthy and strong. And yes, we still have a lot of comments and people talking about Egungun and his new mansion and his new luxury car, because it is nothing less than, classy. And yes, Nails by Wheezy said, congrats, bosses. You see, if you be boss, you understand what I'm trying to say. You know, like if you be Odogu, your wife can be Unye Odogu. You understand that kind of thing. Bosses. And yes, Main Promise said, what are you trying to prove, my guy? We have always known you have enough money to afford whatever, but start from evening lesson class centers. At least knowing how to engage with a good, constructive English speaking should be a basic for a professional interviewer. All love and congratulations. See, I don't want to start talking about this interview thing that is going on. That everyone was asking Speed, how old are you? Like, you are getting strong and bro, I don't want to go there. But maybe we just leave. See, my comment section people, you should leave me in peace. So we're actually talking about his house and his car. Maybe just stay there. You understand? If person don't achieve something, I think what we should do is to, be happy for that person and congratulate them. Don't come and be dragging me. I don't have strength, yo. But come to think of it, the house is actually beautiful. The interior, classy, and everything. Like, come on. Like, you getting this testimony. Oh, Lord. I've just been shouting since this January just start. Every good thing. Both houses, cars, plenty things just they drop on the daily. Like, a lot of things. And it's beautiful to talk about, though. I don't know. Like, see, you need to tap into this kind of blessing. That's what I'm trying to say. Because all these ones people are coming and you understand all these ones that people will come, you'll be shouting up and down. It's not by like that one. you get what I'm trying to say. It's not to shout. After shouting how far. See, it's this time around, they will not say, Precious, leave me. I just like, leave me, let me be vain. Even if you shout, finish, say, Precious, they see, leave her like that. I like the vain thing as they see him, I like him. Let's take more comments and see what people are still talking about Egungun and his wife. Yes. And yes, somebody said, that's massive, baby. I beg, shout out wherever they hear him. And DJ Skillsy said, congratulations. Come to think about it. This is actually, we have more comments and let's take more and more comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning Egungun. And yes, somebody said, congratulations on your home. Yeah. And now it's time to go to proper school, Mr. Hey. You people should leave Egungun alone. Leave him alone. And 21 Forever says, strong and healthy house. This is massive, baby. More blessings at Egungun. And as Amaliza Kitchen said, congratulations. And Wasiu Bad Guy said, that's massive, baby. It's actually beautiful. We have more comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are talking about. And Salim IBN Umar said, the congratulations will reach all of us. Amen to that. And Ejima said, the house is looking healthy and strong. And another person said, the house is so strong and healthy at 21. Oh, hey, God. My comment people, you people should calm down. Oh. And another person said, money where him suppose use go do professional course for public speaking. For public speaking stroke media. Congrats, it's massive. See, this is my conversation, people. God will help you people. Then another person said, high power said, accept criticism and work on yourself. No be everything be luxury. You can't silence what you did, bro. Ha! See, social media can remember. God, that is one thing. That is one thing you don't know about. It's funny. If you like, anything when you talk now, they go carry and they're not one line in their heads with that. Anything when you talk now, you don't even consider them, bro. But it's actually, you people should actually be doing better these days. People should not be dragging him. Leave him. He actually, I feel maybe that was a mistake, but then people shouldn't use the mistake of someone to start reading all those plenty things for him. Actually, he got a new house, and with all those plenty English, now una still don't understand. Say he don't cash out, una still they shout. But come to think of it, my prayer to everyone, hoping to get a better house, a better car, keep hustling, keep doing what you're doing. Definitely one day you're going to shine and you're going to smile and you're going to be happy. Yes. So congratulations to a Google, and it's actually beautiful. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that takes us to our next gist. So there has been a viral post of a lady that has actually come out to say that her husband put the children's name as his next of kin. And when she asked the husband to change the next of kin, the husband refused. And what should she do? That's the question. And she said, my husband put our children's name as his next of kin. And I asked him to change it to my name, but he refused. What should I do? My question about this is, Shebi, now you marry, now you still born children for the man. Fine. The children when you give them, you understand. Nothing bad happen if you put the children name for next of kin. See, if you ask me, if they vex you, make you work for yourself, make you get your own next of kin. Let everybody rest. I don't know what is all this entitlement about people. Because say you don't marry somebody. Yes, everything, two don't become one. But trust me, see, I always prefer you get your own properties. Your husband get your own properties. Una two go can't get joint properties because things they happen. It not be everybody where you fit start with now. You fit end for love. Oh. Things don't they happen. A lot of divorces don't they come around. So if you like say you don't go do something where your husband can't carry your children put as next of kin, can't refuse to give you, can't refuse to put your name as next of kin. So now your children get this. I don't know why you can't drag the whole thing. Because all these things, I feel it is still understanding between you and your husband. So, I know they is well. Anyway, but before we still talk more about this, we have a lot of people coming out to say, that madam, are you angry? You get what I'm trying to say? You are not supposed to be sad. It is your children. After all, you go work for your children to chop. Abi? So it's normal. So, but because you don't invest, why don't you discuss it with your husband? So it's actually funny, but a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So we'll take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. Let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said, useless unless you are a wicked mother and feel your children will show you shege for all you have done. Isn't that how it should be? What if he puts his brother? Actually, do you get what I'm trying to say? You will cry, tire. And if him said, divorce him since you no get sense. This money is the children not also yours. I bet you want to kill your husband. You get what I'm trying to say? You're angry that your husband actually put your kids in his name as his next of kin. So why you can't invest? The children where you born not be Abi. Abi, there's something that you're not saying. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It be like say something, get waiting, they tell us, me will know. Because this story just balance. I don't understand. You can't I want to understand this thing because a lot of people, like when I talked about someone that said, that my wife, that his wife earns more than him, and after that he told the wife to put the property of to put the property in his name. You understand? And the wife had to shut down the business. Please, I want to ask this question. Before I even married her, why didn't you start your own business so that we will know that the business is not your own? Now you're not getting angry. It's just like this. Why are you getting angry? That kids will be your own when you even give birth to. You understand? For your husband, you can't even say your husband carry the next of kin put for your kid's name. It's Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, another person said, when you build your own house, don't use your kid's name, okay? Use your husband's name to teach him a lesson. My comment section people, I know kill me. And Miss Sarah said, as your husband put his children's name as him next of kin, go tell your papa to put you as his next of kin. Abio, go meet your father, may he put you as next of kin. No be, I don't know why you invest. See, and another person said, why is she bothered about her husband's account though? She not get her own. See, I understand that the fact that men are always there to provide, you understand, and they want to provide. But see, these days where we dey like this, not be all those ones where they carry the talk, plenty talk. You say your husband don't give you money. See, my dear, as a lady, you're supposed to add value to yourself. Even as a married woman, I'm telling you, work for your money. Yes, you go there, both of you are there to support each other. I'm telling you. So if your husband decides, say, you no one give you you no one put your name as next of kin, you rest. Simple. You rest. You don't come and be dragging some. I don't understand. You want to kill your husband? Hey, okay. You want to kill your husband? Men will know. You understand? Please, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, we have lots of comments because people are bringing up their own opinion. Say this woman, be like say something don't the happen. May we know. Let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, I dey watch Game of Thrones. I advise her by 2. My God, I beg, advise her well. And yes, another person said, be happy and stop disturbing us unnecessarily. It's well with you. Then Balogun said, kill your children. Hey, God, I beg you. This kind of advice, and Balogun, God will help you. And another person said, Amarachi said, I dey watch Game of Thrones. Okay. And Just Baby said, you should be happy. You should be happy now. Sebi, the kids are yours. Because I don't understand. Kids will be your own. You can't dey drag, say, your husband don't do this one, your husband do this one. I don't understand all these plenty things that you people had. It's a lot of things. But, well, I just pray that you fix it. But see, if I be that your husband, I'm going to divorce you without even looking back because you said that they go another place. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right. And that's it for that. We move over to our next gist. And trust me, our next gist, we're talking about a man actually has been jailed for not refunding money mistakenly sent to him, and he refused to refund the money. Now, my question is, have you been in any situation whereby you have wrongly or mistakenly sent some amount of money to somebody and trying to get it back, it's very difficult. I know a lot of people have actually, experienced that kind of situation. Me, I've experienced it. Yeah, that one self, now, be even this, now even cards sometimes. Recharge card, even as small as recharge card. But recharge card, we feel understand. But this particular one, why I'm so keen about it is the money where they send. Now, I know 1.5 million, you get that kind of thing. But say Nigerians, oh God, please, I don't want to drag anybody. But somehow, some Nigerians will be some Nigerians because I don't know. They send you money mistakenly. Why Okuku return the money? If you say the money enter your account. Because trust me, I don't know why you feel so happy. You go want to inflict pain on somebody. Mistakenly send that money enter your account. You don't know whether they want bless you or something like that. But no, you decide say, you go carry that money, you go one side. It's well with you. But trust me, I just feel that people should start doing good things. You understand? It's a lot of things. I know that people, right now, a lot of people are complaining about money and people don't get money again. Things don't be hard for everybody. But why would you make things more hard? See, now people, they do people, no. I tell you the truth. Now people, they do people. Because if everybody say, make them do the right thing for this country, now, everybody go do all right on a normal. But now people, they do people. Person don't send you money mistakenly. Okay, fine. The money don't enter. And you don't see that money is big money. So why don't you, contact your bank? Try to refund the money. Nothing will come up for your body if you try. You don't know whether they also say, okay, let me get to meet this person. I give them money. So, it's not easy. Must you be that bad? Must you be the black sheep? Must you be the black? Even God, where they find God will leave 99, they find that one. Must you be that way the head no? They go find you. I beg. See, I'm just saying this basically because we have experienced something like that. But it's a lot of things. If you don't talk about it, this kind of thing will keep on happening and keep on happening. And it's not nice. I think some Nigerians, Nigerians, we need to do better things. Be happy, be kind. Don't come because a person they find money now. You don't already go carry that person money. You don't even know the whether they don't cost the money. Say, go, you go follow you. You yourself don't go carry money. Say, you, for your mind, you don't cash out big time. But is it nice? Come to think of it, a lot of people don't bring out their own experience to talk about this, and it's not really nice. Me, if you ask me, good, bad thing. I don't even support criminal acts. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said he knows he will not make that kind of amount in her whole year, allegedly. And Chibazi also said, he's a good man with great ambition. I will do the same. Oh, really? And as they do the same, you go to get, inspiration from prison like this now, as in done day for prison. So, and Jane Lawrence said, 27.2 million in exchange of freedom for 1 year is a good business investment. God, I beg you. And Babaski Isaac said, now to pay for VIP prison. God will help you. Just go chill for 1 year, my guy. And another person said, it's not possible. All right. And yes, Spicy Blown said, day 8 of being everywhere. Okay. And Spicy Blown said, wow, he's going to look healthy and strong in jail at 21. When I see they talk this 21. God help Una. All right, let's take more comments and see what people are actually talking about this. And Olayi Martha said, this is the real definition of if I perish, I perish. Bro, not be if I perish again. No, if you perish, if you go jail. Otilo, it's finished. And if I Chuku Angel said, if I see work belong to Caesar, I go carry him. On a bad character, they smell. Official CY said, can you go to jail for 1 year for 272 million? Yes. Carish boy 11. But you go still pay the money. Make I shock you. Even as you carry that money, they go to jail, you go still pay them. Yes, you will pay it inside the prison, but God will help you. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are talking about this, because it's a lot of things. And yes, somebody said, so you people also celebrate thieves. May God help you all. Oh, Jesus. And the public said, Meister strong and healthy. And King Jerry and Milo said, wise choice because it concerns Nigeria. God will help you. You see Nigerians. And another person said, Mogbe. And update King said, now from one person, generalization wealth, they start. Safe trip, Kingsley. Safe trip to where? To jail, Abi. Okay, it's well with you. Wait till you yourself where they watch me. Wait till you go do if you do this kind of position. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people coming out and bringing up their own opinion. And yes, if they've also experienced the same thing. And somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments from people. And my comment section, they know they do. And Update King said, now from one person generation wealth, they start. Safe trip, Kingsley. And another person said, what belongs to Caesar don't enter the wrong hands. Oh, Jesus. And 21 Forever said he will be fit, healthy, and strong and rich after 1 year. 1 year where the money go don't enter the person account back. Laugh Spill Comedy said, Baba has gone to jail just to save his family from poverty. Oh, God. And another person said, jail, my full family. I don't lose memory. Yeah. My God. That one not even worse, but you call the act like she say your brain don't come. I say, say they get amnesia. Oh, God. See my comment section there. More not leave me a beg. We have more and more comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about this. Because a lot of people are bringing out their own opinion and they are saying a lot of them. And Joe Pearl 1 said, nothing will surprise us for this country again. Abio. And Chidi Wachuku said, 1.5 billion. My brother, enjoy your vacation. No be small. And Jane T said, if not you go refund. I go refund though. Because last time they go come catch me. Yes, enjoy your stay, man. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are talking about. And Only Martha said, this is the real definition of if I perish, I perish. See, May will not does this. This thing might be funny, but it is not funny at all. See, May will just come talk about this thing. In as much as a lot of people are finding it very difficult to feed, yes, the country, they smile on everybody now. The country, as the country be, but make we they try, They do good things. I don't know why they feel like this, because it's a lot of things. And yes, somebody said, if it's not possible, the news is not clear. All right. Another person said he returned over 800 million. Apparently, they reversed it from his bank and his family members' account. And another person said, as the next of king will just they smile, make them use them wisely. And Wendy Legacy said, somebody should mistakenly send me $1 million. I won't go chill behind the bars for 1 year. I pray, say, you see this kind of prayer I want to give on herself. On a comment section, I don't start, but don't worry, it's where. See, my advice to everybody, more on a child, they okay. You see this part where you would carry person money run. I don't support that one. And we should do better. It's not about that. You don't know if the person would want to, compensate you for the good thing that you have actually done. But make we shall think before we act. All right, and that's it for that. And we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put and don't move.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents. Corruption.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to look.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akubmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we have been talking about a lot of things, but right now we have a guest joining us. And yes, gracing our screen today is a Nigerian gospel singer, songwriter, and music producer known for his passionate, spirit-stirring sound with songs like Idima Glorified and his latest single, Praise to Our God. And he is no other person than David Morris. Woo! Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
He's so excited. Like, how do you feel right now? Tell me.
I feel excited.
You know that song? I feel good.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you. You're welcome. And yes, let's talk about you. So for people that don't really know you, so how would you introduce yourself to them?
All right, my name is David Morris, DMO. For sure. Those are just my initials, which is David Morris Onyemadu.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Okay.
So I would say I'm a child of God. I love God. I love music, excellent music, and spirit-filled music. Yeah.
Okay, that's beautiful. So before we go into what we have, how has your week been?
It's been beautiful. I mean, today's just Tuesday. So
you know, are you the outing type? You know, right? The Owambe, a lot of outings. You know, that January you don't reach now. A lot of people are getting.
All right.
So everybody has started engaging in all these, you know, outings and the rest of them.
Yeah.
So how would you say yours has been for you?
Well, on the contrary, mine has been a little bit of reflection, retreating.
Yeah.
Like it's the beginning of the year, so you want to inquire from your maker, the one that sent you, what is at stake, for you in the year, and then so you can be in alignment.
Yes. So let's talk about music right now.
All right.
How did you even come about doing music? Like, how was it for you growing up?
Wow. Okay. I would say it's from birth. It's something I was giving birth to it, right? So, however, I've stumbled into one thing or the other.
Yeah.
Like your parents want you to read engineering or the other.
You get that?
But somehow I've always known that music is what I've been called to do. So, growing up in church, of course, from home, my parents had already introduced me to music. They play songs at home.
Yeah.
Both parents love music, by the way. So they play from home, started listening to songs like Voice of the Cross.
Voice of the Cross, oh my God,
right?
those days.
So the desire for music started growing
Yes.
and then getting into church at teenage age. So getting to identify instruments and the love for it, started learning, stumbling into song. We learned at some point. So here we are.
Wow, you talked about learning instruments. So you play instruments too?
Yes, I do.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. So but at what point did you really say, this is music, I really want to go into music?
Well, can I remember? I would say when I was done with secondary school, so it was a major turning point for me, right? I had to say, okay, I think this is what I want to do, and then I started communicating with my parents. How I think, of course, they would not agree with you. So somehow I started communicating with them.
We'll talk about that because I really want to know. You said, of course, you know, a lot of parents don't really like their children. They always want their children to be a doctor. When they ask those days, what do you want to be, my boy? I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. I want to.
Of course.
You know, a lot of people want to talk about that, but the fact that our parents don't really like, you know, when it comes to entertainment or anything, not basically entertainment, when it comes to, you know, doing music basically, and you talk about it, they say, no, I don't want my child to be a musician. I don't want my child, even when if it's gospel, I don't. How was it for you? Because you know you talked about it, so
it was a challenging time for me because, however, by the way, I'm the only son.
Oh my God! Oh, yeah, so you see the reason.
There was a particular interest, so they were like, "Oh, what we know about the narrative about musicians at that time was they are not responsible.
Exactly.
A lot of of course, genuine interest for their children. They don't want their children to be such, or they don't want their son to be such a person. So for me, I had to convince them that, okay, for me, I would try to make that difference. This is what I want to do. I feel like this is what God wants me to do. But I would not be wayward. I would be responsible, and God has helped me to change that narrative.
Wow. So we're still talking about music. How has music been for you? What has been the challenges? What has been the things you faced in music? How has the journey been generally?
Well, I would say interesting and loving and challenging at the same time. Loving because this is what you love to do. I found joy, not just joy fulfillment, doing music, right? And then challenging because it requires funds and some other things, attention, right? And some other things have to suffer, or you have to sacrifice some other things for it. So those are the challenges, you know. And it's been amazing, I would say, in summary.
So would you like to share the challenges with us? I don't know, maybe.
Okay, so particularly, I would personally imagine if I have billions of dollars, you know, to push my project as much as I want to. These are one of the challenges, right? Oh my God. However, we just do it what we can.
I just remember something. As you mentioned, you know, try to get money and all the rest of them. So I read a story today about someone that actually, they mistakenly sent money to somebody. And I think that was about 1.5 billion naira or something like that. And the person took the money and ran away. So he didn't return the money, refund back the money or something like that. So right now he's jailed and he's going to pay. So what would you have to say about that? Because, you know, have you been in a position where someone has sent you, you know, you've sent somebody money mistakenly and you didn't get back the money?
I don't think there has been a time like that because personally I'm genuine. So I feel like you get what you give.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I've been in such a position. I bought, it was not even basically money, but airtime. I mistakenly sent, you know, to recharge my phone and I mistakenly sent money to somebody and to get back that money, it's gone.
Yeah, you just presume you sold it in their lives.
But let me know. Let me not go out from what we have. Talking about your songs, I've listened to some couple of your songs and they're really inspiring and touching. So what would you say what message does your song really put out to people?
Wow.
For people that really listen to it.
It's pretty simple. My sounds are as inspired by God.
Yeah.
Was very clear. So the sounds has to be genuine, from a genuine source, of course, inspire hearts, stir spirits, and then align them back to God. Pretty simple.
So what really inspires you writing? Because definitely you wrote all your songs. And what really inspires you in writing your songs?
The Holy Ghost. Simple. I don't write those songs. I receive them.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably after praying, of course, there are exercises you should go through as a Christian, not just as a gospel artist or a pastor. You should be able to pray fast, seek God's face. So in this process, you have the realms open for you to receive as much as. So it's not necessarily you praying and asking for songs. If you are right in the right place, or in the right standing with God, He will release sounds. All you do is just to download and then.
So talking about, still talking about your songs. What was your first song like?
Okay, so I think my first song was a cover of Domer's Thank You, Lord. So it was in 2016, I guess. So I did it in an African version.
Okay.
So years along the line, I see everybody doing it, right? And guess what? I didn't believe in myself then. So I despised it. I don't even know if I have the fire.
Oh my God.
So that gave me like a foreview that Dave, I think you should do this. You're called to do this. So the official single I had was praise to our God. Sorry, King's Praise, I mean to say. King's Praise, that was my official first single.
Yeah.
Right.
So talking about your songs, I've heard, as I said, I've heard a couple of your songs and they're really inspiring. So which of the of your singles or your songs that would you say that you really, definitely all your songs you really put in the energy, put in the, everything into the songs. But which one would you say that you always want to listen to over and over again, that you don't get over it? And basically, maybe you've heard testimonies about a particular song. What song would that be?
Well, I don't have a particular song. Yeah, so a song comes per time. So it depends on the season I am or the message that God wants to pass through. So most times, God speaks to me through songs. So I find myself singing those songs, and then later I have to take a pause and say, hold on, pay attention to the lyrics, and I get the message of what God is saying.
Oh, wow. So what song would you be doing for us? Because I know a lot of video right there started asking me, I want to sing, I want to hear him sing.
Wow. Of course, it will be my recent song, Praise to Our God.
Ooh, so what's about Praise to Our God?
Praise to Our God is a sound, it's a simple sound, however, very powerful. I term it a weapon of praise because it reflects gratitude to God. And I see how easy we overlook some little things. I would call it little, but they are of great magnitude of what God does in our lives, like waking up, sleeping and waking up, going out and coming in safe. Very little things, right? So most times we overlook these things and not give gratitude to God. So this is more like a callback for people to realize that, oh, you really must give praise to God, because if you can think and give thanks to God, you have the liberty to receive even more. Just like imagine you buying stuff for your kid, right? And then it comes back to say thank you because you want to do more, right?
Of course.
Pretty simple.
Wow, that's beautiful. So tell us, are there any projects you're working on right now?
Okay, yes. So I'm working on a body of work, right? That we titled Praise. So it's an album. Every song there are praise songs.
Praise songs.
Not necessarily upbeat. So, we have upbeat songs and then mid-tempos and, of course, a little bit. But they are all talking about praise to God.
To God. Wow, that's beautiful. And, a lot of people come to think about gospel musicians like that. A lot of people, actually, I've met people that have said, I want to be a gospel minister or gospel musician, basically, how you say it. I want to do this for God. But then I have challenges. I'm facing a lot of challenges right now, and I can't do it, basically because of what they feel gospel ministers face. Because a lot of people feel that gospel ministers face a lot of, definitely, likewise, other secular artists too. But what would be your advice to upcoming young people that really want to go into gospel ministry?
Okay, so I think the first point of call is making sure you hear from God genuinely. Be sure of the instructions that have been dished out to you, because that is what you hold on to on the day of adversaries, right? So when it becomes rough and it doesn't look like what you've heard, you can go back to the one that said it to you, which is God, and say, Alpha God, don't be so you talk more. What's happening? And then he will share more light. That's the only way to, I think, you can push through difficult times, right? And then just believe in yourself, believe in the one that sent you and the word that he gives to you, and then you overcome every trial.
That's beautiful. You see, you overcome trials, so why give up when you have God?
Right.
All right. So come to think of it, I would like to ask this out of the box of the questions we're asking. If David Morris wasn't doing music or, gospel music, what would he be doing?
Wow.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't know. Because even at the moment, I do other stuff, not just music.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm also a tech expert, right?
Nice.
Yeah. So
all these tech bros. Like
right. So I believe that if you are intelligent, smart, and hardworking, there shouldn't be limit to what you can do.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
So just be determined, like, okay, I think I want to do this and I can do it. However, you'll be able to do that.
You get the energy. Oh my God, that's beautiful. So would you like to do any song for us? Because we'd like to hear you sing. Maybe one of your songs, basically.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, King's Praise to Our God.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, there's a particular part of the song that I love so much. You sing,
okay.
Oh, hail the King of Kings, isn't this it? We give praise to you, our God. We give praise to you, our King. Oh, hail the King of Kings, isn't this it? We give praise to you, our God.
Oh my God. I didn't want him to stop, but then we don't have much.
You have to go and stream it on
Oh my
YouTube
God.
or streaming platforms, right?
Oh my God, this is actually beautiful. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
David Morris, for coming to the show and sharing your light with us here on the Spotlight Show. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was amazing and it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and don't forget to tell your story with heart. And yes, please follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agman and this has been Spotlight. So catch you next time. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding its storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck, lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
And here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinion.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African news from Egypt, where Egypt's parliament is looking into ways to regulate children's use of social media platforms to combat what lawmakers call digital chaos, following some Western countries that are considering banning young teenagers from social media. The House of Representatives said in a statement it would work on a legislation to regulate children's use of social media and put an end to the digital chaos facing the children and which negatively impacts their future. The statement added that legislators will consult with the government and expert bodies to draft a law to protect Egyptian children from any risk that threatens its thoughts and behavior. The statements came after President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi urged his government and lawmakers to consider adopting legislation restricting children's use of social media until they reach an age when they can handle it properly. Away from that report, Kenya's Social Health Authority says it will begin rejecting reimbursement claims for medicines from county-run hospitals that fail to dispense prescribed drugs to patients. Announcing the decision, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale said the move follows the detection of a widespread and persistent pattern in public health facilities of patients completing consultations, laboratory tests, and scans, but leave without receiving medicines in spite of prescriptions being recorded in the system. According to Duale, data from the Digital Health Agency shows alarming disparities between the number of patients treated and those who actually receive medication. He cited Kakamega County Referral Hospital, where records showed that out of 52,000 patients treated, only 9,000 were issued medicine, with a similar trend in Bomet County, where approximately 34,000 patients visited public hospitals, but only 4,600 received drugs. Duale said the trend has fueled the mushrooming of private chemists and pharmacies around public hospitals, which raises serious concerns about possible theft of medicine or collusion between hospital staff and private pharmacy owners. Still on some medical issues, the Ghana Armed Forces, that's the GAF, has denied media reports that nearly 60% of applicants who recently underwent medical screening for military recruitment tested positive for HIV. In a statement by the Acting Director General of Public Relations, Naval Captain Veronica Ahen, GAF said the claims were entirely false and misleading, urging the public to disregard them. It explained that the medical screening exercises was still in progress, with no outcome already finalized or released, contrary to the assertions being wildly shared. Still in Ghana, and in another development, the minority leader of Ghana's parliament, Afenyo Markin, has criticized Chief Justice Bafo Boni for perceived intolerance towards its members. The minority caucus had felt that the CJ's nomination and vetting were illegitimate due to unresolved legal challenges related to the removal of former Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono. Questioning its motives for visiting ministries, the minority caucus refused to engage in Bafo Boni's scheduled parliamentary meeting amidst concerns about the CJ's intolerance as head
of the judiciary. In a statement to that effect, the caucus condemned what it described as attack on its members after raising concerns about the processes surrounding the president's appointment of Bafor Boni, wondering whether the CJ was embarking on a thank you visit to the government for his appointment. Afenyo Markin stated that the minority caucus does not see him as a tolerant head of the judiciary. He added that if the CJ wants to engage with them, he should come to their offices and the caucus would outline its issues with him. And in Somalia, Somalia says that all World Food Program, that's the WEPF, aid commodities affected by port expansion in Mogadishu have been returned. In a statement by the Somalia Foreign Ministry, the government took full responsibility for addressing what he described as an unfortunate situation and expressed regrets that it occurred. However, it ensured the continued secure and uninterrupted delivery of humanitarian assistance. The government said it has provided the WPF with a larger and more suitable warehouse within the Mogadishu port area, supporting improved storage capacity and efficient distribution. Mogadishu further state said it will review the circumstances surrounding the matter and remain fully committed to humanitarian principles, transparency and accountability, and values its close partnership with the WPF, the United States, and the international donor community. And from Somalia, we'll go straight to Sudan, where Sudanese armed forces have ended a 2-year siege imposed by the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF, on Dilling City, the second largest city in South Kordofan. A military statement said the army forces opened the Dilling Road after a successful military operation that resulted in routing and destroying the RSF militia. It added that army forces inflicted heavy losses in lives and equipment on the RSF's militia. According to the statement, the armed forces vowed to continue cleansing the country of the RSF militia until security and stability are restored across the country. Meanwhile, the International Organization for Migration, that's the IOM, says that over 3.3 million Sudanese people displaced both internally and externally returned to nearly 2,500 locations across 9 states in their country in November 2025, marking a 10% increase compared to the previous month. The figures were included in an IOM report covering the period November the 1st to the 30th, 2025, based on data collected from over 12,000 sites in 185 localities across all 18 states of Sudan. The organization said that an estimated 3,334,705 people returned to 2,500 locations in 65 localities across 9 Sudanese states. According to the report, 83% of the returnees came from internal displacement, while 17% returned from outside the country. And from Sudan, we'll go straight to Uganda, where Uganda Communications Commission, that's the UCC, has announced the full restoration of internet services across the country, ending a temporary shutdown that had been implemented during the recent election period. The UCC said all online services are now fully operational nationwide, with all restrictions lifted following the completion of necessary technical and security assessments. In a statement, it praised the patience, cooperation, and understanding shown during the period of limited internet access. Uganda was plunged into an internet blackout ahead of the January 15th general election. However, UCC Executive Director Yobi Thebo, said the measure was necessary to mitigate threats to national security during the election. Moving on, there are reports that the One Data Initiative says that China's role as a leading financier to developing nations has shifted over the past decade, with middle-income countries, particularly in Africa, now transferring more funds to China in debt payments than they receive in fresh financing from the country. It noted that Africa has experienced the most dramatic reversal in Chinese finance, going from receiving $30 billion to paying out $22 billion, a $52 billion swing. The analysis found that multilateral lenders increased net financing by 124% over the past decade and now provide 56% of net flows, equivalent to $379 billion between 2020 and 2024. According to Executive Director at One Data, David McNair, the fact that there is less lending coming in, but previous lending from China still needs to be serviced, is the source of the outflows. And we'll move back to Uganda, where Ugandan government has dismissed accusations that it is targeting the political opposition following last week's presidential elections, saying that the arrests were limited to individuals who had caused problems. In a statement, Information Minister Chris Bayonusi said the arrests were in two categories. He explained the first included those he described as wanting to cause violence simply because the candidate they supported lost the elections. He stated that the second involved those he called criminal gangs mobilized by their leaders to turn the election period as a launching time to cause civil unrest in the country. According to him, the category that was plotting such kind of violence has been arrested, and those that are on the run will be got and apprehended as the law requires. In the days immediately after the elections, security agencies allegedly ramped up pursuit of opposition supporters. Watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right then, joining us virtually all the way from Uganda also is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakeye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a legal practitioner in Uganda, and also on this table will be a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
Very good afternoon to you, David. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us all the way from Kenya, virtually as well, is Honorable Mercy Ngota. Honorable Mercy is a cleric and also a Nairobi politician. But I understand Honorable Mercy has not joined the conversation. So I will be starting this conversation from Uganda, where, interestingly, Barrister Edward, opposition, I beg your pardon, security forces plus the government of Uganda has dismissed accusations clearly that it is not targeting political oppositions following last week's presidential election. And of course, they've said that the arrests were limited to individuals who had caused problems. In fact, the information minister, I'm talking about Minister Chris, did say that the arrests were in two categories. The first he did explain was the first that included those he described as wanting to cause violence because the candidate they supported lost the election. And the second, of course, he did say the criminal gangs, he called them the criminal gangs that mobilized their leaders to turn the election period as launching time to cause civil unrest in the country. What's your position with the statements from the State House, clearly about post-election and pre-election arrest and, of course, violence in Uganda?
I just want to say it is unfortunate that Uganda is still a country without democracy. Uganda is a country where people are not allowed a free, actually having a time to negotiate on certain issues. Uganda is a country where you see it is only one party which should actually be giving opinions, and the rest should not, as indicated. I'm happy that the son of the president just a day ago admitted the crackdown of His Excellency Bob Wine's house, where he said the military was indeed deployed in the opposition leader's residence. And only that, what he's saying, they did not allegedly assault the wife of the opposition leader, which is very wrong. This is a lady who was actually taken to the hospital in a bad condition. And that one, I wish he had also admitted and give a solution on the way forward next, either to remove the military, which we still see within the head of opposition residents. So Uganda today, let me tell you, my brother, is even carrying your own flag, carrying your own flag in Uganda can make you be arrested. And I don't know in other countries whether that would be a crime, you to celebrate using your own flag. I thought this is one way of actually advertising that my country is a lovely country if I'm holding my flag. That is what I see with the Ugandans who are being tortured. They are tortured just because you are holding a flag. That's very worrying. It's very worrying. Okay. So yes.
Now, sorry to butt in here. I want to confirm something. On one hand, the general, I'm talking about General Mahuzi, the son of the president, who is also the head of the military, did, of course, affirm to the fact that there was a major crackdown in the apartments of opposition presidential candidates. I'm talking about Bobby Wine. He did admit to that. But then again, on the other hand, the government is coming to say clearly that there was no sort of repression, kind of, on the part of opposition, but because of the reasons that they mentioned. How much of these trust should Africans plus Ugandans have with these governments that have said on one hand one thing and on the other hand saying some other things?
You know, this is a government without a spokesperson. This is a government which is only a government which is managed by the family.
But the information minister is a spokesperson.
No. You see, a minister is actually under a control of the chief of defense, who now should not even be answerable. A minister should not be answerable to this chief of staff, meaning chief of military. Yeah. But it's because the son has proven to see other citizens as nothing, as nobodies in the country. It's just like Morsi is feeling like he's the god of Uganda. So it is becoming a bit crazy to him to issue statements which are not actually supposed to be issued by him. He has forgotten his job. Yes, you are saying the minister is there. That is the work of the ministry. But now there's also what we call a government spokesperson, which we have not yet seen talk of this. But you get that statements are coming, including the father, who's now Museveni himself, celebrating the arrest of the opposition being in prison. You get Morsi celebrating, actually deploying police, military to opposition grounds, which is not good. So there's no freedom of speech, no freedom of movement, no assemblies. So how can you really expect such a country to even grow? if people are being put in prison inside their country. So we are not free. We are not free.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Well, Barrister, interestingly, this is a conversation that is becoming quite a major one that Africans should clearly be looking at. The government of Uganda has clearly dismissed the accusation that the government is targeting opposition, figures all through the election and after the election. Now, this is the government statement coming to say, look, we have arrested those who the election did not go in their way and their favor. And the other ones they mentioned is a criminal gang that felt the election period is a time for them to, start off their operation. But on the other hand, the son of the president, the head of the military, I'm talking about General Muhoozi, has clearly said that yes, there was a military raid in the apartment and the home of opposition figure Bobby Wine. So with this level of both sides of the government talking differently, how much of mistrust should Africans plus Ugandans have on the government of the incumbent that have been re-elected into office? I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
The first casualty in the government of any dictator is truth. Truth is murdered because they know that if the truth should be told, or the people should know the truth, they are going to react in a very unfavorable way. So they will sustain the lies to deceive the people. That is one. There's no way a Yoweri Museveni's government can tell Uganda the truth. It's not possible. If you're expecting that, then you can expect to see Godot. Then, two, the opposition in Uganda, what are they doing? Can they come together? There is strength in numbers. I hope you know that.
But Barrister, when you say there is strength in numbers, you also would recall that the same strength in numbers are the same people who have been maimed and killed, which again, the UN also did release a statement before the election that the atmosphere in Uganda is a repressive one that would undermine the credibility of that election. So what do you think the opposition can do in such a situation?
You can never go to heaven except you die. Is that not true? Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Do you think that such evil, it is a 10-minute protest or one-off protest that will remove them from office? I'm talking of a sustained protest. Let the whole world see what is going on. In fact, there's a level the protest will get to. The whole world will not come hard on Museveni. Even with the fact that supporters are being criminalized for dissent? The world is not seeing this thing. You are not making it, you are not escalating it. I'm talking of occupying Uganda, National Assembly. But the opposition, they are not, they are very timid and they are afraid. That's just the simple truth. They are intimidating them and they have bought it.
Barrister, before the election, we saw heavy armored vehicles in cities across Uganda, even in Kampala, the state's capital, the country's capital, major armed vehicles with military men, all armed to the teeth. Barrister, with this level of, I want to use the word loosely, oppression of the opposition, how much can the people do in that situation, Barrister?
They can do much more.
How?
They can do much more. I am telling you. All these things you are telling me now, there are some countries that went through war situation, and they forged ahead. They insisted until international community came to their aid. That's the truth. You will make it in a way that it will attract the attention of the whole world. That's the only way. But if you continue to say, there's armor tank there, there's military there, they are using it to intimidate you. They are not ready to kill as much as you think because they know the repercussion. ICC will be waiting for Museveni.
Should we now say, Barrister, the oppositions and even the people are presently docile for not practically coming out in their numbers to kick against this level of oppression?
That's what I think. Yeah, they are not doing enough because I remember how it used to be in the Western world outside here. Whenever they want to go and protest, you know what happens. Some will block the road. Some will go and occupy certain places. some will go on actual protest. You know, they divide themselves and engage the government. Engage the government, not on a day, 2 or 3. No, that is perpetually they will be there singing "We no go gree." But here in Africa, most of our African citizens, they don't know how to sustain a protest until the right thing is done. They don't know, seriously.
Now, Barrister, before I go to Uganda, looking at the democratic process at which Yoweri Museveni came into power again, and some have said clearly this is not a confident election, so to say, because again, from the body language of almost everybody, it wasn't so credible as it were. Let's talk about investor confidence on the path of the country, Uganda, and of course the economy. Can this level of loss of confidence in the democratic sustainability of Uganda give another level of vote of confidence to the government so they can see some level of international donors come to, still come to their aid, as it were?
They don't even care about your investors. They just want to remain in power. That is all. That's what is uppermost on their mind. If anybody should come, the person is coming as a business partner. Those that they use to siphon Uganda's money. These are the people that will come and they will be telling you that they are investors. No, they are not investors. They came to exploit Uganda. And they are in business with the government. That's just what I think here. Nobody will come to in an environment where the rule of law, due process is not entrenched. Where the court system has been hijacked by the government. Where nobody is giving his or her rights, where things are done upside down. Nobody wants to invest in such an environment because of tomorrow. If something happens, what happened to my business? These are their fears. So they are not coming.
All right,
and that's why most African states are very poor. Under one year of Donald Trump, he has attracted $18 trillion investment. Into America. 18 trillion. 18 trillion. What is the GDP of the whole Africa? The whole of Africa. David, we are in trouble. See, I've been telling you, we don't have leaders here. We only have looters.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Uganda. Well, Barrister, interestingly, Barrister Darlington in the studio here did say that the people and, of course, opposition are not doing more, just like some other African countries are also not doing more because the political elites in these countries have consistently used the level of security and, of course, this military presence to pressure and try to silence the people. How much more can the people do in a situation like we are seeing in Uganda? Not just opposition, I'm talking about the people now, because this, of course, has to do with the people in the very end.
David, people in Uganda have actually accepted to move on, but there's one thing I want to tell you today in this studio. I know nobody knows the time you will go to heaven, but there is much hope with Ugandans. Instead of destroying their country, they are praying to God. And that is what we are waiting. That Museveni will be taken by God himself. And his time is coming. We are expecting to have a state funeral, not very far before the end of 5 years. And that will rescue Uganda. Ugandans are not ready to destroy their own country. Ugandans are not ready to fight with the son of Museveni, who's easily be removed when Museveni is not there.
I was going to go there as well, Barrister, because it's also been rumored that the son of the president, who again, as it stands, is the head of the military, I'm talking about General Muguzi, is going to take over after the president is gone. So with this kind of setup, if and should the president be gone, God forbid, we're not even praying for his death right now, shouldn't there be an easy plug and play for the son to come into power?
Remember, Museveni did not come to power by himself. Museveni came to power with so many generals. Many have died, but there are so many who are still watching, and they have disagreed with his kind of rule. They are ready to take over from the sun. That one I want to tell you today from this studio. The generals who are in army are not happy with what General Morsi is doing to Ugandans. General Morsi will not sit in the government, even when Museveni goes, for 2 months. That one is a promise to you. He will leave the power and he will face the law. What I'm only asking, Africans, let's see democracy. Don't think you will stay in power forever.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay in your country before I go to the situation that emanated from China. Barrister, interestingly, as it stands, the Ugandan Communications Commission has announced a full restoration of internet services across the country, ending what, again, you know, as a temporary shutdown that has been implemented during the recent election period. I mean, you are a victim of this, more like other Ugandans were a victim of this, where internet was shut down, and of course, banking operations as well were affected as a result of this. Some have said this is a statement coming to quell the tension that is already on ground. But what's your position with these statements by the Ugandan Communications Commission, clearly stating that there is full restoration of internet service from a period that even the government said internet was not shut down?
You see, these are statements which come from the same government. They own their statements, they disown their statements because they don't have a stand. They are not organized on what to tell Ugandans. We have suffered the little time our businesses have gone down. The economy, they think they want to grow to a first world country, first world economy. It has gone down because of what they did by just switching internet. For a night, it drains the country, it drains the economy, it drains the business. So even as we talk, that statement is not correct. Ugandans are still struggling with internet.
Oh, wow.
The internet in Uganda is taxed more than anywhere in the world. We are highly paying internet, just like the way you are paying any other commodity in Uganda. It's too high, and Uganda, you cannot stabilize and do what we call social media work in a right way. Because in Uganda, by the way, let me tell you, I was in Kenya. There is what we call cybers. But Uganda, there are no cybers. People are struggling even to do their work in their own computers. Internet is not stable. So that is not correct that they have reinstated internet. It's totally poor statement. And it's a shame to the government of the day.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, we're still in Uganda. And of course, the Ugandan Communication Commission have said that the internet have been fully restored after the same government, not the commission now. The government has also said before the election, there was no internet shutdown, there was no temporary internet shutdown of any kind. And right now, a government agency is coming to say, look, internet have been restored. But unfortunately, as we speak right now, Barrister, someone in Uganda, as we speak, is still saying the internet has not been fully restored. What should Africans believe as it stands?
The people should cooperate along, because I'm hearing now that they don't want to destroy their country. So they should not endure what is happening until Museveni is taken away. But one thing is very clear. People like him, dictators like him, they don't die alone. Some of them die with their country. Idi Amin is a good example. Mobutu Sese Seko is a good example. Emperor Bokassa, many of them, they die with their country. Mobutu Sese Seko said that before him there is no Zaire, and after him there will be no Zaire. Is that not what is happening to you today? And so when you say you are waiting for him to die, he may not die soon. No. Those people, They have made a pact with the devil, and so they remain in office until they die with the country.
All right, then.
And then when they die with the country, the aftermath is best imagined. The internet, you know why they restored it at all? It's because they need it more than you. They need it more than you. It is inevitable. They must restore it because government businesses in this age and time thrive on what? On internet.
All right,
That's
then.
how they communicate.
All right, then. But Barrister, before I let you go, let me bring this particular story that made it to the bulletin, and I want you to chime in maybe in 30 seconds or even a minute thereabout. Interestingly, there is a decline in China's loan to Africa and a rise in repayments in China. Now, a report from a data initiative known as One Data Initiative has said that China, of course, that has been a leading financier to developing nations, has shifted over the past decade with middle-income companies, particularly in Africa, now transferring funds to China in debt repayment than they received in fresh financial support from the same country. In fact, going from receiving $30 billion to paying about $22 billion, about a $52 billion swing. Barrister, what do you make of this as it stands? Because this is repayment from African nations back to China, and China presently has practically, from what we hear from these data reports, have stopped giving these loans the way they used to before now.
Good. I have told you here that China does not take prisoners when it comes to their money. You don't mess with China. They don't have time to reschedule your loan. You will pay or they will seize your entire contract. Remember what they did to us with our presidential jet. They pursued it all over the world until they captured it in Switzerland and seized it. China does not have time for this your corruption or whatever. If you owe them, you pay them as at when due. If not, they will not leave you alone. Africa should realize that. And that's why they are moving forward. David. Imagine a billion plus human beings taking care of themselves and they have enough to give you.
All right, then.
Don't you think that there is efficient management of resources there?
Huge question.
So
Huge
you
question.
think they will have time to throw their money away and you use it to go and do whatever? They won't take it to.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation to Uganda while we'll wrap up this analysis segment. Barrister Edward, what's your position? Because, hey, the analysis have found out that multilateral lenders have increased their net financing by 124% over the past decade and now provide 56% in net flows. I mean, equivalent to about $379 billion between 2020 and 2024. Decrease in loan giving, increase in receiving of repayment. What do you make of this?
Enough for whatever they have actually, the action they have taken. You know, the few elements in Africa who have actually survived with these loans are now seeing that China is not a country where you can actually joke with their resources, just like the way they are playing with their resources in Africa. The few individuals are now facing hot to pay the loans before they gain more, are getting more loans. So I think it is a plus. It's a plus to us Africans. We need these loans to be paid before our children suffer. Let's struggle and fight with these groups, these African groups, the so-called leaders who have failed, who just want to sell Africa. Africa is a very rich country. Africa is a country where we have each and everything.
All right.
But the problem is our leaders. They are not many, they are very few, and we can count them. We only need time, these few to be removed away from Africa. If not, be jailed in China because of what they are borrowed. Because some of these loans don't count in Africa. There is no value we have gotten from these loans. Instead, they have looted the same loans they are borrowed and giving us that burden of payment.
All right,
Thank
then.
you.
Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinya, for chiming your voice and opinion on the analysis segment of the African News. Barrister Edward, just in case you're just joining us, is a legal practitioner in Uganda and also a human rights activist plus a business associate in Uganda. Thank you so very much once again, Barrister Edo, for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also in the studio with us, we had Barrister Darlington Agumo, a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
You're welcome.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Islamic State-linked militants killed 22 in eastern Congo. These and more when we return after the break. Please stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We're glad to have you back at the Still the African News right here in Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. An internal report by the United Nations and local civil society lenders says that no fewer than 22 civilians were killed by Islamic State-linked militants in a village in eastern Congo's Ituri province in the last deadly attack in the region. Christophe Muyandero, who heads the local rights group known by its French acronym CRDH, based in Irumu, said 25 civilians have been killed, including 15 men whose body were found inside a house and 7 others along a road. The attackers were identified as members of the Allied Democratic Forces, a Ugandan armed group active in eastern Congo that is recognized by Islamic State as an affiliate. The UN report said the attack in Apakolo came 2 days after ADF fighters attacked the nearby village of Kazahraho, where they clashed with the army and local military groups. Islamic State claimed responsibility for the attack in Kazahraho, saying it also abducted and killed 3 Christians. And in South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says the economy is growing with falling unemployment, poverty and inequality, as well as improved confidence in the country, stating that the country was moving towards a spite of high levels of youth unemployment. He stated that over 1 trillion rand will be spent on infrastructure, while cabinet meets to plan youth job creation in 2026. He explained that recent signs shows that progress was being made, adding that the Johannesburg Stock Exchange was also performing well, with inflation at a 20-year low. However, the president explained that to grow the economy in a meaningful and lasting way, the country must increase investment, adding that the difference between a temporary boost and long-term growth lies in investment. In another development, Israel says it has agreed to be a limited reopening of the Rafah border crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt as part of Donald Trump's peace plan. A statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office said the crossing will be open for pedestrian passage only and subject to a full Israeli inspection mechanism. The Rafah crossing is a key entry point for humanitarian aid in Gaza and has been mostly closed since May 2024. Both humanitarian organizations and the United Nations have long asked for its reopening, but Israeli authorities have resisted the move since the ceasefire in Gaza came into effect on October the 10th. And from that story, move straight to talking African business story. Tanzania says it expects to sign a deal for its stalled project to construct a $42 billion liquefied natural gas plant before June, with production set to start in 8 years' time. The development was stalled by proposed government changes to a financial agreement reached in 2023. Along with ones in neighboring Mozambique, Tanzania's project could help establish the East African region as an emerging LNG export hub to Asia. Tanzania's Minister of State in the President's Office for Planning and Investment, Kitila Nkombo, said in London that the government has basically concluded the commercial discussions and now only discussing the legal framework of this agreement. Nkombo explained that a specific legal framework was needed given that at $42 billion, this was the largest ever investment project for the country. He added that the deal is expected to be signed before June, and the project is expected to create over 100,000 jobs. Still talking business, Australian mining company Sudan's Resources said an arbitration panel has dismissed its challenge to what it called Congo's unlawful exploration of subsidiary Congo's iron mining permits in the country's Sangar region. Sundance said a tribunal in London operating under International Chamber of Commerce rules ruled that Congo had a legitimate basis to revoke the permit because the project was not developed during the period allowing from 2016 to 2018. It therefore dismissed all claims brought by Sundance and Congo Iron. In a statement, non-executive chairman David Porter expressed the company's shock at the ruling, which he described as poorly reasoned ICC award. He added that the tribunal members made fundamental errors and failed to allow the company reset its case on issues that were central to their decision-making process. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has dismissed as excesses the post-African Cup of Nations tensions between his country and Morocco, saying that it was only caused by sporting emotion. Sonko spoke alongside his Moroccan counterpart Aziz Akanouch during the 15th Morocco-Senegal Joint Commission for Cooperation in Rabat. According to Sonko, the missteps seen here and there should neither be denied nor dramatized, but reframed as emotional excesses born on fervor, not as political or cultural rifts. He noted that the visit came at a time charged with sporting emotion, regrettably excesses, and images that are sometimes painful for two people deeply connected. However, Sonko and Akanouch are meeting for their country's first joint commission in 12 years, lasting from January 26th to the 28th, with the 3-day event providing both countries a timely opportunity to ease tensions. On his part, Akanouch stated that their conviction is that true victory is measured not only by results, but by people's ability to invest in sports as a tool for human and economic development and to strengthen all positions on the world stage. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Inikwe of Igala land. She's such an intriguing historical figure. Inikwe was a princess and a priestess from the Igala kingdom, which is currently located in the present-day Nigeria. Her story is one of sacrifice and loyalty. Legend has it that during the 16th century, the Igala kingdom was under threat from the neighboring kingdom of Jukun. Inikwe, in an act of immense bravery, volunteered to be sacrificed to the gods in order to save her people from impending invasion. Inikwe's sacrifice was seen as a selfless act of devotion and love for her kingdom. Her story has been passed down through generations, and she's celebrated as a symbol of courage and sacrifice in Igala culture. To this day, Inikwe's story continues to inspire many, highlighting the strength and resilience of African women in history. Her legacy serves as a reminder of the power of selflessness and the lengths people are willing to go to protect their communities.
Education empowers the mind to think critically and act responsibly. This powerful statement by former chairman of Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Atairu Jega, underscores the role of learning in shaping responsible citizens and strengthening democracy. Good afternoon and welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the stories, ideas, innovations, and policies shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we focus on securing Nigeria's future, why education is never a gamble, as Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima declares that investing in education is not a risk, but a deliberate commitment to the nation's long-term growth and stability. Later on the program, we spotlight efforts to strengthen reading habits across the country as the National Orientation Agency and the network of book club and reading culture promoters in Nigeria move to promote a stronger reading culture among Nigerians. But let's begin with our first conversation of the day. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima has declared that investing in education is never a gamble, but a deliberate commitment to securing the nation's future. The Vice President made these statements at the combined convocation ceremonies of the Kashim Ibrahim University, Maiduguri, where he reaffirmed that education remains the most powerful tool for national development, economic empowerment, and societal liberation. According to the Vice President, no investment in education is ever a gamble. It is a conscious plan for a better, more secure future. He stressed that nations that prioritize education are better positioned to achieve stability, innovation, and sustainable growth. Shettima also urged the graduating students to uphold integrity and excellence, reminding them that their actions and value would not only shape their personal futures, but also define the reputation of their institutions and the image of Nigeria as large. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Oluwafemi Owoyele. Oluwafemi Owoyele is the Managing Director of Sweet Sense Branding Limited. He is also a strategic communications professional, a publisher, and a social impact leader with strong expertise in branding, knowledge production, and public engagement. And also joining me virtually on the program is Dr. Abdulgafar Olawale Arikewuyo. Dr. Abdulgafar is a media scholar, lecturer, and researcher whose work sits at the intersection of journalism, media psychology, and interpersonal communication, and emerging digital cultures. All right, while we have Dr. Gafar joining us later on the program, let me say a very good afternoon to Femi. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. And I think it's not too late to say Happy New Year.
Yes. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we are looking at the fact that the Vice President has said that education is no scam. So how would you define education beyond the classroom? And why do you think investing in education is not a gamble, but a deliberate commitment to securing the nation's future?
Okay, first, I think education is the foundation of life. As we get to know things, we get better. As we get to know things, we grow, we improve, we implement, and then we become better.
Okay, how realistic do you think commitment to education would help the country? Why do you think it's important for us to commit to sustainable education?
Can I pause?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so first, I would say that education is life. Education is what shapes every human being, is what defines or helps you to maximize your capacity as a man. So if you know better, you do better, like we always say. And it's beyond the classroom, just like the question you asked. It's beyond the classroom. It is about the skill that human learns. It is about the knowledge that you have. It is about how much productive you can become, or how much value you can add to the society. So I would say that education is actually the foundation of life. It builds you. The most you can do in life, in terms of for every child up to adulthood, is defined by what you know. So I would say it is very key, and it is beyond the boundaries of a classroom. At home, there is education. In your work environment, there is education. You are learning and you are building capacity. Everywhere you find yourself, across board, there is learning happening almost every day. So, and I think that the beautiful thing about it is that it has to be structured. Beyond the structure of the classroom, beyond the provisions, beyond the arrangement of school, education is you building skill from what you know and utilizing it, executing what you know, and making the society better. So for me, first, education is beyond classrooms. Education is intentionality at bringing whatever it is that is innate in you and pruning it, giving it flesh, and then activating every potential in you to becoming the very best that you can become. Okay, so and that's how societies are shaped.
You talked about skill and you talked about reshaping the society. Tell us how important skill acquisition is in today's digital age in Nigeria and beyond.
Okay, so education itself finds meaning in its practicality. Education itself will just remain knowledge if there is no utilization. Maybe I should say it that way. So skill acquisition is now deploying that which you know channeling in a particular area that now transforms. That's where you can say you are innovative. That is when you can say that you are bringing solutions to bear. That's where you are saying that you are translating your knowledge into solution-based direction, into evidence-based solutions, as you may want to put it. So skill acquisition itself is like the sharpener, is like the other hand of what you know, education. And I think that because of the transformation of society, especially now, there are a lot of development changes that need skills. Skills from the ones you can do with your hand, from the knowledge that you have. And then, the society has changed drastically. And in this day and age, I would say education is not enough. If there's a way to put it, you can say, oh, what I know is not enough. It is about what I can do with what I know. And I think that is where skill, not just acquisition now, but deployment comes to play. So skill deployment is basic and is very fundamental.
So are there fundamental skills we should learn, or it should be according to someone's passion?
Okay, so two ways to it. There are fundamental skills. And before now, the things that we call soft skills are usually not regarded as skills. But now we have come to understand that they are skills too. How you engage people, your communication, your ethics, your how to arrange your detailed skills, as even with regards to workplace basic skills. How to develop a memo, how to present yourself, presentation skill and things like those are like soft skills, but that's on one level. But more fundamental are now skills that provide daily solutions to our daily needs. Skills like social skills, beyond social skills now, skills like work skills. Okay, for example, you have people go into the fashion space. Before now, it was not classified as education, as it was just classified as something people who are not able to go
maybe
to
like
school,
handwork,
exactly, who are not able to get proper education do. But now we've seen that it's beyond that. It is really education becomes more functional or more effective when skill is deployed. So how much you know, having gone through the university, regardless of what you study, by the time you come into maybe, for example, the media space, and you want to deploy all your skills to work, you will see that it becomes more valuable. If you want to come into fashion space now, it becomes more valuable. If you go into tech, it becomes more valuable. You can't just jump into tech without the foundation of education. But your skill, your tech skills, becomes better sharpened, better effective, and solution-driven if you now have the foundation of education and properly deployed. So I think that skill is fundamental, and as a matter of fact, it is what is defining our world as we proceed now.
Education is more fundamental when skill is deployed. That's a beautiful contribution there. Good afternoon, Dr. Abdul Ghaffar, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Compliments of the season.
Thank you, sir. All right, so the Vice President has said that securing Nigeria's future is very, very pivotal, and that education is never a gamble. But I want to ask you, how do you think universities can ensure that graduates not only acquire certificates, but also skills that match Nigeria's labor market?
Yeah, I think largely the quality of graduates we churn out from Nigerian universities is a dual effort. It's the combination of the effort of the university itself, and it's also the combination of the effort from the university. You cannot produce a good graduate or a quality graduate without that willingness, without the hunger for knowledge and education from the student angle as well. A lot of people talk down on Nigerian universities, but I beg to disagree that if you compare Nigerian universities and the quality of graduates we churn out from Nigeria with many places across the world, yes, Nigeria may not have that high-tech, up-to-date facilities, but you can see how rugged we're able to do things. We're able to merge from from little education and from the little knowledge we are able to get, and from the little skills and facilities we're able to get, and we're able to be very outspoken and do well across the globe. So if the government or if Vice President is talking about the fact that education, the needs and all of that, I'd say yes. there is a significant effort to what we have now and the quality that we're having in Nigeria and the skills that we're having. So I just want to largely, first of all, base my foundation on the fact that all of this talk about education is not only about the universities. The universities are doing quite well. If you go to, for example, University of Ilorin, which is my foundation university, there are ICT skills. There are different courses that are being offered to the students that would prepare them for the future, that would give them some form of knowledge, that would give them up-to-date information and skills. But we need to ask ourselves very critically that how much effort are the students themselves putting into all of this? How seriously do the students take this knowledge that they are acquiring? Because if you can't, it's just like you're fetching water into an empty basket. Your water wouldn't get filled. So we need so much more up to also reorientate, reinform, re-educate the students themselves, and continue to identify the ones that are absolutely, if you have a class, it's 5 students, for example, you wouldn't expect them to be at the same level. So yes, Nigerian universities, I would vehemently say and categorically state very clearly that Nigerian universities are doing their very best. Maybe not up to what we see across the globe, but our best is yielding results. Many universities offer and provide very many digital skills, hands-on skills. While I was at the University of Ilorin, there used to be a course for 300 level students. That was, I think, GSE. This was about teaching students different skills about photography, videography, soap making. So many your guest in the studio also mentioned about some of the things that some of these things slightly. So many of these things that universities are offering the students, but is it just about universities now? Should we continue to blame the universities? Should we continue to put the problem or the issues that are surrounding education on the universities alone, without giving students themselves, who are the end user of these facilities, of these things, that skill? So I'll say yes, the vice presidents make sense, but there's also a need for us to understand the fact that the students themselves need to be helped.
So, Doctor, talking about students and talking about universities, now I want to ask, how can universities balance academic expansion with quality assurance amid growing student populations?
Yes, I would agree that is an issue in terms of the fact that there are so many students that are also wanting to get into the university in Nigeria. And there is, I wouldn't say there is an inadequate number of universities because the statistics rolled out by the Minister of Education or Ministry of Education sometimes last year, and reasons given why the Nigerian government has placed embargo on establishing new universities makes a lot of sense. There are some universities that have fewer number of students, but that shows that those universities and those higher education institutions need to also upgrade their reputation, because a student would always want to go to this university that has very good reputation. I think that's one of the issues. So with regards to quality assurance, there are so many things that need to continually be put in place. And to be very honest, I'll still boil all of this down to the fact that about the end users. How seriously do the end users take it? For example, you have a class of 200, and you see, while you're having interactions in the class, you would notice that there is a consistency in the number of students who maybe raise their hands or who signify to participate in class. And you ask others, why are you not participating? Some will say, I just don't like to talk. I'm just not I'm just a shy person. I mean, so many different excuses that people would give you. As much as even the lecturer pushes some students to talk, you understand the fact that you can't see everyone at the same time. You can't also do all of these things so effectively if there are so many number of students in the class. Again, I must say that even abroad, there are universities where they have over 200 number of students in the class, some 300. So let's not all see everything about Nigerian education as bad.
Doctor, I wanted to ask something related to that, which of course I know that you are a lecturer in the United Kingdom, but I wanted to ask, if I can ask, what lessons can Nigeria learn from countries that have successfully used education as a tool for national development? And then how can government policies better support graduates after convocation, particularly in job creation and entrepreneurship?
Government policies aren't that efficient for one reason, because you would observe very well that there's this problem we have in Nigeria. Every minister of education comes in, either reverses the law, goes back to the one we've been using since for a long time. Everyone just wants to make a statement that we introduce something new. I think government policies should, rather than always wanting to introduce something new, build on the ones that are already existing and see how they can make the ones existing work and work efficiently. Because that's a major problem. The moment when you keep having new policies all the time, it affects, you're not able to implement something, and then you keep going to another, and then another. So that's one issue with regards to government policy. But I think largely, for example, government needs to look into how they can, I'm not a government official, but I think government needs to look into how they can bring things like this education loan. As much as people don't want to, people want to politicize it, I think it's a very fantastic idea. It's even better than the ones we have abroad, because in this case now there are no interest on what you get. So that shows government is investing in education. If you go abroad, you would see that the government loans are interest based, such that students eventually abscond, or graduates eventually abscond, that they don't want to pay back. But that of one that we have in Nigeria, it's interest free, so everyone is able to take it. The only thing I just also want to what I feel about that is that government probably needs to expand it to private institutions, so that students in private universities, we know for sure that our federal institutions cannot accommodate that. So some would obviously have to go to private institutions. So government policies need to be sincere. They need to be straightforward. There are so many policies. So one thing I just think government can do is to probably introduce postgraduate loans. Maybe someone who has completed NYSC within the last 18 months to 24 months can access such loan. If you don't get something for you, that would propel people to do something more interesting for themselves or more productive for themselves, especially during NYSC. So that orientation will be already in place, where people understand the fact that you don't need to run after white collar jobs. You can get a loan up to interest free, up to about 5 to 10 million to start a business. And you pay it within a span of 20 years or 10 years, the like. So when people are able to access these credit facilities, then it shows that we are investing in education. We're not politicizing that. Because for me, again, I would emphasize the fact that I see the education loan of the current administration as an investment in education. But the economic situation obviously would tell another story on how much
Thank you so much, Doctor. The economic situation is one of the reasons why a lot of graduates and postgraduate students even intend having some of their studies abroad. Do you agree with me, sir?
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
It's even more expensive to study abroad. So if you are financially underpinned, how in Nigeria, how do you want to get funding to study abroad? The only thing I see that are quite more accessible is the scholarship facilities or scholarship opportunities.
Which was the point I'm trying to actually come up to.
Especially at postgraduate level.
I want to ask about the role of private sector partnership in strengthening tertiary education funding and innovation. Because what I'm referencing to is a scholarship scheme which a lot of Nigerians, Africans keyed into. So what should be the role of private sector partnership in strengthening tertiary education?
I first of all, you see, I'm a pro-Nigerian. And for me, for example, I personally always, first of all, see the good in things before seeing the bad in it. If you look at TED Fund, for example, a lot of private organizations pay about 1% of their income to fund TED Fund. I think that's a huge sacrifice on the private level. We also have organizations, even though they are government, like PTDF and a host of other ones, that are investing in postgraduate education, sponsoring children abroad. I just read in the newspapers, I think today or yesterday, that government scholarship for people to study abroad is
for oil and gas.
Yes, these are facilities. These are opportunities for people to get. It's not because our education in Nigeria is not good. Education needs. That's what it needs. That's what is called education itself. Not just sitting in one place and thinking you can see the world. You can't. You need to go to places to see. So the other thing I just feel private organizations can then further do, because we have a lot of non-governmental organizations abroad that are also probably invested in education. They give scholarships, have a collaboration with the different departments, and offer them, for example, 1 or 2 slots of scholarship, and then allow these graduates fully funded scholarships, whereby you will get your fees paid and you get a monthly stipend or allowance. These things help students to thrive. Because, for example, I know that I don't need to run looking for a job again at this point, because I get stipends and I get my fees paid. So I need to sit down to do research. At that point, I'll be innovative. At that point, I'll be productive, because my mind is no longer divided and my attention is focused towards being innovative and productive in the sector.
That's right, Doctor. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, still on this same conversation, do you think Nigeria currently have the political will to sustain long-term investment in education beyond policy statements?
Yes, I agree that Nigeria has. There's the political will, but we also need to realize the fact that money is never enough. Burna Boy sang Dangote still wants to get more money. Why is Dangote getting into the oil business if he doesn't want more money? You get the point now. Money is never enough. So there's no amount government will invest in education that will ever be enough. There's no amount they will invest in health. There's no amount they will invest in security that it will ever be enough. I just think that what we have can be judiciously managed. We also need to do a scale of preference, because, for example, people ask about the Nigerian and the international education, how you compare from the teachers or lecturers' perspective. Far, quite interesting. I don't see, the only thing I see that is a problem in the Nigerian education for the lecturer's perspective is how much we earn. Even with the 40% increase, it's still not enough if you compare it to what is being earned abroad. Out of that, maybe the second thing could be facilities in terms of sophisticated equipment or up-to-date equipment. Out of that, I wouldn't even lie to you, Nigeria isn't doing bad.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I see that you are a very great ambassador of the country. You want to capitalize on that point?
Yes,
please go ahead.
So, just to pick up from where he said, the point of the political will point is critical, and I'll tell you why. Nigeria has beautiful policies, and I think we've been good with policies over time. And I'm saying beyond now, across board, education, on the health sector, you go into the books and you begin to see beautiful policies. But when it comes to political will and implementation, that is where we've always been getting it wrong. And I'll look at it from this angle. There's policy that captures, I mean, we know the UB, Universal Basic Education Policy, we know the entire process. We know, even beyond, like you said, money is not just about money, but actively, I think, is the will. And I'll take it from beyond the federal government. Let's look at the state government. Let's look at the local government. What is the commitment to the policies on education? What is the commitment to ensuring, and I'll give practical examples now. What is the commitment to ensuring that our schools are in good shape? Public schools now, primary and secondary. At least let's start from the basics. What is the commitment to ensure that they are not just funded, but they are provided the basic amenities that are needed? I was privileged to have served in a public secondary school during NYSC days. And because I got into the system with a passion to, or with a vision to, within 11 months, contribute my own quota and do something significant that would maybe influence or impact lives greatly, I decided to start going from schools to schools within the local government, about 14 schools across, beyond my own primary assignment, place of primary assignment. You know what I saw? I saw neglect. I saw abuse, and I'm talking of a state in Southwest here. I saw abuse of the basics of education, where students are not just permitted to just stay in class, are sent out to do menial things for teachers. You saw students who really do not even know the essence for which they were in school. You see teachers who feel that, okay, it's just the normal thing. And then you see facilities that are, in some cases, not in existence. Students sitting on floors, and you say, is it the parents or the students? And these are public that are supposed to provide these basic facilities. And some of those facilities have been abandoned for about 15, 20 years. So my point is that there is a local government chairman that captures. You can say, it's not the priority of the local government, but there's also a state government. There's an education board across all states. And I can tell you, that's just an example of what is happening across all our local government, many in Nigeria and states in Nigeria. So it is beyond the policy. It is even beyond the budget allocation and things. It is actually the will to see that every aspect of this policy are implemented. There's a song, just to mention Burna Boy, there's a song that I like, Beautiful Nubia Stable Stone. There's a line in that, so it says, the average man doesn't ask for too much. He only wants what you and I want. A safe place to lay his head at night. Is that too much to ask? He wants his children to go to good school so they can also become somebody. He's not asking for so much. The fundamental need is free, and that is what the policy, and that's why I say we have beautiful policy. Free, universal, basic education. It says it's free, compulsory, and universal. That's what the policy says. Beautiful. But when is the implementation, and what is the extent of it? That's within that same framework, we have 16 million out of school children, the highest in the world. That is really bad. And you see that what is the difference between the policy and the reality? It is the political will. So I think that it is a voice that needs to get out to our leaders across board, and you can't force it on them. That's why we also have to look into the vision of those that become our leaders, from state to federal.
So education should go beyond policy statement. It should be a collective responsibility that should be implemented. I think that's a very great way to end this particular conversation. Well, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll turn our attention to the National Orientation Agency, NOA, and the network of book clubs and reading culture promoters in Nigeria as they move to strengthen reading culture among Nigerians. Please stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are glad to have you with us again. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, and the Network of Book Club and Reading Culture Promoters in Nigeria, NBRP, have pledged to strengthen efforts aimed at promoting a reading culture across the country. The commitment was made when a delegation of the NBRP paid a courtesy visit to the NOA headquarters in Abuja. Speaking on behalf of the Director General of the agency, Lanre Issa Onilu, the Director of Communication and Media, Bala Musa, said the agency remains committed on education, values reorientation, and positive behavioral change, particularly among young Nigerians who represent the nation's future. It disclosed that the NOA has developed a national values charter approved by the Federal Executive Council to clearly define the core values expected of Nigerians. As part of effort to institutionalize the charter, citizenship studies have been incorporated into the curriculum of primary and secondary schools, while discussions are ongoing with the National Universities Commission to introduce a similar framework in universities. In his remarks, the Abuja coordinator of the NBRP, Loye Olowo-Okere, said the organization's commitment is committed to encouraging Nigerians to adopt reading as a daily habit, stressing that reading is essential for intellectual development, lifelong learning, and national progress. Now, still with me to unpack this conversation is Oluwafemi Owoyele. Oluwafemi Owoyele is the Managing Director of Swift Sense Branding Limited. He is also a strategic communications professional, a publisher and social impact leader with strong expertise in branding, knowledge production, and public engagement. And virtually, I have Dr. Abdulgafar Olawale Arikewuyo. Dr. Abdulgafar is a media scholar, a lecturer and researcher whose work sits at the intersection of journalism, media psychology, interpersonal communication, and emerging digital culture management, as well as audience engagement. Doctor, thank you so much for joining me on the program once again. All right, let me just ask, Doctor, what impact can a strong reading culture have on literacy level and national development in Nigeria?
Impact, undescribable indeed. A reading mind is a wide mind. A reading mind is a bold mind, and a reading mind is a confident mind. And I'll tell you why I say this. When you read, the more you read, the more you know. I tell a lot of my students that before you can write well, you need to read well. So you see, the foundation of even being able to write is in reading. Before you speak well, if you look at some vocabularies that a lot of people use when they speak, it shows that they are well read. So reading is undescribable, and the reading culture, reading habits, globally. I don't like it when people talk about Africa or when people talk about Nigeria. No, it's a global problem. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's not peculiar to Africa. The global reading habit these days is dwindling, is declining. However, you would see that many times the generation before us, they had this or the generation before digitization, let me put it that way, they had this very, very beautiful reading culture. These days, even when you're in the bus, you're traveling to some places and all of that, you see many of our parents either having a novel on their hand, a book, or a newspaper, worst case scenario, that they're reading. They just want to read rather than doom scrolling on their mobile phones. They prefer to read either the newspaper, read something, read a journal, read an article, read something that would even broaden their horizon and broaden their minds. So for development to thrive, you need to read. And all of this lies in the fact that I believe you'll come there maybe as we progress. All of this lies in the fact that digitization is one of the major causes of all of these problems.
So, Doctor, you mentioned that for development to thrive, reading must be prioritized. So, in a digital age, how can reading habits be sustained among youth who prefer social media content?
So you see, I think the problem is not the digitization itself, it's the user. Let's not blame the fact that we have technology that makes our life easy. A lot of people talk about, for example, ChatGPT and the likes now. Many of those, we associate all of the problems to all of these facilities. No, it's not the facilities, it's the user that is the problem. How do you use it well? So when we read more, when we read well, we, for example, are able to understand history. I read recently, since we're talking about education, that history has been brought back to the
curriculum,
school curriculum.
It was reintroduced.
I was disgusted when they took off history. As much as I personally don't like to read about dates, for example, in terms of examining and all of that, I enjoy reading history because when you know history, you know why what is happening today is happening and what is likely going to happen tomorrow. So history helps you to understand today and predict tomorrow. And that is what reading literally does for you. So when you are able to read, you know, for example, we're talking about different government policies now. We're talking about dwindling education in the society now. It all boils down to the fact that we don't have a reading society. So what digitization actually was doing was to make reading more accessible. For example, rather than me carrying a huge book while I'm walking or while I'm going or traveling on a trip, I can have my reading facility on my mobile phone. So rather than doom scrolling, I can be reading on my phone. It has even been made easier now that you also have audiobooks. Why are people not keying into all of that? I personally understand that reading could be boring, but it depends on how much. Yes, that's why I said it could be boring. But it depends on how much pleasure you derive into it. So the more you do something consistently, then you begin to enjoy it. The more you understand why you are reading. It's because a lot of people don't even know why they're reading. They prefer to rather just keep doom scrolling and doing all of those naughty things on social media that affects their productivity.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Let me just come to the studio, Oluwafemi. How do you think universities can contribute to promoting reading beyond academic knowledge? And then what 10 benefits can Nigeria gain from nurturing a culture of reading?
Okay, so I think the university higher institutions generally have a responsibility. First, we must not deny the fact that they have brought in or they have received from the general education system students who have different levels of commitment to reading. And at that level, they know that they are the final arbiter transforming them to who they should become in the society. So I think the very first thing is to understand that the essence of reading itself is not for examination and just to pass examination. If we change that orientation at that level of the university first, that we are here to make people, we are here to shape individuals, we are here to invest in human capital beyond just reading for examination, then we can start from there. So the very first thing I would say maybe the universities can consider is to rejig our curriculum or curricula generally, is to rejig it, to look at what is valuable, what is easy to, not easy to read as it were, but what students can learn and bring into today's world. Whether we like it or not, we need to accept the fact that our curriculum across universities, some of them are actually outdated for today's world, for the demands of today. So the very first thing that I would say, like I said, is to look at that material and rejig it, begin to see how we can make reading itself interesting. Number one. Number two, we may also need to improve on, there's one thing to have access, there's another thing about materials itself. We may also need to improve on our materials. What is the state of our university library? Is it attractive? Is it somewhere you would want to go anytime to get information? Or does it even inspire you towards reading? But imagine a well-equipped library instituted by a university, well-funded, digitized, with access to materials, with internet facility. And so naturally that becomes an attraction too and makes reading enjoyable, because like Doctor said earlier, we cannot deny the reality of today. A lot of things have moved digital. Do we have audio books provision? Maybe in our library, you go to the library, you open the system and you begin to access material, not just by reading, but you can actually watch video materials, you can listen. Thirdly rather, I think it is also high time we began to embrace the culture of today. And what I mean by that is also that we are not just teaching students to memorize and then to deliver exams, but on what they can do with what they know. So you are not reading to pass exam. You are reading to create a solution. You are reading to develop maybe with a group. We are adapting reading to the reality. And also, let us have a reward system. It's one of the things that inspires reading. And when I say reward system, I'm not necessarily saying, if you read well and you pass well, this is what you get. But you are putting people together to create solutions based on what they've read. And maybe, for example, you have a book club as part of the university curriculum. And then you guys do work on this project and come up with a solution. And this is the reward. So if you can put the reward system also in place, it can also enhance. So there's a lot to do, both from the government and
individuals. Thank you so much, Oluwafemi Owoyele. Oluwafemi Owoyele is the managing director of Swift Sense Branding Limited. He's also a strategic communications professional, a publisher, and a social impact leader with strong expertise in branding, knowledge production, and public engagement. Thank you so much for coming to Edu Dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Dr. Abdulgafar Olawale Arikewuyo is a media scholar, a lecturer, a researcher whose work sits at the intersection of journalism, media psychology, interpersonal communication, and emerging digital culture management, as well as audience engagement. Doctor, thank you so much for making our time to join us on the program.
It's my pleasure coming. Thank you for having me.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
Anytime.
Thank you, Doctor. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abioduola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching VOP TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o,
olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is C Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. You see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, view. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that now.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has opened application for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund Overseas Scholarship Scheme, offering Nigerian postgraduate students the chance to study in the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Malaysia. This announcement was made on X by the special advisor to the president on social media, Dada Olusegun. Further information on the scholarship board's website noted that the scheme is open to MSc and PhD candidates in disciplines relevant to the oil and gas sector. It added that beneficiaries will receive full support, including tuition, return air tickets, accommodation and living expenses, health insurance, and bench fee where applicable. Meanwhile, all applicants are required to have their national identity number, and while multiple application or submission of falsified documents will result in automatic disqualification. The University of Lagos, UNILAG, has graduated a total of 16,506 students at its 56th convocation ceremony. Out of this number, 10,584 students received first degrees and diplomas, with 617 graduating with first-class honors. The Best Graduating Student Award went to Chukwuzubelu Benedict Umeozo of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Department of Business Administration, who received a perfect 5.0 CGPA. The overall Best PhD Thesis Award was won by Aruno Egbuno Abubakar of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. The convocation lecture, titled Maximizing Nigeria's Demographic Dividend Through Urgent Education Reform of Global Competitiveness in the 21st Century, was delivered by Orondam Otto, the founder of Slum to School Africa. During the ceremony, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, charged the graduates to uphold excellence, integrity, and make meaningful contributions to national development. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has ordered the immediate relocation of pupils from Odokekere High School in Ikorodu after a classroom block collapsed during lessons. Officials say that fortunately, no lives were lost. The Special Committee on Rehabilitation of Public School, SCRPS, confirmed that the collapsed block had already been marked for demolition. It was scheduled to be replaced with a new building to accommodate the pupils' growing population. Meanwhile, SCRPS Chairman Hakeem Smith led an on-the-spot assessment and assured that construction of an ultra-modern classroom block will begin immediately. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored why education is never a gamble, as Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima affirmed that investing in education is not a risk, but a deliberate commitment to the nation's long-term growth and stability. We've also highlighted efforts to strengthen reading habits across the country, as the National Orientation Agency and the network of book club and reading culture promoters in Nigeria move to promote a stronger reading culture among Nigerians. From investing in learning to cultivating a culture of reading, it's clear that conversations like this are essential for shaping informed, empowered citizens and building a stronger education system. For more insights and in-depth conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports, events coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education empowers the mind to think critically and act responsibly. Bye for now.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It does mean that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part time, part time, part time. World
Op-eds, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, I heard People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. No one can defeat Tinubu in 2027, says Atiku's son. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Kano governor explained why he defected to APC. Of course, Abba Yusuf has explained that his decision to defect from the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, to the All Progressive Congress was driven by the overall interest, stability, and development of Kano State, and not by personal political ambition. Right, let's see how that particular one will turn out, because presently, Kano is even hotter than Rivers State as we speak. And then from that particular one, APC says it can't stop politicians from defecting to the party. The All Progressive Congress has stated that it cannot prevent politicians from joining the party, describing recent defections as a reflection of confidence in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The APC National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, emphasized that the party welcomes new members and won't act as a bearer to those seeking join. Okay, and Moka also dismissed concerns over the growing number of governors joining the APC, including recent defection of Kano State Governor, saying they are aligning themselves with a reassuring and, of course, resurging Nigeria under Tinubu's led administration. He also said that they should forget about fears of one-party states, citing Nigerians' past experience with similar political dominance without undermining democracy. And away from that particular one, Senate proposes tougher penalties for votes buying ahead of 2027 polls. The Senate has actually proposed penalties for vote buying and other electoral offenses ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to the Senate leader, Okoyemi Bamidele, the proposed law introduces electronically generated voter identification and mandates presiding officers to transmit polling unit results electronically. we just hope that this particular one would work, because we understand what this means for the Senate. So imagine a senator who knows that he or she might not win, their senatorial district. Do you think that they wouldn't damn more consequences to actually go otherwise? We saw what happened in Anambra. We saw all of the just concluded elections. So let's just hope that this particular one would come to stay, and it will stay permanently. All right. I am dangerous now, 10 times bigger than when I was governor. This is coming from the man who could not give the exact amount for 1 kilometer, as regards to the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Road. I'm talking about David Umahi. Minister of Works David Umahi has boasted that his political influence and status have grown far beyond what they were when he served as governor of Ebonyi State. Speaking at a political gathering, Umahi said, "I am 10 times bigger than when I was governor, and I'm very dangerous now. God has blessed the Umahi family beyond wealth, and we are capable of funding anything." I love that particular one. I think it's high time that the ICPC, the EFCC, keeps all of these particular words of our politicians, in the archive, or look into it. Perhaps open a fresh file. For you to actually say you are 10 times bigger, 10 times more powerful, now your family has so much beyond wealth, and there is nothing you cannot acquire. Where did you get all of this money from? That's the question. You were called to serve, and upon the appointment as a minister, so are you saying that you have been amassing wealth to your family instead of doing the roads that we've been begging you to? Well, let's leave it at that. But hopefully, I know the APC or this particular government would know how to do a damage control as regards to that conversation when once it starts making more rounds on social media. National Assembly to scrutinize 2026 budget, review constitution. The National Assembly will resume plenary session today to scrutinize President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 58.47 trillion 2026 appropriation bill and review the 1999 Constitution. The Senate leader, Senator Okoyemi, said upper and lower chamber would expedite work on the review of the Constitution with a target to complete it by the first quarter of 2026. And of course, let's come here to the Kanu's quarter again. Kanu governor's APC defection to cost him 2027 ex-presidential aide, a political and of course a former presidential aide, Dr. Umar Ado, has warned that Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf risks political defeat in the 2027 general elections if he defects from the new Nigerian People's Party, of course, which he has done that. And Ado said that the governor would actually, face so much, and it would be a very big mistake for him if he dares to do this particular thing that he has done today, and politically that he has betrayed Kwankwaso. Okay, everyone has just been talking about the betrayer here, and I don't know if for a predecessor to bring out a successor, I don't know if there is always an agreement and all of this particularity that makes it look like a betrayer. These people were actually voted in to serve and not to work for just one man. All right, let's move on from there. Workers planned a nationwide strike over sachet alcohol ban. Employees of companies are producing sachet alcohol, and of course our civil society organization have threatened to stage a nationwide protest if the ban of sachet alcohol beverages and PET bottles below 200 ml is not reversed. The workers under the aegis of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association and National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees protested at the NAFDAC office in Lagos on Monday. All right, this is actually for the good of people, but of course, they also talked about if the ban actually happens, then so many of them will be out of job. So we have to just look into this particular one again. Court orders FCT workers to suspend strike. The National Industrial Court of Nigeria in Abuja has granted an interlocutory injunction compelling workers under the Joint Union Action Committee to suspend their ongoing strike. The court ruled that the workers' right to industrial action is not absolute and must cease pending the determination of the case. And of course, the last but never the least, our national grid has also collapsed again for the second time. And this is marking a very poor start for the nation. The power generation dropped to 39 megawatts at 11 a.m. Today, being Tuesday, and down from 3,825 megawatts as of 10 a.m. We just hope that this particular one, would be better again. Our national grid keeps collapsing, and we keep asking the Ministry of Power that same question: what is happening to our electricity? Okay, and right out to the Kano's conversation, Ganduje assures Yusuf of APC ticket victory in 2027. I just hope that this particular assurance will be serious about, it will be serious, because it's not just about the assurance, it's about the victory. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're taking the conversation here and talking about Kano State, talking about defections in Nigeria, and of course talking about our politicians today. No one can defeat Tinubu in 2027 elections, and this is actually coming from Atiku's son. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Abba Atiku, son of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has joined the All Progressive Congress and, of course, declared that no political party can stop President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from winning the 2027 general elections. Abba made the announcement after collecting his APC membership card in Yola, Adamawa State. Abba Atiku cited President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's far-reaching economic and human development reforms as the reason for his decision to join the APC. Abba expressed confidence that Tinubu would win the 2027 presidential election, praising his achievement in infrastructure and human capital. Of course, Abba's elder brother, Adamu Atiku, remains a member of the People's Democratic Party and serves as Commissioner for Works and Energy Development in Adamawa State. When I'm being joined by Mr. Dede Fadimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good evening, Silvio.
I have been laughing because I have so much to discuss with you today when it comes to our Nigerian political space. But of course, before I come to you, let me go. Join us virtually. We have Adekunle Lukman Adefolahon, public and policy analyst. You're welcome, Adekunle. Are you there?
Thank you and good evening for having me today.
It's nice having you again. And I love the fact that, I don't know if you're still in the North, but of course, I know that you and I have actually been in the North for quite some time. So it will be better for us to talk about the Northern politics today as well. All right, let me kick off from the studio. Yeah, let me kick off from the studio before I come to you. All right. So, sir, Mr. Delifanimo, I want to ask you this question. You know, one of the APC, former APC chieftain actually said nobody should take Atiku's son serious and APC should be careful of him. That was one of the statements. But, you know, I remember that Obasanjo did not allow his son to support, you know, Buhari, but his son went ahead, you know, to say he would support. But of course, Obasanjo was not, you know, on the ballot. But this time around, a father being on, you know, the ballot, or is likely that it would be there, and a son moving from the PDP to the APC and not the ADC. What does that tell us? And now, domino consequence for him to actually say that it would be Tinubu and not any other person. What do you have to say as regards to this?
Well, history will always repeat itself. And there's nothing a politician would do today that would steer away from what has happened in the past. You see, this thing is a game, and it's not lost on those of us that understand how politics play out in Nigeria. What Atiku and his son is playing out is a rehash of what the Dosunmu brothers did in the days of UPN, MPN. It's also a rehash war of Gbemisola and Bukola Saraki in Kwara. So they're not doing anything new. And I've always said one thing, that Atiku may not be trusted after all. You see, some of these people, when they come in the open and begin to chastise themselves and begin to play politics, behind the curtains, they have a meeting point. You will see that Atiku only picks on the minute to criticize this government. And so if his son is moving to the other side, what does that tell you? It shows that at the end of the election, there won't be victor, there won't be vanquished. If at the end of the election in 2027, and Tinubu wins, will he not do something for the son, for defying his father? And where are those things going back to?
Still going back to the father.
Atiku family. That's the game.
No, but I need to ask a very sensitive question.
And don't forget, before you ask the question, Atiku's son is an adult.
Of course, which was what the father said, that, and of course, he believes in democracy, anybody can decide. Yes, but that's why I need to ask this particular question, which we should all look into. If your other son decides to leave the PDP and he moved to the APC, not believing in your political mission or vision, and your other son remains in PDP and has not defected to your ADC, is that not saying a lot as regards to even the people surrounding him not wanting him to actually contest again after, you know, series of contesting of different elections, and he's not winning?
I have told you, there's nothing new about what this man is doing. It's not a deviation from what political dynasties do. Win or lose. When Bukola Saraki became governor of Kwara State, did he run Gbemisola out of Kwara? The Dosunmu brothers, once one wins, everybody will keep quiet and life goes on. It's just a lesson for us that are dying for one particular candidate against the other. You will now know that nobody fights at the top there.
Okay.
It's very cool.
Okay.
Very cool.
Very cool. Okay. Let me take it virtually now. Adekunle, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. So let's kick off with our northern caliphate, as they usually call it back then. Something happened, you know, in Kano State. I remember I think last week you joined the show last week where we had some conversation that has to do with Kwankwaso, and you made some assertion as regards to Kwankwaso not having the strong block anymore, you know, unlike before. But what we've been seeing, over 24 hours and 48 hours, we've been seeing all of his blogs, the political blogs, coming to him and, rallies here and there, and everybody just, are consoling him and telling him that they are solidly behind him in Kano State. Abba Yusuf has decided to leave, and Ganduje is promising him victory, but every other person is saying otherwise. What do you think would happen? Is NNPP still going to be strong in Kano, or APC would actually sweep off everywhere in 2027?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. If you look at what is happening in Kano, it's not new. The same thing happened when Malam Shekaro was governor and Kwankwasia movement decided to work against that structure that time. And Malam Shekaro, being a teacher with people believing in him, dusted Kwankwasia team under AMPP that time. So for Kwankwaso still thinking that because his loyalists are resigning from the State Executive Council, promising him their allegiance, that will not take him anywhere. I can tell you that for free. I think the dynamics in Kano is completely different. Completely different because the Kwankwasia movement has been cracked. It has been cracked. The movement has been cracked.
Yeah, please go ahead.
By the defection of Habagida.
Okay.
However, Ganduje's factor, remember last week I said that Ganduje factor is going to play a role, as well as Ado Bayero's role as well too.
Yeah.
Because, and apart from that, there are other silent issues in Kano. Don't forget that the overflow from Kano and Jigawa is another factor as well too.
Yeah.
We have the former Jigawa State Governor, Lamido in yes. Jigawa State, who have influence in Kano politics, despite Jigawa being created out of Kano. The Emir of Duse, who is also a cousin brother, Sanusi, to the Emir of Kano, that factors will still play a role. So the only thing APC can do is to improve good governance to Kano people. All these governors are decamping because they want to benefit from the national cake beyond what they are benefiting now. There is nothing new that Abba Gida will do that has not happened in Kano. It happened under Shekaro when he was in ANPP. They dusted PDP, despite Kwankwaso being one of the major figures in PDP. So the same thing will repeat itself. So also, if you look at what is happening in Adamawa State about the Atiku song, like my colleagues in the studio said, it's not new. Fatima Atiku was a commissioner of health in Adamawa State under ACN APC.
Yeah.
Under Bindo. And I don't know why people are giving this special consideration. Is it because it's the son? Fatima Atiku was a commissioner of health. So that the children of politicians are decamping, I don't think it's special. And that nobody can defeat Tinubu, I think that is his personal belief, because he's going to vote once. And if you look at where they come from in Adamawa State, Jada, that's the Adamawa North, which I believe they don't have control over the Adamawa South. Then you are talking of Song, you are talking of Michika, you are talking of Gulag, you are talking of Mubi North and Mubi South. So what he's saying is just to him. That is not what will happen on the field. But they know why they are doing all this decamping, supporting the current government, because it's also for economic gain and relevant. Because if you look at Atiku system now, it's not like before. It's not the Atiku that we used to know, even in terms of investment. Go to Adamawa, go to Yola. Go and see some of his investment. It's not like before. Look at the Intel. Under Buhari regime, they finished him at the Nigerian Port Authority. So they are also decamping for economic gain and relevant until the current governor signal where he's going to. That is when Adamawa politics can now get that shape. And don't forget that in the Northeast, Atiku is still relevant,
of course,
irrespective of the party that Atiku goes to. So the 6 states in the Northeast is like the way Baba Saraki then used to handle Kwara, Kogi in the North Central. Do you get it? So when Atiku was the PDP, the Northeast states, they were all dusted by PDP. Even for the first time in Yobe State, APC find it very difficult, despite the immediate interim chairman, the current governor of Yobe State, Malabuni, was from that state. PDP cleared the state. So the dynamics of our election in 2027 will not be the same as 2023, except the government change their strategy and pattern by giving Nigerians good governance. Because I don't know how you are going to convince Nigerians that national grid collapsed 3 times in a month in 2026. So it means we are not there yet. So now talking about transmission of electrical voting, we are not there. Infrastructure-wise, we are not there. So it means when we are voting on the 2027, is this how national grid will collapse? And INEC will tell us that they had glitches. So I think what we need to do is basic. Let Nigerians feel the impact of governance. And government that is owing contractor 4 trillion naira, indigenous contractor. Look at what happened at Ministry of Finance last 2 weeks or last week. Look at what happened yesterday at FCDA, Federal Capital Development Agency, with Wike. The FCDA are on strike now because government is owing them.
The government, the court have actually asked them to suspend the strike.
That is court. In the court will only pronounce. The association will still go back to their members because they have rights. How can you be owing people money and you are commissioning roles? Commissioning roles for who? People that are hungry? People that are hungry? Commissioning roles within the city center. People at the suburb. What they are doing, what Wiki has been doing is within the city center. We are having election of area council by February 21 in FCT. Can they come out to come and campaign to Nigerians? Can they come out to come and tell people who to vote for? Election is less than a month than FCT. We have not seen any one of them canvassing for vote because they know that they are not doing the right thing. Last year, our children stay at home for more than 2 terms. And they are busy commissioning roads, commissioning bridges. For who? When people are hungry? So let APC government or PDP or anyone, even ADC, let them come and campaign in FCT. Election is less than a month. By Saturday 21st, next month, we are having election, area council in the 6th area council. They can't come out to come and canvass vote for people because they don't have nothing to show. We are having senator as if we don't have senator in FCT. How many area council our senators have visited in FCT? What are the projects he's doing? Senator Iretiki Gibe, what is he doing? We have 2 House of Reps members, one for North, one for South in FCT. What are they done? So 2027 election will be completely different from the way people are looking at it because Nigerians will come out with full force because they are not happy. You are enriching governors and citizens are suffering. Citizens are suffering. You have removed subsidy, the gain of subsidy. Ordinary Nigerians are not getting it. So what are we saying?
Okay.
So the dynamic will not be the same thing in 2027.
Okay. So I just have to clear there's something you said here as regards to Ireti Kingibe, the senator representing the FCT. You would agree with me that she's a minority member in the Senate, and you know what that particular one means. I've been following our plenary
what happened to our constituency project? Constituency project is more of opportunity for her. We have been having senators before her that are in minority. Aduda was in minority under Buhari regime.
But guess what? The same Aduda you are saying today that it was a minority, I have 1,001 people in Abuja as at that time because I was in Lokogoma, and they were also saying that Aduda never did anything for them.
It also depends on the perspective they are looking at.
Okay,
when
that's not the conversation. That's not the conversation today.
Council. There is no area council.
Okay.
When Aduda was chairman committee on power, there is no area council in FCT out of the 6 that didn't get benefit of brand new transformers. Rural identification projects were assigned across this area council. So you know the problem with AMAC, Lokogoma is under AMAC, is that the issue of rivalry between the chairman of the AMAC and the FCT minister, the state FCT minister then happened that time. But now, Iletekilibe is in opposition. She will have used that opportunity to let the citizen and resident of FCT know what she's doing. This is a woman that she's not engaging anybody.
Okay.
She's not engaging.
Let's come back home. Let's come back home now. All right, let's come back to the situation we're talking about as regards to Atiku's son saying, and this is not just about Atiku's son. Don't forget that before Atiku's son even made this comment, the Minister of Tourism, also Anatu, also mentioned this same statement that no one can actually win President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. But if you look at all of their statements, it is always coming as whenever they are praising his achievement, they will talk about infrastructure and human capital development. And here you are. You've given us 1,001 reasons saying that you don't think that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has really done so much that would make people, want to vote in the 2027 general elections. But following what Atiku's son has said so far, and of course, regardless of his father being on the ballot or would be on the ballot, of course, we don't know what will happen in their primaries. But if I may ask you, do you think that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election is really sure, or is it the ADC that you think would actually have it, if you want to make your projection?
It's not sure for APC, my dear brother, except opposition didn't know what they are doing. Because is it the Calabar Superhighway that people of Akwa Ibom and Cross have started going against it? I was at a campaign last week that they are saying they are calling for government to divert the project because it's going to encroach into national reserve. So building road for who? For themselves. Look at the suffering people are suffering on Abuja, Lokoja, Kano, Kaduna Road. Since last year, giving contract to contractors that are not capable. Go and look at the work that another company doing around when you are going towards airport junction.
Yeah.
Go and see the work they are doing there. Go and see the level of the work they are doing there compared to what Minister of Works is doing, what Nigerians are suffering. Yesterday, many people got home after 12 to 1 along Kaduna Abuja Road. So it is so funny that this government is just telling Nigerians what is not. You have removed subsidy. Can you account for the gain of subsidy? Can you let Nigerians benefit from the gain of subsidy? Indigenous contractor came out to say they are owing them 4 trillion naira. Many of them borrowed money from banks. They need to pay interest. Some have started disposing their property. Some indigenous contractors are now battling with health challenges. Is that not a disgrace to the government that said they are working, that want to come and seek for election in 2027 when you are owing? Imagine if 50% of that money should be paid to the indigenous contractor. Could you imagine the effect on ordinary Nigerians if you pay 2 trillion to indigenous contractor and promise them or pay them later? How can you owe indigenous contractor but you are paying foreign contractors their own money?
Okay.
Is that not shame?
All right. Thank you so much, Adekunle. You've really, said so much in just a few minutes. And you just gave me a nostalgic feeling as regards to the Kaduna Abuja Road. I know how many hours. It was just meant to be about 2 hours, the same as a train, right? For us to get from Kaduna to Abuja. But we actually ran at some point in 2021 to always use the train until the bandits also attacked the train. And of course, a train would, fall off the rail and all of that. And I just remember that it has just been, back and forth. You do train or you run back to the road And either ways, it is still the same. I know what it feels like, but we just hope that the government would look into this particular one before the 2027 general election. But you would agree with me that all of these men are not even talking about any other thing again than the elections. That's what they've been talking about basically. But let's come back to the studio as we try to wrap up the conversation here. Mr. Afanimo, you heard everything that Adekunle has been saying. He's really, really angry with all of the, our Nigerian politicians, because I know what it feels like. So many people just, make this assertion that North is really, enjoying from the government. But for people, I know you've also, been there several times and you've lived there as well. For people who have lived there, you would know that so much is not coming to the real people that are living in the North. It is just for the elite. But I would like to ask you, what are the key challenges, facing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election bid? And aside from that particular one, Tiku's son talked about electoral reforms that the president has done, while he was praising him. So I want to ask, what economic reform has President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, implemented to impact Nigeria that we can actually say, oh, because he has done this, he has done this, he has done this, he deserves to actually win again?
You see, first, Tinubu removed subsidy. And when I hear some people talk about the removal of subsidy, I begin to wonder if we are truly sincere to ourselves. All the three major candidates in 2003 election agreed to the removal of subsidy. I'm sure if Peter Obi had become president at that time, he would be bold enough to remove the subsidy.
But I don't think it should have been immediately.
He would do it immediately. I'm telling you. The only person that may not want to do it immediately because of certain interests he might want to protect is probably Atiku. But it was very glaring that if we didn't remove subsidy, only God knows where we will be today. The dual exchange rate, that by now, maybe our currency would have been worse than that of Zimbabwe if it was not removed. So, for me, I happen to have a friend, a northerner, he's a politician. He said, when we were talking recently, he said the indices for removing a president is still not there. But except when it manifests before the election, that's when you can begin to ask questions as to if the current president would get a second term or not. There is no such massive rumble. We have not seen enemies within the APC in a struggle for power. Enemies were in PDP when Jonathan was contesting in 2015. That's when you have the likes of Saraki, the likes of Lamido, and the rest of them. They formed new PDP. They call it NPDP. And it was glaring that the house was torn. And so it was easy for the aggressor to come in. But as of today, the only party that if you get their ticket and you are sure that if you win an election, it may not be contested on the platter of who signed your form, who did not sign your form. It is only APC.
So, in closing, are you saying that the APC, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will still win this election?
Is going to win this election except something happens.
Okay, except what, please?
Except something happens.
Something like what?
Well, let's wait and see.
Okay.
But because 24 hours is too long a day.
Okay. All right. This is how far we can actually go on this show. We're pressed for time. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele.
Always my pleasure.
And of course, I thank you, Adekunle, for joining the program virtually. I would always want to have more of you, because of, your part of submission that has to come from the northern, quarters there. Thank you so much for being part of the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. And of course, I know you love the world of sports, so you like to stay put. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
to know the happenings in the maritime sector. Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Africa is on the move. a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing a modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi also lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight,
All right, yes, weekend football has come and gone, yes, in the Europe's top 5 leagues and other leagues around the world. But now we are back into the midweek action, and you know, the biggest club competition in European football, that's talking about the UEFA Champions League. Yes, it takes its course this Wednesday, match day 8. Yes, the last match day of the league phase. And of course, different teams will be looking to jostle and get back into the top 8 or even the top 24 so that they can qualify for either the playoffs or straight to the knockout stages. Good evening and welcome to the locker room. Of course, yes, where we discuss all things football. Of course, the beautiful game, Jogo Bonito, everything's happened behind the scene and even on the pitch. Yes, we break it all down here on this show today. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm here to take you through all the ride, of course, for the next 15 minutes thereabouts as we look to dissect this one. And of course, I won't be doing this alone. Of course, I'll be joined by Mayowa pretty soon virtually. And of course, just before we go on, let me let you know that yes, you can follow us on all our social media handles, and of course you can be part of the action. And yes, VOP TV live, and of course VOP TV Plus on YouTube. Make sure you do well to like, comment, and subscribe to the channels, and of course turn on your notification bell so that you won't miss any of the exciting episodes, not only on this show Locker Room, but of course other shows we have on other programs on the platforms. And yeah, where do we start? Yes, it's Champions League weekend, but of course charity, they say, begins at home. Let's start with the Super Eagles, of course still smarting from the AFCON competition right there in Morocco. And of course 5 players, yes, are looking to be set to miss out on the Eric Chell squad for the AFCON qualifiers 2027 because Super Eagles coach Eric Chell has decided to keep 5 players out of his immediate plans following Nigeria's bronze medal finish at AFCON 2025 in Morocco. And the players who may return to the squad in the future, if their club form improves, are currently being rested for the second part of Shell's project. And of course, the 5 players maybe include Zaidu Sanusi, yes, the Porto left back. Of course, remember Zaidu Sanusi, there's something special about him. He used to be one of the best left backs, even in the world, in world football, of course, when he was at Porto. But yeah, the unfortunate ACL injury, made him to miss a lot of action. And when he got back, he couldn't really keep up. That's talking about Zaidu Sanusi. And he lost his spot to Bruno Yemechi. And of course, hasn't regained it, with Olaino also available as an option. And it was Zaidu Sanusi that started, the first game at the AFCON 2025, that game against Tanzania. And of course, Nigerians were looking at, hey, you didn't perform really well. Bruno Emechi came in and he also got, his start. And since then, he made the position his own till the end of the competition. Yes, Mayowa is with us now. Mayowa, Olua Mayowa Alao, of course, yes, that's the full name. And Mayowa, it's good to have you with us. Of course, you've been under the weather. I'm glad that you are back now. And of course, you must be bubbling, yes, with the results over the weekend. Manchester United, the big one, and defeating the tabletoppers Arsenal in their own compound. That's talking about the Emirates Stadium that was looking like a fortress until the Old Trafford outfield, came to town, and also scoring 3 goals against Arsenal. The first time Arsenal will be conceding in how many years? And of course, I'm sure you are smarting from that one. Good evening, Mayowa. It's good to have you back with us on Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. The man that supports the ambitionless club is not around today. I would have loved to, to throw some jabs at him. I have this that behind the scene, but yeah, I know. But he decided to run away. He knew I was coming and decided to run away as usual. before the week runs out, I'm going to catch him.
Of course.
But in any case, I think we can see that back to basic works. There's no need to kill yourself over any philosophy.
Yeah.
There's no need to play a particular pattern. There's no need to, to insist on a particular. Just do the basics. Defend the mass, attack in mass. You don't need to do any positional playing. We saw what he did against Man City. 37% possession, and he ended up winning that game. Against Arsenal, only three half chances, and those 3 half chances resulted in goals. That is what we call effective football. And that is what Ruben Amorim could not do in the last 18 months. I think we saw what he did with Middlesbrough, from relegation to fighting for qualification. Do the same thing with Manchester United. Lack players. I think it was because the coach lacked an idea of how to move the team forward, and and that's the reason why the team suffered. So kudos to Carrick. 2 games, 5 goals. Scored 5, conceded 2. I mean, that's a very fair result. 6 out of 6. Manchester United sitting above Liverpool this season. I mean, you can't write a better story for a Manchester United that has been struggling all season. So I'm really happy. I'm optimistic. And now, probably maybe we should be fighting for the EPL.
Please, I think it's too early to be dreaming like that. Remember, there are still 12 points behind the table toppers. So, but who knows? I mean, it's the Premier League. We've seen drama happen in the Premier League long before now, and who says it can't happen again? But trust me, it's going to take a long journey for Manchester United to even get into the top 2. Not to even talk of trying to win the Premier League. But before we move on, we're still going to discuss Manchester United later, Maiwa. But if with what you've seen, the first 2 games, I mean, this is a certain Michael Carrick that defeated 2 title contenders back to back, Manchester City and Arsenal. Now, according to what you've seen from those 2 games, you can say it's too early, but from those 2 games, should he get the job on a permanent basis?
Well, the thing is this: I don't think the board believes in him. I think they just want to put him as a stopgap measure. I think they are looking at the possibility of bringing a Thomas Tuchel in, and the reason why they will do that is this: they want a Manchester United side that can compete for titles, and there is always an associated risk if you want to do that with a coach that has not won anything. Carrick has not won anything as a coach. And that is the reason why a whole lot of the guys on the board will not want to give him the job.
But they've tried with coaches that have won titles before.
Well, under the new board, maybe Ruben Amorim did something in
their eyes.
Portugal.
Yeah.
Eric Ten Hag did something in England, in Holland.
Yeah.
But the 2 coaches, they failed. They failed woefully. These are not serial winners. These are not in the class of a Pep Guardiola or even a Thomas Tuchel. These are Champions League winner. These are coaches that have won something special in Europe.
Yeah.
So I think those are the kind of managers they are looking at, and that is the reason why they will not give a Michael Carrick the job. That's my number 2. Another thing is this: the moment you give a Michael Carrick a full-time job, the pressure comes in. As it is right now, he's not under any pressure. He's just there to steady the ship, and he's doing the job without being under any pressure. I don't think the board will believe in him because he has not won anything to be able to shape the future of Manchester United. He can steady the ship, but I don't think they will want him to be the one to shape the future of Manchester United because he has not won anything tangible as a coach.
All right, Maiwa, of course, Manchester United, when we start discussing about Manchester United, there is a lot of talking points. But we're still sticking with what we've been discussing, talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the players that maybe didn't have a good performance, at the AFCON. And Eric Shell is looking at it and saying, look, maybe I'm going to have to do away with these players going forward because it's looking like Eric Shell is going to stay with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, he wants to build on, he wants to improve on the top place finish finish at the AFCON. So maybe these players is looking at them and say, look, I might drop you and try to bring in, someone new. We saw what he did with a certain Benjamin Frederick, and it's looking like a mainstay. So Zaidu Sanusi, I mentioned earlier, he has lost his spot to Bruno Emechi, and it's looking like going forward, Bruno Emechi is going to be Nigeria's starting left back. And I'm also moving on to Chidera Ejuke. This one is actually a bit, maybe a bit funny to me because, he failed to meet defensive demands against Tunisia and only played a substitute role in the third place game. Should he be discarded? I'm talking about Chidera Ejuke now. Should he be discarded by Eric Shell, or should he still be a mainstay in the Super Eagles team? Because it looks like anytime he's brought on, to attack, not to defend. He's a left winger. To attack, I think he offers more, trying to get past defenders and getting the ball to the final third. I think he offers more than Samuel Chukwueze. What do you think about Chidera Ejuke looking to be, left over or left back by a certain Eric Shell?
Well, the thing is very simple. I think I want this kind of attitude. Even the Zaidu Sanusi that we're talking about, if he steps up today and proves himself again, then he should get a fair shot at the national team. There's a particular Francis Zoho that everybody did not talk. Yes, a lot of people will say he did not play in the Nations Cup. What appearance does he have, and the rest of that, whatever it is. However, his performance brought him back to the national team. I think if the coach did not say anything that will probably, justify him being the national team, he will not be there. Zaidu Sanusi was awful in that first game. Bright Osai Samuel was also awful in the first game. But I think Bright Osai Samuel redeemed himself in training, right? And that was the reason why he featured. The Zaidu Sanusi did not do that. Bruno Emachi came in and, he completely benched, Zaidu Sanusi. So I want this kind of attitude in our national team. If you are not good enough, you should not be playing for us. And that is just the honest truth. I want a situation whereby our second 11 will be even better than our first 11.
Yeah.
Our second 11 will be waiting for their chance to be able to dislodge the first team players.
That will put everybody on their toes. That will put everybody on their toes. Yes. If you are starting, you will know that, look, you are not indispensable. Somebody can come in for you.
Yes, and I want to take you back to 2002. Onik Bide came in. Yes, a lot of people will say we did not perform well in that World Cup and the rest of that. However, he brought a kind of spirit to the national team. If you are not good enough, if you are not good enough, you will never play. You don't have a guaranteed shirt in the national team. Yeah. You have to fight for your place because you have performed so well at the Nations Cup. Does not mean the next qualifier, Nations Cup qualifier, you'll be playing for the Super Eagles. Meaning, if you don't up your game, another person is sitting down that will want to play. So I want this kind of attitude, and that is what I want to see going forward. I'm tired of Nigeria being a dumping ground for European rejectees coming back to see if they can play for a Super Eagles that is devoid of talented players.
Maiwa, there are 5 players here. Let me quickly run through them. I mentioned Zaidu Sanusi, Chidera Ejuke, and the rest are Ebenezer Akinsomiro, Chidozie Awaziem, and Usman Mohammed. Now, I will ask you, out of these 5 players, who do you think should still be retained by Eric Shell? And also, you mentioned a coach like Adegboye Onigbinde in the 2002 World Cup, that's saying that, look, if you don't get to play, if you are not playing good, if you are not on form, you have to fight for your shirt, basically. Do we still have coaches like that, in Nigeria? I mean, Nigerians, no, I'm not talking about, foreigners that are bringing down in world football. But in Nigeria here, maybe it's the MPFL or the NLO or the NNL, do we still have coaches like that? If not, shouldn't this still be brought into our coaches? Like, look, you have to be someone that, stand by your own rules and say, look, you have to earn your own starting place. What do you think about these 5 players and who should be retained?
Well, for me, I think Akinsomiro is still very young. He didn't have enough opportunities to be able to prove himself.
Yeah.
The thing is all the players you have mentioned on their day, the reason why they got a call up for the national team, it's not as if they are that bad. On their day, they can put up a decent performance.
Usman Mohammed?
The bottom line is this. Yeah, some of them got in because of their character. We spoke about this even before, before the tournament.
Yes.
However, out of the list of players you have mentioned, some of them are not bad. On a good day, they should be able to play. However, we don't want a player that you can only perform on your day. We want players that even when you're having a bad day,
of course,
yes, you should be able to give us results. That is what we are. That's what we want. We don't want on your day you can give us that. We have passed that. We have passed that level. So for those players that are just considering leaving out of the team, go back to the drawing board and prove yourself to become inevitable for the national team. A typical example is Paul Onachu. Yes, he only scored a goal in the Nations Cup. However, he went to Turkey and he proved himself. And no matter how disgusted you are at him, no matter how you don't like him, his level gave him an opportunity to be part of the national team, and he was there because of performance. So other players, go and do the same thing, up your game, ensure that you are playing good enough that nobody can say you are not fit enough for the national team. Then for the coaches, the thing is this, for any coach to be able to do that, he needs to have the backing of the board, needs to have the backing of the FA. When Onibide was doing that, Onibide was giving the full power and he had the backing. Currently, I don't think the current NFF they have the backing. Even our local players, they don't support them. And that's the reason why, we always wait on second, foreign-born Nigerians to come and play for Nigeria. We are not even giving our local-born players the opportunity. So there is no support. That's number one. Number two, because there is no support, most of these coaches, they cave to all these big boys. We know what happened to Finidi George. Yes, the man management was poor, but if the NFF board supported him, Osimhen will not insult Finidi George, and the sport minister will speak on his behalf and say, Finidi should get out and Osimhen should be back in the team.
I mean,
so
it's not
before
done.
we can get that, the board has to support them.
Of course, the board really has to support them. And I want to ask you, Maiwa, Eric Shell, do you think he has done enough, to end that fight that he will now come out and say, look, I have all the power now to select my players with or without the board, approval. These are the players I want to, take to any competition or any qualifiers. Do you think he has earned it with this third place finish at the AFCON? Quickly.
Well, I think he has earned more than that. However, we all know, even this particular tournament, we know that my slot was part of the reason why some names appeared on that particular list.
Absolutely.
And that will never stop. So, but the thing is this, maybe because of this performance now, you probably have 80% control on selection. I think he has done enough to be able to end that. But to completely, shut out my slot or the federal character that sometimes does not favor us, I don't think that's possible.
Wow. Well, let's see how it goes in the future. But I think Eric Shell, well, I'm glad you will still be sticking with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, or let me say the NFF will still be sticking with him, because I think he has done more than enough. And speaking of certain players that actually played at the AFCON, they got minutes, at the AFCON. That's talking about a certain Fisayo Dele Bashiru. Yes, Jerry and I discussed yesterday where we were saying some players, because of their AFCON performance, their price tag will have gone up. And Sunderland and Nottingham Forest are eyeing Lazio midfielder Fisayo Dele Bashiru, with Turkish Super League side Trabzonspor also in the mix. And Lazio, they are reportedly seeking 15 to 20 million euros for the 24-year-old Nigerian international, who has been in impressive form for the Super Eagles at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. And Dele Bashiru's stock has risen after featuring in 6 matches during Nigeria's bronze medal run at AFCON 2025. He provided an assist for Paul Onachu in Nigeria's 3-1 win over Uganda, showcasing his versatility and physical attributes. And of course, the midfielder's current market value is estimated at 6.5 million euros, but Lazio's asking price reflects his potential and contract status, which runs until June 2028. And talks are exploratory with no agreements in place, but Lazio may soon decide whether to retain Dele Bashiru or cash in. For me, I think Dele Bashiru, I don't know the situation, the financial situation that Lazio are in right now, because they sold some of their best players. Looking at Matteo Guendouzi, the former Arsenal man, has been sold to Fenerbahce. Tati Castellanos, one of their top strikers, has also been sold to West Ham. Do you think Lazio should cash in on Dele Bashiru? Should he stay, or maybe because of their financial situation, he should move on? And if he should move on, Maiwa, should he come to the Premier League? Do you think he's Premier League ready, or should just move on to Trabzonspor in the Turkey League?
Well, I think currently Lazio is in the books. It's in the red. They've managed their finances poorly. They could barely even cover their wages. And if you have a player valued at about £6 million, and now you have a player who has moved in less than 1 month. He has moved to the region of 17, 18 million. I think it's a good idea to cash in. And Lazio is also barely surviving in the Serie A at the moment, because majority of their players had to leave because they wanted to sell them to get money to be able to keep the club afloat. I think Dele Bashiru has given a good account of himself, and this is the best time for them to be able to cash out. And the risk of keeping a Dele Bashiru is this: if anything, if the season goes south for Lazio, and they end up probably relegating, majority of this player will leave for almost nothing. So it's better now where when the ovation is loudest, that they sell a Dele Bashiru. That puts a lot of money in their coffers. I mean, if you are evaluating for 6.5 million and now it's about 18 million, that's about 12 million pounds. And that 12 million pounds can go a long way for a club struggling financially. So I think, and it's also a good one for a Dele Bashiru. I mean, if it comes to the EPL, especially a Sunderland that is interested in, remember, Sunderland is also one of the top 10 teams in England at the moment. That's one of the top clubs in England. So a Dele Bashiru in Sunderland gives him more visibility and also gives him more exposure. So it's going to be a win-win for Lazio and also for Dele Bashiru as a player. So for me, I think Lazio should cash in, sell him to a much more bigger club that is financially stable. You get the money, and our own player gets the exposure, and it's going to even be better for our own national team. I mean, our player continues to build their profile, playing in one of the top clubs in Europe.
Of course, and again, Maiwa, who are other players in that AFCON squad that you say, look, because of the performances at the AFCON, getting to third place, maybe narrowly losing to Morocco, I mean, so penalties, of course. Who are the players that you think that should get a move also, maybe in January or in the next summer?
Well, I think Ndidi,
There are talks of Manchester
very,
United.
very fantastic. I thought Ndidi was finished. I mean, why not? Why not? Casemiro is 35, and Casemiro is stepping down at the end of the season.
Of course.
It is not 35, Ndidi is 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And that's about 5 years or so. So we can always bring in a Wilfred Ndidi if he can be consistent the way he was consistent at the AFCON, and if he can put up the same performance he had, in that particular season where Leicester came from Championship. Came from Championship and go back to the EPL. I think if I put out that same performance, I think it will be a decent buy. Calvin Bassey was very, very fantastic.
Absolutely.
Bruno Yemachi, fantastic. Akko Adams, fantastic.
Even since he got back from the AFCON, that's talking about Adams. Sorry, Maiwa. He's been banging goals left, right, and center for Sevilla. 3 goals now in 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. A particular Iwobi. Yes, I think Arsenal should be biting their fingers for letting him. Yes, I understand. I understand the reason why they let him go. Because, I mean, to be honest, let's be honest with ourselves, he will be dipped in form, to be honest.
Yes, he did.
And that's the reason why I couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I couldn't keep up. But now, with the performance we're able to see at the AFCON, we can see what he can do the moment you unlock him and allow him to play. Even our own Victor Osimhen should not be playing, although everybody has said it, he should not be in Fenerbahce playing. Ademola Lookman, fantastic. And definitely is going to leave Atlanta at the end of the season. So I think majority of our players, at least 60-70% of our players, deserve, move to a bigger club because of the kind of performance they were able to put in. Apart from the first game that was shaky, all other games we played excellently well. Even the Ndidi we are talking about, the game against Morocco, we actually missed Ndidi in that particular game. If Ndidi was there, probably we might have got one over Morocco and probably be in the final. Maybe we'll be talking about Nigeria winning the Nations Cup or not, but that was how good Ndidi was. So I would not be surprised if a Manchester United ends up signing a Wilfred Ndidi because of the kind of performance he puts in at the Nations Cup.
Wow. And let's move on and let's talk about a player that is even looking not to even get back to club football alone, but even to the national team, because at some point he teased his retirement, but he said it's all jokes and he wants to be back But then, unfortunately, injury struck, and Super Eagles striker Victor Boniface has begun his recovery journey at Bayer Leverkusen after undergoing knee surgery. And the 25-year-old forward shared a picture from the Leverkusen gym indicating he started light training as part of his rehabilitation. And Boniface had hinted at a return to training on Sunday, writing, "Our work starts tomorrow. Thank you, Lord," alongside a photo of himself on the pitch. And of course, Boniface's knee troubles, and they are not new, with 2 cruciate ligament tears suffered in 2019, contributing to his current situation. And of course, he's currently on loan at Werder Bremen, but is recovering at Leverkusen under medical supervision. The Super Eagles teammates have sent us supportive messages, and fans are eagerly awaiting updates on his fitness. Maiwa, I want to seek your opinion on this one. Boniface, on his day, I think he's a predatory striker, absolutely dangerous. But then the injuries have set in. That move, to AC Milan that was denied by that injury, and of course he failed the medical and all of that. Do you still think there's still time for Victor Boniface, to make his return, to get to that level of his first season at Leverkusen? Because for me, I know he went on loan, he's on loan at Werder Bremen, but I don't think that's where he should be playing. Much respect to Werder Bremen, but I don't think that's where he should be playing, because he was part of that team that won the league, with the Invincibles in the Bundesliga. What do you think Victor Boniface should do, when he gets fit, from this knee injury that he's having?
Well, the thing is this, the problem has always been on his day. You made mention of something on his day. A player that only shows up on his day is not a player that is ready for greatness. And that's just the honest truth. Yes, he was part of a fantastic team. Yes, injury has not been kind to him.
Yeah.
However, and I'm talking from, a Nigerian perspective now, like Jerry would say, the fake Victor. When it comes to Nigeria, it becomes a cat that the rain has beaten. He doesn't show up for the Super Eagles. And the reason for that is he's always waiting for his day. And you cannot continue to wait for your day. That's number two. Yes, number two. After the the incredible season that he had under
Xabi Alonso.
Alonso with Bayer Leverkusen.
Yeah.
Since then, what has been his profile? Has been able to build on that profile? No, his performance has dipped. Meaning, on his day performance has become far in between. And that is the reason why Bayer Leverkusen chased him out to go on loan to Werder Bremen. Even in Werder Bremen, how many games has he played? Yes, injury has not been kind to him and the rest of that. But what he needs to do is this. If a Wilfred Ndidi could do it, Wilfred Ndidi fell off, Iwobi fell off, and they regained, their momentum. Iwobi in Fulham has been very, very fantastic. Ndidi in Turkey has been very, very fantastic, and we can see the improvement with the national team. I think if those players could do it after falling off, he also could do it. He needs to put in the work.
Maiwa, sorry to cut you there.
Yes.
With what you've seen, given his actions on social media, the way he's been talking, replying to messages and all of that, do you see Victor Boniface as a serious player to get back into competitive action, either for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, which especially he should be planning to get back into the Super Eagles, because you remember he was replaced by a certain Tolu Kodare, who it took him just 2 games to get his first goal. Boniface had played about 13 games without scoring for the Super Eagles, and also in club football, should he get back to levels, at Leverkusen? With what you've seen so far, with his actions on social media, I want to point that out. Do you still see him as somebody that is willing to get back to the top?
Well, I think I don't want to judge him because of social media posts. Social media posts does not, determine his performance on the field. What matters is the performance on the field. Yes, there are clubs with social media rules and the rest of that. Sometimes I feel, to me personally, I feel he spends a whole lot of time on social media. Valuable time that he's supposed to spend in the gym to put himself in shape and the rest of that. But I don't want to use that to judge him. The bottom line is this: the performance on the field of play that has been missing since Bayer Leverkusen won the league. We have not seen a fantastic performance from him. His day performance has become far in between. If you are playing 5 times a week and your day performance is 4 times, everybody will not raise an eyebrow. But if your day performance is now 1 in 5 games, then that means you don't know what you are doing. So it means he needs to do better on the field of play. He needs to get serious with getting himself back to shape and returning back to that level where we can vouch for him to come back into the national team. Onachu was ostracized from the national team Now he's back because of his performance in Turkey. A Boniface, if you can put in the performance, why not? You can always bring him back to the national team. The national team is always open for players who have put in the performance. Can he do it? Let's wait and see.
Of course, if a certain Kelechi Iheanacho, was touted to be back into Super Eagles after performances for Middlesbrough and, of course, for Celtic, I mean, why not? What's stopping a certain Victor Boniface? Because, trust me, like I said earlier, and with Maya also jokingly saying, on his day, actually, is a wonderful striker. But how many on your days do you have, out of many days? So we want your on your days to be every day, if possible, or at least 90%, of your day you should be on job. But then from one injury blow, let's move on to another one. This one, I think it will be more devastating, especially for Manchester United fans, because after their heroics against Arsenal, one of their players, a player who I would say scored one of the winning goals, that's talking about Patrick Dorgu. Of course, Manchester United's left back or left wing back, Patrick Dorgu, is set to miss approximately 10 weeks of action due to a hamstring injury sustained during the club's 3-2 win over Arsenal. And the 21-year-old defender scored in back-to-back games before picking up the injury, dealing a blow to United's plans. And Dorgu's absence will be felt, given his recent contributions and growing influence in the squad. Patrick Dorgu, he's been having a wonderful time under Michael Carrick, and, well, as it happens to the best of us, or the best of players, let me say, injury has struck. Beautiful goal against Arsenal, giving Luke Shaw that freedom on that left-hand side to do the defensive work while he attacks. At Lecce, he was somebody that was coming from the back to score goals, and I think Michael Carrick, actually saw that in him and said, look, you can go forward and contribute to goals, and he has done that. Now that he's enjoying himself, this injury has suffered 10 weeks due to a hamstring injury. Do you think this is going to affect his performances or affect his place in the Manchester United team when he comes back?
I think he's a rising star. It's going to be missed. I think if you look at, let's take a look at the two games he has played under Carrick. The game against Man City. Look at how Carrick deployed him. He was responsible for the second goal against Man City. Yeah. And look at how far he was in the 18 for him to be able to get that goal. The same thing he did against Arsenal. That is how important he is in terms of providing more options for us in the attack. And these are the kind of things that we have not seen for a very, very long time. So for that, we are going to miss him. We are going to miss him. And 10 weeks is not a joke. Hamstring injury is always something that if it's not well taken care of, it always has a way of coming back to bite you. I hope it's well taken care of. For the team generally, I think the team can make do without him. The reason why I said that is this. If you look at how Manchester United has played the last two games, it is, massive attack, massive defense. If you are attacking, everybody is moving together with the ball. If you are defending, everybody is moving together with the ball. And they are leaving little spaces for the opponent to work with. I think with that, we will not miss him too much. Yes, we are going to miss his contribution in terms of what he's going to contribute attack-wise. But I think the way we have lined up so far, I think we should be able to, win games without him, even without him not being present, based on the new formation and based on the new tactics Michael Carrick is deploying.
But is there squad depth though? Is there squad depth though for Michael Carrick to actually work with? Because I know a certain Matheus Cunha can be, brought into that role, to fill up that space. But then is that squad depth enough, for Michael Carrick to say, look, I can, navigate with these players to the end of the season? Or should Manchester United look at this opportunity? The January transfer window is still on, even though it's coming to an end pretty quickly. Do you think Manchester United should dip their hands into their funds and go into the January transfer window and try to get somebody to replace Patrick Dorgu?
I don't think so. I think we have enough quality to be able to help the attack. There's a particular Zegzi on the bench. Zegzi has not had his time in the sun, and this is an opportunity for Zegzi to be able to step up. Remember, Dorgu, has been given the freedom to move much more forward, allowing a Luke Shaw to stay behind and Dorgu committing himself much more forward. If you look at how Dorgu has played in the last two games, he's not playing as your typical defender anymore. He's now more of, moving forward. You remember, I want to take you back to when we had Udeze and what's that his name again? Babayaro.
Babayaro,
yes. Playing ahead of Babayaro. Idese playing ahead of Babayaro. These are two left wingers. These are two fullbacks. However, because of how offensive they were, their two can play together. That is what we've been able to see with a Dogu. And I think we have enough quality on the bench to be able to do that job. There's a lot of players on the bench that want to prove their worth or under Carrick, and those players will be able to step up and do the job very, very well. A particular Zexi is still waiting for his opportunity, and I think he has 10 weeks now to prove that he wants to stay in Manchester United.
Of course, I mean the time of Michael Carrick is now, and of course a lot of players will be seeing those performances and say, look, I want to get into the squad, by all means. And the injury means that Dogu will undergo rehabilitation and won't feature in several key fixtures, including matches against Fulham, Tottenham, and West Ham. And United's medical staff are monitoring his recovery closely to prevent setbacks. And of course, Dogu's impressive form under Michael Carrick has seen him score crucial goals and provide defensive support. His injury is a significant blow, but he's expected to make a smooth return given his youth, of course, and his fitness. And of course, he's likely to miss Denmark's World Cup playoff against North Macedonia in March. United that face Leeds United on April 11, that will be potentially marking Dogu's return. I think he's going to get back into the squad. But Dogu's absence as to United's injuries concerns, with centre-back Matthias de Ligt also sidelined. I mean, we saw the return of Lisandro Martinez, in that game. Martinez, for me, I think, a fantastic defender in his day. He knew nothing about that goal, to be honest. That one that led their own goal that led to Arsenal's first goal. I think he knew nothing about that. And these games, talking about Fulham, West Ham, and Tottenham Hotspur, winnable games, don't you think, Mayowa, quickly?
Well, the guy that has refused to bob his head, probably this will be the time to bob his head. The one that said until Manchester United win 5
in a row. Yeah.
I think probably, I think he's going to bob his head very soon. I think these are winnable games. If we can go ahead against number 1 and number 2 on the league, and we're able to dispatch them without much sweat, I think those games are very winnable games. And with the way Manchester United is playing, I think we might even win those games without conceding any goals the way they are playing. So I think those are very winnable games, and I think they have enough quality to be able to win those games. I think Michael Carrick, like I said earlier, he has not done anything out of the ordinary. Just return back to basics. Casemiro, do your job. Fernandes, we know what you can do. Casemiro, do your job properly. Meno, do your job in supporting Casemiro. Allow Fernandes to be free to connect with the strikers, and let's see what we can do in front of Mbuemo. You get the passes and try and score the goals, and that has been it. And it is working perfectly well. And I think the same pattern continues, and I think the same pattern wins us those games.
I mean, defeating Manchester City and Arsenal, the top 2 on the table in your first 2 games. I mean, I think that is something crazy and something worth celebrating. And moving on, let's talk about something, or a player that thinks something is crazy, because Barcelona's Dani Olmo, of course, who is in a fantastic form on his own, he thinks that it's crazy to compare teenage winger Lamine Yamal to great Barcelona legend Lionel Messi, saying Yamal has his own path and is giving incredible performances at just 18 years old. And Yamal, who came through Barcelona's La Masia youth system, just like Lionel Messi, he scored a brilliant acrobatic goal in Barcelona's 3-0 win over Real Oviedo, becoming the youngest La Liga goal scorer. And of course, Yamal's impressive form has drawn comparisons to Messi, but Olmo emphasizes that the youngster is calm and focused on his own development. He said, Lamine is a spectacle and is very young, and what he's giving us now is incredible. And almost said that Barcelona needs a win against Copenhagen to secure a top 8 spot in the Champions League phase. I mean, Lamine Yamal, Lionel Messi, any comparison should be dead on arrival, Mayowa, don't you think?
Well, I think a lot of people, they just like to, do comparison for whatever reason that I don't know.
But he's on his way. He's on his way, don't you think?
Yeah, even if it's on his way, I think these are 2 different players entirely. The way a Lionel Messi will play is not the same way a Lamine Yamal will play. The way the flair of Lionel Messi is different from the flair of Lamine Yamal. Both players very talented. Lamine Yamal is just building his profile, and there's no reason to start comparing, because the comparison puts him under a lot of pressure. And I understand the fact that, he has been given the jersey number 10. The jersey number 10 comes with a lot of responsibility.
Of course.
Just like the jersey number 7 at Manchester United.
Yeah.
If you are wearing jersey number 7, it brings a whole lot of pressure on you. The same thing with Yamal. But with the performance he has put in so far, he has represented that jersey so well and so well and fantastically so far. So I think they should quit with the comparison. Let Lamine Yamal grow at his own pace. The unnecessary comparison will force him to want to start behaving like a Messi. And to be honest with you, there can only be one Messi. There can only be one Lamine Yamal. There can never be two Lionel Messi. There can never be two Lamine Yamal. So Lamine Yamal forging his own part. Lionel Messi already forged his own part. There's no reason for comparison. Lamine Yamal can never be compared to the greatest of all time.
Of course. Yeah, but I want to ask you quickly, Mayowa, this thing I've been thinking about, in modern football these days. I mean, looking at how modern football has evolved, with the technology being introduced, I don't know what the medical staff are doing, the players' physical conditions, injuries left and right. In fact, goalkeepers are now having ACLs. They're having an anterior cruciate ligament injury, a goalkeeper. What's the goalkeeper's business with the ACL? And, in modern football right now, will you look at these things and say, look, Lamine Yamal is just 18. Look at the numbers he has put up. Is he going to have that consistency till a certain 28? He still has 10 years. In fact, he has 12. He has 13. 30 years time, he will be 31. Some players are still shining at 31. So, but with the way football has evolved quickly, Mayowa, do you think Lamine Yamal and other young players, the Gullers, the Esteban Williams, the Hendricks, do you still see them? Can they get to that height of the levels of a certain Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi?
Well, the thing is, the reason why those players got to that level is because of the kind of dedication they had. The number of games they play, are slightly increased. But I mean, the number of games those players also played were also much. It's just probably maybe another 5-6 games more than what they used to play. That's what the current players play at the moment. So the thing is if they can be consistent and put in the work, there's a particular Ronaldo after training is always training on his own. After everybody has gone home, Ronaldo is there training on his own. The same thing too with Messi. After everybody is gone, Messi is training on his own to get much more better. If all these new guys coming up, if they can put in that same consistency, I will not be surprised if most of these players, your Hendrick and the rest of that, you saw what Hendrick did in Lyon and the rest of that, your Hendrick, Adagula and the rest of them, they can play to their early 40s if they put in that same commitment and that same dedication those guys put in. The reason why you can see the longevity of this player is because of the dedication and the time they put in. They did not just stop at training as ended, let's go and party. They decided to commit more time to improving their skill, and that is why they had that longevity.
But Mayowa, players that partied, sorry, Mayowa, players that partied, they won Ballon d'Or twice, back to back.
Where the player that party. How many years did he stay on the top? How many years did he stay on the top?
No longevity.
How many years? There's a particular Ronaldinho that was partying.
Big example.
Ronaldinho played in his 40s.
No,
he did not.
Ronaldinho was almost done at 27. 27, Ronaldinho was finished.
Yeah, there's a particular Neymar that was partying. Where is Neymar? He barely plays any football now. So I think what you put in behind what you do behind the scene really will determine how long you will last on the field of play. Ronaldo and Messi, they are a good example of what dedication can do. If those players can have that same work ethic, I will not be surprised if they play into their 40s.
Well, let's hope they do so. I mean, time is fast spent on the show, but quickly, let's take you to the UEFA Champions League. Of course, this is the week of the Champions League. No games tonight, but there will be games tomorrow because Manchester City, they are set to host Galatasaray at the Etihad Stadium tomorrow night with Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen looking to make an impact for the Turkish side. Galatasaray needs a win to boost their chances of securing a top 24 spot and qualifying for the Champions League knockout stages. All the games, I don't know how UEFA planned this one at this time around. All the games of match day 8 will be played in one day. That's tomorrow, Wednesday. Same time, 9 p.m. Nigerian time. And let's look at the fixtures right there. If the producers can be so kind to give me the fixtures. Of course, for all the games in the Champions League, Arsenal, the table toppers, of course, they will be at home to Kairat Almaty. And let's look at the likes of Barcelona, who will also be in action. They want to finish in the top 8 as well. Victor Osimhen, he has scored 6 goals in 5 Champions League games this season and is expected to lead the line for Galatasaray. Manchester City, who are 11th in the league phase, will be looking to bounce back from their recent defeat to Bodo Glimt. And Pep Guardiola's side, as they have several key players missing, including the likes of Rodri, John Stones, and Nico O'Reilly due to injury and suspension. And of course, yes, there we have it on your screen. Let me quickly run through this quickly. Ajax will be up against Olympiacos, the first game, or let's say it's in alphabetical order. Arsenal will be up against Kairat Almaty. Athletic Club against Sporting CP. Atletico Madrid will be at home against Bodo Glimt. Borussia Dortmund against Inter Milan. Barcelona will be up against Copenhagen, a winnable game for Barcelona. Benfica against Real Madrid. But I think with the form of Real Madrid, they should get a win. I'll ask my wife about that very soon. Club Brugge against Marseille. Frankfurt against Tottenham Hotspur. Leverkusen will be playing at Villarreal. Liverpool will be at home against Qarabag. Manchester City will be up against Galatasaray. Monaco will be tackling Juventus right there at the Principality. I think that's a Paul Pogba derby because his current club Monaco up against his old club Juventus. Napoli will be up against Chelsea, a big fixture. Pafos against Slavia Prague. Paris Saint-Germain will be up against Newcastle. This is one of the big fixtures as well. PSV Eindhoven against Bayern Munchen. And lastly, Union Saint-Gilloise of Belgium. Yes, they will be entertaining Ademola Lookman's Atalanta. As we go on the show, Mayowa, of all these fixtures, I mean, which one do you see to be tantalizing and is going to have the biggest effect? As also they show us the table right now. Which fixture we think will have the big effect for this club, to be on the top 8 or on the top 24?
I think a Man City side, a Man City against Galatasaray, a win for them probably get them into the top 8. They are currently 11th, and a win for them might probably propel them. There's also a Galatasaray, that's also you have this bad reputation in Europe, and they've been trying to correct that. So I think this is an opportunity for a Galatasaray to be able to get one up. A Man City side, how do you lose to a Bodo Glimt? Somebody please explain to me. How does a Man City lose to a Bodo Glimt? Yes, they are suffering from injury. Then there's Anambra, that has not been able to get a hold of, a Madrid side. Yes, he was able to win over the weekend. Yeah. Can he be able to replicate that in the Champions League? Well, time will only tell. There is a particular, there are a whole lot of clubs who are trying to sneak into the 24th position to get into the first 24th position to be able to play the playoff. Would they be able to do it? Well, so only time will tell. Barcelona also, very, very important.
Yeah.
Chelsea, if they mess up, they might drop down and start and need to head to playoff. Liam Rosnell, can he do it? Can Barcelona also, leapfrog Chelsea? It Chelsea features all around.
Yeah.
Newcastle, can they mess up again? Well, time will tell. In Chelsea features, the only teams that are guaranteed a place in the next round are the first 3 teams. Other teams, they are still struggling for position. A win, a draw might determine each from number 5 to number 8. We might see teams changing position by the end of the game. So it's going to be an interesting game. Where it's going to swing? Well, 90 minutes will probably determine where the pendulum will swing. There's going to be a disaster if we see the likes of Barcelona playing, a round of 16 game to be able to get to the next round.
All right, so let's wrap up and let me quickly show us the table right now as it stands. Let's go through the table. Arsenal on top, of course. Yes, thank you, my producers right there. Arsenal 7 games, 7 wins. Bayern Munchen are following them in second place with 18. They lost their 1 game so far to the Arsenal. Real Madrid in 3rd, Liverpool in 4th, Tottenham in 5th. Tottenham in 5th. That's kind of strange. Paris Saint-Germain in 6th position. Newcastle in 7th and Chelsea in 8th position. And let's quickly go from 9th to 24th. Barcelona, Sporting CP, Manchester City in all unfamiliar position. Atletico Madrid, Atalanta, Inter Milan, Juventus. Inter, the last season's finalists. In 14th place, not so good for them. Juventus in 15th. Borussia Dortmund in 16th. Galatasaray in 17th. Qarabag in 18th. A good one for Qarabag. Marseille, Leverkusen, Monaco, PSV, Athletic Club Bilbao, and Olympiacos wrap up the playoff spot. And as it stands, Napoli, Copenhagen, Club Brugge, Bodo Glimt, Benfica, Pafos, Union Saint-Gilloise, Ajax Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Slavia Prague, Villarreal, and Karat Almaty will be heading home should it remain like this after match day 8. And also, the Europa League will also be going down on Thursday. But of course, we will be back here tomorrow to take you through all of that one. And with that, we'll be wrapping up on the show today. Mayowa, thank you very much for being a part of the program today.
It's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping Jerry will come tomorrow so I can show him.
No, this week, this whole week is Manchester United showing their face on Liverpool fans' faces, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be Manchester United week. So, Jerry, I'm waiting for you. I'll be expecting you tomorrow. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You will be here. And of course, yes, it's been a wonderful time on the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. And of course, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Stay tuned and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ
asaa bụ
ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma
Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu Igbo kwezuenu ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma ọchịchịrị obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị oleba ọnya gbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
All filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television and I'm Chukwuma Okoro. In the next 1 hour or so, I will take you through very interesting trending political stories across the nation. Because on the show today, we are going to talk about 2027 and the quest for credible elections. When we move away from that, 16 coup plots has to be court-martialed. Now, this is coming from the defense headquarters. As APC says, no plans to drop Shetima as Tinubu's running mate. Well, we've been joined virtually by Mr. Felix Pascal Pulevo. Mr. Pulevo is the Taraba State Chairman of the Youth Party of Nigeria. Good evening to you, Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Thank you, Mr. Chukuma. It's my pleasure to be here. Happy New Year.
Big time. Happy New Year. I have not seen you this year. Good to see you. How have you been, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
How is the Northeast doing in terms of security, politics, and all of that?
The Northeast is fine. Security-wise, I think there is a great deal of improvement, but it's politics that is bubbling, and it's one of our topics for the evening. You know, Are we going to be involved? Are we going to be involved in the equation 2027? Are we going to be booted out? How is it going to be? Will there be a change for us, or is it going to be a total replacement where we'll be sidelined? So a lot of things are really happening out here, and then our people are really keeping their fingers crossed to see how the pendulum swings.
Okay, yes, a lot is happening. But I think I'm correct. Your state governor is still a member of the PDP, or am I getting something? Is there a mix-up there?
No, he has moved to the APC.
Abu Kefas, okay, he has moved to the APC. Well, that's very interesting.
The defection rally has been slated for this Saturday, 31st.
Okay, 31st of January, 2026. Yes. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a bit. Now, let's get into it. As Nigeria edges closer to the 2027 general elections on the front burner, political tension is rising across the country. Opposition parties, civil society groups, and ordinary citizens are intensifying calls for an electoral process that is free, fair, and truly credible amid widespread concerns over public trust, economic hardship, and the future of democratic accountability. Well, complicating the political landscape is an unusual wave of defections, with opposition governors and key political figures crossing over to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. This movement has sparked debates about political ideology, survival politics, and the balance of power ahead of the polls, raising fresh questions about the strength and cohesion of the opposition. On today's program, we will examine what these defections mean for Nigeria's democracy, the credibility of the 2027 elections, and whether the electorate's demand for transparent leadership can withstand the pressures of elite realignments and power politics. Honorable Pascal, the quest for free, fair, and credible elections have been on the front burner for a long time. As long as the first election that ushered in the first government of the Fourth Republic, talking about the Obasanjo administration, you know, the 1919 federal elections, the 2023 federal elections, and the 2027 federal elections. What's your assessment of our journey so far in the pursuit of credible elections? I'd like for you to take a holistic view of how we have traveled between 1999 and 2023 in terms of our elections. How free, fair, credible they have been? Are we making progress, or what's your assessment of the whole electioneering process in Nigeria?
A credible election is not just gotten by imaginations or speculations. It's something that is worked on, it's something that more or less you have to be intentional about. The people have to make up their minds and say, we want this. Just the way you and I are in the studio, this is you are in the studio and I'm here in this program, it's out of intention. You know, we decided and scheduled to this session and said, okay, let's come together, let's rub minds on these issues and see how we can educate ourselves and Nigerians on some topical issues politically. So that is how it is if a nation wants to get it right, especially in terms of elections. When we came back to this democratic era in 99, after the military era that spanked down to 98, you know, that ended up with Abacha session, when we came back in 1999, there was a little bit of political consciousness. A lot of our people weren't politically conscious. There was still fear in the minds of people because they felt the military were still around. And then a lot were scared to dare. A lot were scared to get involved in the political business, per se. And then so many persons just had their way. We cannot really say the elections were more or less largely contested. They were not, because there are commentaries that portrays to the fact that most of these guys were just begged to come in, take up this one, take up that one. We just needed to have a structure. We are just rushing up to see that we have a democracy. And then we send back the military to the barracks and all whatnot. So we had that consciousness was very low in terms of the demands from the people of good governance and all whatnot, because the demand from the people will trigger their commitment and interest in the process, which can give birth to a credible election or one that will be marred by a lot of irregularities. So when we came on board in 1999, there were a lot of challenges with our electoral guidelines, you know, but then because of low consciousness politically, we didn't have much of litigations because a lot of people were not even interested in the process. So a lot of persons will not even take it up to challenging processes, whether they are done right or wrong. But then when 2023 came on board, you know that already even the second term for OBJ was not just completely rosy. People are beginning to feel like, wow, this democracy seems to be here. And then let us begin to key into the business and pick interest in the process. That was anchored and monitored under the Maurice Iwu era. But you know, we have it down in our history that one of those moments that were not really too good for our politicking was the Maurice Iwu era, where results were just written. It was so eminent that during that kind of period that you wouldn't have a sitting governor lose his seat, you wouldn't have a sitting senator or House of Reps member or State House of Assembly member lose his seat for whatsoever reason. Anybody that is being anointed by an incumbent automatically becomes a winner, you know, because those results were mostly written in certain palaces, in certain offices, you know, and in the villa. And people were not so much politically conscious enough to challenge the status quo or to try to even come together and vote, protect their votes and ensure that their votes counted. So we had those kind of horrible moments all through. In fact, climaxing to like 2007, when Obasanjo was struggling for his third term and he didn't see the light of day, you know. So 2007 ushered in some high degree of political consciousness, because for even the senators who were more or less at that time just at the beck and call of the president, who at that time, if you are not in the good books of the president will just boot you out and change. We could have two sitting Senate presidents within a particular dispensation. A House of Reps speaker can just be booted out at any moment, you know, because the president doesn't like you, or you've gone contrary to what what the president wants at a particular time. So, but the consciousness was beginning to set in, so much so that in 2007, we could have a lot of our National Assembly members dear the sitting president, they could look into the face of the sitting president and say, Mr. President, we will not support third term. And that was strengthening our democracy. Okay. It was strengthening the electoral process, gradually. And by 2011, you could see that there was a lot of advancement. Okay. There was a lot of consciousness now. We are beginning to have the electoral laws being modified. A lot of things were beginning to come in, so much so that people were beginning to pick interest in going to the courts now to challenge some of the results. And that prompted the need to rejig some of the laws, to edit them, to make them in tandem with current realities. So much so that people are not cheated and all whatnot. So we did all those things, and in 2015, we saw how even an incumbent president lost his seat because of high level of consciousness now. Social media came on board, people were beginning to be more conscientized, educated. Cable televisions were more open now. People now believe that democracy have come to stay, and there is need to key into the business properly. Underdevelopment was hitting hard on a lot of people. Poverty, hunger, restiveness was on the rise. And it made people to no, there is need for us to key into this business, or else we die here like animals in the bush. So people were beginning to be more conscious, and people were picking interest in the whole process. And with that, it made a lot of difference in our politicking, so much so that people were beginning to question a lot of the processes. The era where ballot papers, ballot boxes were just snatched was beginning to dwindle. The era where results were just written in certain palaces and offices were beginning to pave way for due diligence. And that was why, because if it was like the 2011, 2000 and more or less 27, 23 era down to 99, it would have been practically impossible for a Goodluck to have lost his presidency as an incumbent president, while seeking re-election. So, but because people are now conscious, people voted, people stood, and ensured that they monitored the vote, they followed up with the votes, and they challenged everything. You could see that during the collation in 2015, during the collation, people were thinking it was going to be business as usual, where a lot of persons wanted to act up, let's cause confusion and then just cause problems here and there, and then the whole process is annulled. But then, because the power of the people stood strong, I'm telling you, one of those things is the power of the people that probably also prompted the then President Goodluck Jonathan to feel that his ambition is not just worth the lives of a lot of people, because that is the statement he made. My ambition is not worth the blood of Nigerians. And by that, it simply meant that at the quest of trying to remain in this seat, it will not be worthwhile that so many Nigerians die, because Nigerians were conscious now. Nigerians wanted the change. And so if this is what they wanted, let it be. May it be. So let it not be that I want to push myself hard on them, and then it will lead to the death of so many people. So the fact that we are getting a lot of litigations, a lot of pressure, from civil society organizations and all whatnot for the rejigging and modification of our laws that are guiding our elections, point us to the fact that the people are getting more conscious, the people are becoming more intentional, and the people are desiring good governance and credible election in the country. With organizations like Yaga Africa that at some point I was a part of, there have been intentional movements, intentional and conscious conversations on the table, which is even ongoing up to tomorrow, for our electoral laws to be made better than the way they have been. So even the litigations you see in court, because hitherto, people are winning elections in the courts, which is not really too good for our elections, because it was not supposed to be that the courts will have to always be ruling, annulling this one, declaring that one winner and all whatnot, because the process was marred by a lot of irregularities. But with the fine-tuning of some of the laws, it was reducing level of litigation. Even the laws are being modified, even the legal processes have been modified and are making the process better. And I'm sure, going by what we have on ground so far and the level of consciousness of the people in this electoral process, come 2027, with some of the banters and some of the calls and the demands from the people, come 2027, the people will try to speak, and the voices will speak so loudly that the people in power will have to really be very careful and not just feel it's going to be business as usual where they
Pulevo, I must say this is a very deep and historical insight that you have given us, about the way we have traveled in elections. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
Okay, yes. Now, you have said a lot, and I think our viewers will have picked quite a lot of things. Now, I would like to ask you, when we started out, I talked about your governor defecting to the All Progressives Congress, the ruling party at the center. Now, is there a nexus between free, fair, and credible elections and the party system in operations, like one-party system, two-party system, or multi-party system? What I mean, my direct question is that, do you think that the kind of party system we run is going to impact on the credibility or otherwise of the electoral process? Is there a nexus? Are you able to, can you help us untie that knot? Because sometimes it gets confusing.
Candidly, having a one-party system as the incumbent president is diplomatically trying to make Nigeria into will not be good for democracy. Because when it is a one-party state, it is just going to be a gathering of some people with objectives which sometimes may not really reflect what is truly there in their books, the guidelines, the manifestos, and all whatnot. It will just be how we handle these resources, how we maximize it, how we share it among ourselves for our own personal gains as against the will of the people. And there won't be opposition voices that will challenge the status quo and see that the incumbent or those in power are doing the right thing. So a one-party state is not something Nigeria and Nigerians must ever allow this country to slump into, because it is really going to be terrible for us. Now, a lot of these guys now, because you see that most of the things that are even cajoling some of these people into the ruling party, some of them have underperformed. Some are currently underperforming. Some have the intention to underperform, and so are looking for a safe haven, because they feel that if they remain in the opposition, probably some of the agencies of government that are supposed to checkmate underperformance, corruption, and all whatnot may come after them. Just as we've heard shamefully in this country, renowned individuals, senators, former governors, standing up and talking to Nigerians, expressing the fact that come to the ruling party and your sins are forgiven, which is sad. These are not statements that are supposed to be accredited to us as Nigerians, as a country that is desirous of development, in whatsoever level. So that is one of the things that is cajoling people into some of these places. And until when we see a situation, so you see that it will be difficult. It will be difficult for a sitting government, one party, to be prosecuting itself left, right, center. So much so that when you are shortlisted for prosecution for certain things that you've done wrong, people will now run to the presidency, will run to the corridor of power, and begin to just go and plead. These people are trying to do me like this. Please help me out, sir. This is almost what is about playing out in reverse. He is feeling, okay, I'm in the opposition. We will keep fighting in the opposition. And then this other guy, the former governor now, he's there. He's in the corridor of power. He's going to be using his closeness to the corridor of power to frustrate me. So I should also cross over so that I can enjoy some support of the federal government. Okay. I can enjoy some support of the president.
All right. Honorable Pulevo, I like the point that you have brought us to, and talking about, in the course of your intervention, you said something about the power of the people, that is the one that is driving the process. Now, I'd like for us to talk about the power of the people. We see 29 governors now in the All Progressives Congress. Now, when these governors move, they always tell their people, look, we want to align, with the center, because we see what the president is doing, the massive work, the good work that the president is doing. Now, if we talk about people power, and you say that some of these governors are moving because they have underperformed, some intend to underperform, and some have actually don't even have a direction. What role do you think that the power of the people will play in 2027 for the fact that the governors have all moved to the APC, 29 of them at last count, and we hope to see more, because at some point, the APC boasted, well, before the end of 2026, before the elections proper, we'll have about 32 governors. In that instance, do you see the power of the people playing out, or will it be the power of the elite in terms of the governor deciding how the elections will run in 2027?
The power of the people will play out in a lot of the states we have in this country. There are actually a lot of our states currently that are under democratic slavery, more or less, or democratic dictatorship by some few individuals, because there are a lot of, we don't have a lot of voices that can stand and challenge the status quo. But I assure you that come 2027, let them keep going over to the APC. They will gather in the APC. There will be a lot of tsunami that will hit them there, sir. Many persons there, you cannot justify the fact that you want to align with the center because you want to bring about development in your state. For example, sir, respectfully, the governor of Enugu State, which other alignment with the center to bring development? He has done wonderfully well within his first year. Look at the past 2 years. Look at the good stories that are coming out of Enugu State. You have done this from the opposition, sir. So what is you are among the best performing governors in the state. It is just personal interest. That sense of security and assurance of, I feel I can just win easily when I'm aligning with the center. Or probably because as I'm there in the opposition, a lot of voices may be there, you know, for the ruling party, or if somebody in the ruling party now gets the ticket, you know, he may come and the federal might can be used against me. In that analysis, the person is believing more in the power of Aso Rock than in the power of the people. There are a lot of them that will be rejected. So I'm up today. Some of these government was carpeting. Some of them may even lose their seats, sir.
Okay, so apparently the power of the people is going to count in 2027. Well, that's optimism, but a lot of people also still believe in cautious optimism. Let's see how it happens in 2027. Now, I would like to ask you, when we talk about free, fair, and credible elections, you know, are they tied to the letters of the law, like the Electoral Acts, the Constitution, or the credibility of the operators? I ask this question in light of the fact that one of the elections are judged to be the best, the freest, and the most credible in Nigeria's history. Was the June 12th election in 1993. And on top of my head, I can't recall, you know, the electoral laws, the guidelines, you know, the constitutional provisions and all of that guided that election. It was after Yar'Adua admitted, oh, well, the process that brought me, you know, was faulty, and so he initiated electoral reforms. In 1993, it was just, the only thing we knew then was option A4. So when we talk about credible elections, are we looking at the letters of the Constitution, the Electoral Act, or the credibility of the operators? Which one should be our major concern when we talk about credible elections?
It is about even the power of the people, to me. It's not even so much in the letters of the law or the operators per se. It is in the power of the people on the basis that the people are the ones to checkmate the operators. So if Nigerians, for example, now just relax and say INEC, led by the current INEC chairman, should just have their way, these are the guidelines they've put on ground and all whatnot, and then they just go about conducting elections, declaring individuals that the people have not voted for. I tell you what helped 1993 election to be considered one of the freest in this country was the fact that the people wanted it. The people stood for it. You could see Nigerians, you know, running under the scorching sun, standing under the scorching sun, clamoring for an individual, an Abiola at a time. You know, not considering the fact that he was a northerner, a southerner, a Muslim, or a Christian, but because we want him, we believe in him, we believe he can do it. So that is the willpower. And over time, it pressured the agencies. I tell you that if it was not so much because the people stood their ground, even the results, the collated results, that today we say Abiola won that election, wouldn't have even been collated in his favor, since the powers that be then didn't want such, you know. So if the people can stand up in 2027 and say, this is what we voted for, we are going to stand for it, we will defend it, and we will not allow our mandate to be taken by anybody. I tell you, even the operators of the election will be so much on their toes. They will be very careful.
Okay.
Much more than saying, okay, sir, thank you, sir, well done, sir, we will do it, sir. They will be like, sir, this will not go work. Oh. These people are really on us. Oh. Sir, my life is being threatened. Oh. I cannot do this. Oh. You know, because the people will stand to defend the mandate they have given to individuals.
The people will stand to defend the mandate they have given to the individual. Now, Honorable, thank you for leading me to my next question. Now, how prepared do you think that Nigerians are, talking about the power of the people, in 2027? If you look at, you know, the hardship in the land, the fact that the economy is in decline, there is insecurity everywhere. You know, there is hardship across the board. Everybody is feeling it. Even the rich and mighty. How prepared do you think that the people are to face 2027 and say, look, this is our destiny and we have to take it into our hands? And also, I would like for you to consider the fact that under the circumstances we have found ourselves, a lot of people believe in, well, stomach infrastructure. If this is what I can get now, let me just take it, because in the next 4 years, nothing will come to me. So how prepared do you think that Nigerians are to ensure that, look, 2027 belongs to the people, the power of the people?
It's actually a sad reality that the poverty of the mind is playing out a lot in a lot of parts of this country, especially the stomach infrastructure you mentioned, on the basis that some people just feel. I remember while going to campaign, even in 2023, some women will just tell you, give us now, just give me my own money, give me my own share of the thing in case I die tomorrow. And I will be asking them, will you die the same day with all your children? You know, and then they will be like, you know, just give me my own. My children get their own life where they will live later on. That is how sad and challenging the situation is in a lot of the parts of this country. But then fear a situation whereby, so the politicians know this and are capitalizing greatly on it, on the basis that most often they impoverish the people, they inflict high level of poverty through underdevelopment, through lack of proper and judicious fair share of the resources that are under their control. So the people get very much impoverished, and then when they come around now with 10 kg of rice by 2026 Christmas and give it out to the people will be chanting their names. When they come around with branded wrappers and give it to women, they'll be chanting their names. When they come around with their Maggi and spaghetti, they'll be chanting their names. But we have also seen a situation like in Taraba State. Our former governor, Darius Ishaku, he came with the spaghetti. During campaigning, he said, I've brought spaghetti for people, I've brought palm oil for people, I've brought Maggi and wrappers for you. They collected the Maggi and rejected him. And even governor, he lost his senatorial seat that he was contesting for. That is the level of consciousness a lot of these people are now having. And come 2027, sir, like last 2 weeks, I was in the Board of Internal Revenue Office, and then we were discussing with the in charge there, the tax law and all whatnot. And then I was telling him there is an African proverb, I don't know how to put it, let me see. I think basically it says that if the gods want to kill somebody, they first make him mad. I think something like that. You know?
Yes, that's correct.
So I said, I was telling him, I said, I think that is probably what is about to happen to the incumbent president. That when you are about to lose, you know, when you are just going to lose power, you run out of ideas and you begin to carry on certain ideas or certain principles or guidelines that will cause confusion and cause problems in the land, that will inflict a lot of
you have said something that is quite instructive. Do you think that Tinubu will lose 2027 if things continue to go in this direction?
If things continue to go in this direction and the opposition, topically ADC, get their game right, I tell you before 1 p.m., Tinubu would have been out of power.
Thank you very much. Now, what do you think that the opposition can do to take power from the ruling APC? Briefly.
They need to get coordinated. Let an Atiku be humble enough to just relax. That's my candid position. This is a southern affair for now. We want one Nigeria, right? So let an Atiku just support a southern candidate. Let us get a formidable candidate, a formidable force around this candidate and support him for 2020. This is what gave Tinubu an edge. He has been there. When they wanted to ousted Goodluck, when they wanted to remove Goodluck in 2015, it was a turn of the South. Goodluck just spent 4 years. So they felt it was still the turn of the South to finish the second term, right? But Tinubu did not say, I want it. As a Southerner, looked for a Buhari and supported Buhari, carried Buhari issue on his head. And that was why in 2023, after 8 years of Buhari era, he now said, Emelikon, is now my turn because I've paid my bills. You know, I've supported you people. So I think it's also my turn now. So it's more, I've invested a lot in this venture. So Atiku needs to think along that line. It's not an everything thing.
Okay, apparently from your position, what they are telling us is that if Atiku runs, that the ADC is going to lose the election. Pure and simple.
Definitely. Forget about the people feeling or saying that the North, Atiku is not really, it's not like Buhari in the North. That's the truth. It's not like a Buhari in the North. So it's for the opposition, especially ADC, to have put their things in order, future a Southern candidate, get a very reliable person from the North, you know, as a running mate, and then we face him head on. Because this tax law alone, the tax law alone, is really going to send the president out of that villa if
so
he is not very.
The tax law is a huge issue for the president.
One big challenge up north here now with regards to the tax issue is the fact that in most countries where these tax laws are there, we are not just going to be copying these things without considering other factors. Where these taxes have been put this kind of way, you know, there are a lot of things that the citizens enjoy from the government. They are not talking about electricity in those countries. They are not talking about roads. They are not talking about water. But here we are battling with these kind of issues. Our people dying every minute, you know, because of bad roads. We don't have water, we don't have electricity. And then you are imposing some of these measures of tax on people, so much so that it's difficult, no matter how they try to paraphrase the thing and structure it and paint it well. That
Honorable, talking about paraphrasing it and trying to restructure it, I'm happy that we can feel the pulse of the North through you. Do you think that the North has been adequately informed, you know, about the letters, the clauses of the tax law, to the extent that they see, it is clearly disadvantageous to the North? Do you think that we've been properly educated about the letters of that tax law?
There is a challenge.
Or is it some kind of misconception? It's just anti-North. What do you think?
That is, you know, bad name flies very fast. As much as good name doesn't die. And in as far as it is politics, when today, during an election day, somebody goes around and says, this person has stepped down for the other, it will take you a lot to really cancel that from the minds of a lot of people. Some gullible individuals may even go back home and not vote for you. Now, there is no proper education about this tax law in the North. It's a reality. That's one issue. But however it is, an average Northerner just feels that this guy he just wants to crush us. He just wants to collect all the money from us, you know, and all whatnot. There are a lot that may not even be. And because some people want the power, they will not even be kind enough to say we will educate the people appropriately. Those of them that are leaders in the North, they will not. They will rather come and magnify it. This guy has brought in tax laws and measures to even crush you more. He has not secured your lands. The little farming you are doing, bandits are killing you in the farms and all whatnot. The little land you are getting, he wants to collect most part of it again in form of tax. And then it's getting the people more angry. It's more political. You know, so it is something that he has to be proactive about it. For me, I feel it's not
Honorable, we are out of time and we have two other topics to talk about. I have to bring you back here some other time, so that we can talk about the tax laws and the Atiku presidency in 2027. Now, let's move on to the next topic of discussion. No fewer than 16 Nigerian military officers are facing life imprisonment or death penalty after being indicted for allegedly plotting to overthrow President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, the officers detained since October 2025 were found culpable following an internal military investigation, with the defense headquarters confirming that the probe panel has submitted its report to the appropriate authorities. Well, according to the Armed Forces of Nigeria, those with cases to answer will be arranged before a court-martial in line with the Armed Forces Act. Military authorities insist the process is disciplinary, guided by due process, and aimed at preserving professionalism, loyalty, and constitutional order within the ranks. Retired senior officers said attempted coup attracts the death penalty under military law, unless the president exercises prerogative of mercy, clemency. Well, they argue that strict punishment will serve as a deterrent, citing Nigeria's history where past coup plotters were executed or imprisoned, reinforcing the military's role in safeguarding democracy. Now, Honorable, from denial to acceptance, now court-martial, what's your reaction to this issue of coup plotting? 16 officers.
You know, this is a very interesting issue on the basis that, you know, with the 24th December attack by the U.S. in Nigeria, with the Venezuela experience, with some of these issues happening in some of our neighboring countries of Niger, in Benin, of military takeover, our president, you know, will definitely try to be very proactive to save his head, you know, from these guys. But then the first thing is, why even the contemplation of a coup in Nigeria? That's the first question. So what even motivated or prompted those individuals to even contemplate staging a coup or overthrowing a democratically elected government? It is because of bad governance, injustice, you know, lack of fulfillment of promises that have been made, even while holding the holy books.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So you will now see that we are not justifying the fact that, yes, these guys did, our laws have made it very clear.
Okay.
You know, it's treason. Once you want to come up against a democratically constituted government, is wrong and all whatnot. This is what we've agreed at the moment. But I think as much as we will have to punish them in line with the letters of the law, we must look at the causal factors.
Okay, the
that
causal
possibly
factors.
what would have led, yes, what would have led to this thing. So if it is under development, Nigerians must be able to rise. You know, these are individuals who plotted the coup, but then there could be a bigger coup by the Nigerian people, which is putting you out of power through the ballot, putting you out of power through the ballot, and then revolting, because these are tendencies for 2027.
Okay, so the government should actually be very careful. Now, a preponderance of the officers, you know, of these officers are from the north. Does that speak to a kind of dissent arising from the seeming dissatisfaction of the north with the government of Tinubu? If you look at the 16 of them, I think about 13 of them are from the north. What does that speak to?
Excellently. So that is also that is the point I wanted to conclude on, that you can now see this is a message that is emanating from the north, and these are guys that are high ranking in the military. They are not like some junior officers who the new recruits that just came in and all whatnot. And each of these persons, in one way or the other, will have some links with serious opinion leaders in the north that you cannot just rule out. So it must be something that must have been orchestrated by a lot of persons. They would have involved a lot of traditional leaders, you know. It's something that must have been planned by so many people, you know, and then they are just the ones to implement it. They must have the backings of a lot of people, both religious, both traditional, you know, opinion leaders, economic leaders, and all whatnot. They must have tried to say, okay, this is what we're planning to do. How do you see it? And the people will be like, yes, this guy is dealing with us. The country is not fine. Things are not really going well, you know, and all whatnot. But as much as we look at these things, if their ultimate motive is out of greed, it is sad and painful.
Okay.
And they have to be dealt with on the basis that we are not at a point where we should clamor for good governance.
Okay.
And when we are clamoring for good governance, we should clamor for good governance, seeking for good governance from an individual. We should seek for a leader with competence, capacity, compassion, and character.
All right. Now, Honorable, if you read it.
So if their agitation and whatsoever effort is tilted towards the fact that it has to be a northerner, then it is sad for our democracy.
It's sad for our democracy. Now, if you read it, yes, I get your point.
Is not from the north, then it's painful.
Okay, I get your point. If you read the political thermometer very well, clearly, do you think that the president will assent to the probable execution of those officers, knowing that it will finally pitch him against the north? Going to an election year, he seems very, very keen to return. Do you think that if the president looks, well, the north is clearly against me, and I go ahead to eliminate these officers predominantly from the north, do you think that the president will assent to them, okay, take them out, because according to the letters of the law, if you plan to topple the country, but the sovereignty of this country through a military coup, you are liable to be killed. Do you think that the president will assent to that? Going into an election year when the north is already ganging up against him. What are your thoughts about that? Quickly.
But I don't want to believe that Tinubu, who is a politically smart individual, will make that mistake, except if it confirms what I earlier said, that when the gods want to kill you, they will make you mad. Okay. You know? So they may just face the same fate with Nnamdi Kanu at the moment, you know, of maybe life imprisonment and all whatnot, because he knows very clearly the opposition are really going to hammer hard on it. And I don't even see him engaging that issue, because it's actually going to come up and it will put him under serious pressure, because the military, the court martialing process is not going to take long. Military don't have time to waste. Okay. Once the facts and figures are there at court martial, they just make their pronouncements and all whatnot. So they will try to play some form of politics with it. Okay. Maybe try to, okay, let's make it to the regular courts where there will be a lot of adjournments and all whatnot. And then maybe when I secure my second term, then we deal with it properly. Okay. But if it comes before the second term, I want to assure you that except otherwise, he would just probably just ask them to go for life imprisonment.
Honorable, one last thing. The All Progressive Congress, APC, has dismissed reports suggesting plans to replace Vice President Kashim Shettima as Bola Tinubu's running mate ahead of 2027 general elections, describing them as speculative and baseless. While the party said it's not engaged in any 2027 discussions due to the ongoing ban on political activities, and remains focused on delivering Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and ongoing economic reforms. A senior APC chieftain, Yerima, warned that altering the Tinubu's Shettima ticket will harm the party's chances in 2027, describing those pushing the rumors as politically naive and short-sighted. He stressed that the same critics had opposed the ticket in 2023 and cautioned that internal discord could cost the APC dearly amid concerns raised over Shettima's perceived exclusion from some recent party activities. Honorable Shettima to be or not to be, APC has put out what looks like a disclaimer. Those calling for Shettima's removal as VP in 2027 aren't speaking for us. What do you see coming?
It's not being sincere to itself and to Nigerians. Some APC organs have already endorsed Tinubu, who permitted political activities when they now said that they are focusing on good governance. You know, so they are not just being sincere. It's something that is there. It's a consideration, it's a factor they are looking out for. And the options on the table largely is, if we are looking at pressure coming from the fact that if we remove Shettima, the northern people, a lot of them will turn their backs against us, then let us replace him with a Christian. I want to tell you at this point that this is part of those things that cajole my governor, you know, to come into the ruling party, where they are feeling that, okay, possibly let us have a Christian northerner, you know, that we can balance the ticket, because there is also this outcry of balancing the ticket, the Muslim thing, the marginalization and all whatnot. So much so that even those, the people within the Muslim family are also no longer comfortable with the Muslim ticket, because those who sold it to them, and with the reasons they sold it, they are not really seeing those reasons, because they felt, some of them felt that we will have more mosques built, we will have Sharia implemented everywhere in Nigeria, we will be able to have special markets and hospitals for our own children, special schools. We will be living better than the Christians, because it's our own country and the president and vice are ours. That is the mindset from some of the fundamentalists. Okay, but sadly, they are not seeing those things in reality now. And so they too are not feeling comfortable. It has set them apart with their Christian brothers and sisters. Okay. So they are now feeling they need to balance that ticket. It's a reality.
All right, then we need a balance on that ticket. Well, Honorable Pulevo, can you use 30 seconds to give me your concluding thoughts as fast as you can? We are out of time.
Okay, for me, I think number one, the reality is that 2027 is here, and Nigerians are feeling a lot of pinch of this administration thus far. And Nigerians are ready and willing to stand to vote. If you check the recent INEC statistic, check the records of voters so far, a lot of people are turning out to vote, to get their voters card. The people are ready to come out and vote and reject bad leaders. Okay. That is a reality. Individuals who feel they are going to play politics with the will and the mandate of the people will have to have a rethink. And going into APC will not be a safe haven for anybody come 2027, because the people will speak and they will stand to defend their votes.
Okay, they will stand to defend their votes. It's always interesting speaking with you, Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo. Taraba State Chairman of Youth Party of Nigeria, I must say a very big thank you to you. And I hope that we can do this some other time, where we'll talk about the tax laws and Articles Presidency come 2027. Thanks very much for joining me. I appreciate your presence.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Chukuma. Thank you for always.
Okay, now on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Ndum. Stay with us, 7 o'clock on top of the hour. Issues is the program. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi also lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, It is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu seeking judicial reforms and increase in number of judges, to Falana demanding apology from military over coup plot denial. Also, Okpeyemi Bamidele, who is the Senate leader, says NAS would prioritize electoral reforms, constitution review, and 2026 budget. And finally, court rejects Nnamdi Kanu's transfer request. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has sent a package of judicial reform bills to the National Assembly, seeking, among other things, an increase in the number of judges across the country. At the resumption of plenary on Tuesday, Senate President Godswill Akpabio read a letter from President Tinubu in which he requested an amendment to the Court of Appeal Act to raise the number of justices from 70 to 110. He also transmitted a bill seeking amendment to the Federal High Court Act to increase the number of judges from 70 to 90, up from the original provision of 50 judges. The president cited the need to strengthen the court and address the growing volume of cases. According to the presidency, the bills seek to expand judicial capacity, reduce delays in case resolution, and improve access to justice for citizens. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests here in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. We also have who will be joining us virtually later on in the show, Festus Duru. He is the Lagos State Secretary, African Democratic Congress. He will get to join us later on in the show. Okay, I believe that our guest is in now. Glad to have you join us, Festus. Please unmute your device. Okay, well, let's come to our guest in the studio, Dr. Anosike. The president is seeking for judicial reforms, and he has sent so many reform bills to the judicial reform bills to the National Assembly. What would you say that this is like a step in the right direction?
Well, for me, I'm not seeing any reform bill, and he will not send any positive reform bill. What is happening is that this is a gratification in advance. Understand me? Just like building the houses for the judges. Understand? This is a Tinubu's way of I rob your back, you rob my back. So what is the quality of those people that are being are they being promoted on merit? The answer is no. Understand? Omotosho has been promoted to the appeal court. Go and review the content of the judgment that he has been given in the past. Understand? So for me, Tinubu has no capacity for any judicial reform. What he's just doing is appeasing the judges with promotion in expectation of a payback after the election. Understand? So nobody should be happy with what is happening. For me, we should be talking about quality and not quantity. Understand? Increasing the number of judges, the appeal court judges from 70 to 100. Understand? Doesn't make any meaning. Understand? Why quality is not there, merit is not there, transparency is not there.
Okay, but with the number of cases that we have that are being stalled as a result, we have many cases in a judicial that's awaiting judicial interpretation and all of that. So don't you think that with all of those cases that are on ground, there's a need for an increased number of judges?
Even if you bring 1,000 judges today, the same thing that is happening now will also be happening. It's not about the number of cases that's in court. An instance, the case that governors of PDP took to the Supreme Court after what's his name, Fobra was pushed away. Understand? They deliberately kept it behind until the election, until the 6 months expires. Understand? It was deliberate. So what's happening why cases are being stalled in the court is not because we don't have the right number of judges. It's because of corruption.
Can you expand on that? Because that was actually my next question. I was going to ask you that. Since we have so many stalled cases, what is actually the problem? Why do we have so many stalled cases awaiting interpretation?
One, corruption. Corruption is behind all this. One, cases are being stalled because of the highest bidder. Understand? If you have a case in court and you are not giving money, or your case will be stalled. Just like what is happening in the public hospitals. Understand? If you have a sick child and you go to the hospital, they will keep on giving that, postponing it until you become frustrated. When you become frustrated, they will tell you if you want or your child to be to be treated tomorrow, there's a private hospital owned by them. Understand me? So this is exactly what the judges are doing. So this is it's not that we don't have enough judges, it's because of corruption.
So you're saying that corruption is part of our biggest problem that we have.
It's the biggest cancer that you have in public service.
But what would you say is the place of funding? Because we know that our judiciary are not actually well paid. But what's the place of funding all of this problem? And of course, integrity of our judges and efficiency.
Who told you that judiciary are not being paid? The CGN earns more than the president of the country. The CGN earns more than the governors in the states.
Aside from the CGN.
The judges, their salaries are very, very high. Because why? They know that that's officially, they're not supposed to be getting money from other sources. They're supposed to focus on their job. Understand me? So they are earning more than the other people in the public service. Understand? And again, most of them know what the standard is before going in there. Understand? Nobody goes to law school that's to be trained that's as a judge. You decide to be a judge by yourself. So you must have known what the standard is. And if you feel it cannot make do for you, you will not go there. So the main problem is corruption.
Okay, let's get back. Let's get to our virtual guest. Glad to have you join us, Festus.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Okay, let me bring you up to speed on our discussion. We're talking about the judicial reform bill that have been sent by the president to the National Assembly, and one of it is the increment or the increased number in judges. I don't know what you think about it. Do you think that increasing the number of judges, do you think it's going to meaningfully reduce case backlog? Is that what we need at the moment, having to increase the number of our judges?
Well, thank you very much. Nigeria at this point should be talking about the quality of our judicial system, not the quantity. Strengthening institutions, the judicial institutions, is what the government should focus on. It is not about the number. It is about the quality. How will the people develop confidence in our judicial system? Those days, some countries in Africa used to come and borrow the quality judicial men we used to have. But today, when you are told go to court, you begin to feel, will I get justice? The court is supposed to be the place for the common man to get justice. It's not a place for, it's not supposed to be a place for the highest bidder. I think the best thing the government should do is to strengthen our institution, the judicial institution. It is not about rewarding, it is not about rewarding friends. It is not about rewarding colleagues. It's not about, it is to increase the quality, the standard of Nigeria judiciary. Let it become what it used to be those days. Those days, when you hear Nigeria judge preside over matters, in the end, you will turn your chest to say, yes, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. But today, most people believe that Nigeria judiciary is cash and carry judiciary. Thank you.
Okay, you talked about quality over quantity and the need for our judiciary to become what it is to be. But I want to ask you, how can we get to that point where we now begin to, where our judiciary now becomes very independent, or, as you said, what it is to be? How do we go back to that point?
Well, the best, it is for the country to look into appointing quality men. Men who, we have a lot of them, but I wouldn't want to name names. We have some judges, we have some senior legal luminaries in this country who their track records speak volume. There are many of them. When the selectors, those who make decisions of who is promoted, begin to choose by merit, not because he is my friend, she is my neighbor, she is my tribesman, she is my tribeswoman. We have men, we have great legal luminaries in this country who have the capacity to transform our judicial system. So it will no longer be the highest bidder, as some people presume it to be today.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me move back to our guest in the studio. Dr. Peter, you know, we've heard many persons talk about the dependency of our judiciary and the fact that our judiciary are not as independent as they should be. And I'm sure in many cases, you've mentioned cases where you feel like the judges were dancing to the tune.
Is this I feeling or what is out there? Is it I feeling or what is out there?
Well, what Nigerians say and what we see as the judges dance to the tune of those who are paying their bills or who are, But I want to ask you, what safeguards are needed to protect judicial independence while also expanding capacity?
One, to start with, nothing can be done under this administration.
Wow.
You ask the question, how can we get back to the days of Daddy Onyamas, Oputa, and others? We cannot get that in, so there's no need discussing this thing under this administration. Understand?
Why do you say so?
My friend over there said that we have quality in the go and luminaries. I would have wanted him that to mention names. Understand? Because if it's a judges that are singing on your mandate, we shall stand. Understand? To me, the judges, there's no difference between the judges that we have in this country now and the touts on Lagos Road. There's no iota of difference between the judges that we have now and the touts on Lagos Road. I will even respect the touts on Lagos roads than I will respect the judges that I'm seeing in courts today. All of them are more political than those in PDP and APC. Understand? When I was growing up, you respect judges. You don't see them anywhere. Understand me? That you only see them in the court. That's when I was in Nsukka, there's a judge in front of his gate. There's a signboard there. Visitors are not allowed. Understand? And that's what it should be. Judges don't print complimentary cards. But today, judges go to house warming, go to birthday parties, go to OMB, that's parties. Understand me? So, when you associate, you already influence. There's one politician that I met, a very influential politician, who told me it was a boast. Peter, all the phone number of all the judges in the country are in this phone. Understand? So, we cannot get anything right under the Tinubu administration.
But okay, you still
so talking of a reform, you cannot, corruption cannot reform, that's a reform.
Okay, but if you're saying that, you actually mentioned that the judges are being well paid. So if they're actually being well paid, what is the reason for this decadence that we see in our judiciary?
When you begin to understand me, begin to see yourself, there's anywhere there's an occasion and event, you are getting corrupt. Understand? Because people are going to be calling you, understand? And you may not have that the discipline of saying no, no, no. Understand me? So that's why those days judges are recluse. You don't see them only in the courts. You cannot go to their house. They cannot go to your own house. Understand me? So that is the situation. And that's of judicial reform. There's no way that this current administration can do any reform.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana has criticized the military, saying they owe Nigerians an apology following confirmation of an alleged coup plot against President Tinubu. Falana's remarks come after the defense headquarters officially confirmed that there was indeed a plot to overthrow the Tinubu administration months after initial denials sparked public debate. The senior advocate argues that the military's earlier dismissal of the report undermined public trust and created confusion. He said the detained officers could not be tried by court-martial. According to him, a court-martial would have sufficed if the matter were merely one of indiscipline. Let me come to you first. Let me come to you first, Festus. I'm sure you remember this particular story. Sometime last year, we heard that there was a coup attempt, and we saw the military come out to vehemently deny this. And yesterday, we actually saw them come to confirm that yes, some soldiers or some military officers have been investigated, and then they've gotten like 16 of them. And what do you make of this military's initial denial and then later this confirmation that they have done now?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the military does not have much to be blamed as regards that statement made some hours ago, yesterday, that 16 military officers were culpable in the allegation of an attempt to undermine security of Mr. President. The information, the rumor filtered sometime late last year, and if the military took time to be sure to carry out forensic investigation, to be double sure, to avoid innocent officers being punished for offense that they were not very sure of. So if the military are taking time to carry out proper investigation and discovered that there was either collaboration, undermining of the security of the seat of power of Nigeria, and came out now vehemently to say we are sure, we are double sure that there was culpability, that there was collaboration of staff of social organization that constructed the presidential villa, a very big organization in this country, in connivance with military officers. Then the military should not be much blamed to have taken steps to make sure it is coming out with authenticated information, authenticated analysis of that allegation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you actually saying that you feel like the military did well by trying to hide the truth from Nigerians?
I didn't mean that they did well by trying to hide the truth, because it's not hiding the truth, that it is hiding the truth. You know, security matter is not supposed to be a public issue, because the country's security is important. Management of security information is as well very critical. The time the military came up finally to say there was actual an act to undermine the security of Mr. President, it is not inappropriate that they have come out to say so after due analysis, forensic analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, this thing that the last statement, his response to my question about the fact that he said they were not, he said national security matters should be treaded carefully. They should not reveal everything. And many persons are of this opinion. Also, no, not many persons. Some government officials have come out to say, when it comes to insecurity, that no, the government should not, diverge everything. Some things should be kept, but some things should be kept away from Nigerians and from the public. But how can the military balance transparency with national security?
The issue is this: Q is enough and that thing, understand? And if such happens now, you cannot just say, because there's even a difference between a mutiny and a coup. Understand? So you have to, first of all, do your investigations to know what really is happening. Understand? Or what happened. Understand? Was it that's a kind of a mutiny, a coup, or just a disagreement between between some military officers? Because the truth is that deception is a war strategy. Understand? And the senior military officers are taught art of deception. So, and when you come immediately and announce that there was a coup attempt, understand? Those involved, understand, you have put them, you put them on their toes, understand? But when you start by dismissing it, understand, are the people, those who are involved, that's would not a kind of try to begin to
hide their tracks,
cover their tracks, try that to provide alibi, and so on and so forth. So you cannot just come immediately and announce that there's a military coup without investigation. But this is different from what happened in Kaduna State, where the Commissioner of Police said there was no abduction. Understand me? In that one, somebody, if we are 5 in our family, we went to church and we came back 4. You cannot say there's no abduction because somebody is missing. So this one, before they will come out and say, yes, there's a military coup, there must be investigation. And I feel that they have done that and now come to the conclusion that those people that were arrested indeed wanted to kind of overthrow the government. It was Sahara reporters that announced this. That's and Showade priced himself with having more information than even those in government. And this has also proved him right. Understand me? So you cannot just come immediately and announce. Just like if somebody is found dead, you cannot just come and say it is murder, it is suicide. You must first of all do your investigation. That is to come to a conclusion before making the announcement. Understand? So Femi and Farhan are saying that Nigeria, that the military owes Nigeria an apology. He is wrong. Understand? Before you give what happened a name, it must come after serious investigation.
Okay, but this coup attempt, what does it say about our democracy?
You know, for me, when we talk about democracy, another name for democracy is development. Understand? And when there's no development, there's no democracy. So right now, there's no democracy in the country. Understand? Democracy does not mean somebody wearing suit or the one that we saw Tinubu wearing in Turkey or wearing Agbada. Understand? When a nation is not free, fair, credible, it's not the democracy. When there's no development, there's no democracy. But for me, I always call for democratic rebellion of the people. And democratic rebellion of the people means chasing the government away with your vote. Understand? That's where I stand. Not with the barrels of the gun. Understand?
Okay, so you're saying that you are not an advocate of a military takeover or a coup attempt or...
No. Democratic rebellion of the people. That's chasing the government away with our votes, with our voters' card.
Okay, let me come to you first before we move to the next conversation. Dr. Anosike had already chimed in on this particular question. He said he feels that Falana, there's no need for the military to apologize. But I want to hear your own take. You're actually in support of the military, that what they did was, the right thing, by trying to investigate before they come forward with whatever it is that they would want to say. So I want to ask you, do you think that what Falana is saying, if he's actually saying the right thing, that should the military actually apologize to Nigerians, knowing that they denied something at some point and now they are coming to tell us that, okay, yes, there was actually a coup attempt by some officers?
I do not think that the military should apologize to Nigeria. I do not think so. For them to have come out at this appropriate time, when they are sure, double sure, of the allegation, after I had said it, after they might have carried out forensic analysis of the allegation and came out to inform the entire world that actually this allegation or this act actually took place, or there was an attempt to carry out such an act. Adding that to the question you asked, if taking power from civilian, if it is supported for military to take power from civilian, it is obvious that the popular saying that the worst civilian government is better than the best military government, theoretically, is very correct. Democracy is supposed to be the order of the day. Democracy is the most popular opinion. Democracy, better to rule. But democracy has to be in a way that the ballot should be the determinant of who rules the people, or who presides over the commonwealth of the people, or who presides over the state. It is not that the judiciary, the court, shouldn't be the one deciding, maybe with technicalities or inducement, as the case may be. The ballot is supposed to decide who presides over the nation, over the state, but not the other way around. So the people need to trust the outcome of the ballot. But the umpire that is in charge of the ballots will have to go by
The 2026 appropriation bill will prioritize to ensure of government programs.
They have taken from Nigeria. Understand? the worst Senate that we have had since Nigeria became independent. This is the worst Senate. So for me, what the best thing they can do for Nigeria is not to do any, just to return the standards and allowances that they have taken from our and
you know, let's for themselves. Don't you think that the next one needs to prioritize reforms? Do you see them actually doing that? Because Nigerians actually believe that electoral reforms is very key.
If they do that, 90% of them will not come back 2027. Understand me? If they do that, percent
to the gallery,
just sure to keep Nigerians busy, to give Nigerians hope, to give impression that that those that you sent to the Senate are doing something. Understand? If they do form that will ensure fair, credible election, 90% of them will not return in 2027. So they will not do it.
Okay, let me ask Festus. Festus, what specific flaws do you think that Nigerians' electoral system, that are in Nigerians' in the electoral system that need to be addressed, especially when it comes to these reforms? Danosike is saying that he doesn't think the Senate would actually carry out this this mandate of ensuring that these reforms are put in place. I don't know if you also share that view, but let me hear you. What are the specific flaws in our electoral system that you think that we need to address, especially when it comes to those reforms?
No. Key area is the making it compulsory that results of elections at the polling unit should be transmitted electronically, direct from the polling unit to the collation center, instead of passing through the various collation center in the voting area or in the ward or in the local government. All those processes should be boycotted. The reform, if the National Assembly actually make transmission of election results from the polling unit to be a compulsion. Let it be that the choice of what the people voted at the polling unit is what actually make decision of who emerge as the leader, but not the other way around.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me come to Dr. Nosike. Dr. Nosike, what do you, I know that you already said you think that these reforms will not see the light of the day, or these electoral reforms. But I want to ask you, we've had so many elections, and we've seen that some of our elections, and many of our elections, are not credible. What would you say are the biggest challenges that have resulted into lack of credibility in the country?
Corruption is the main reason. And it's not just from the INEC, from the political parties, from the security agencies. Understand? All these people contribute to making our elections not being free, fair, and credible. That's to start with. INEC doesn't carry ballot boxes. It is politicians that carry ballot boxes. INEC don't have thugs. It is politicians that bring thugs to the voting centers. Understand? So, when politicians come with talks, understand, or carry ballot boxes, credibility already. And it is not neck to make a nation. A policeman carrying a ballot box and running. A policeman. Understand? Policemen also do engage in intimidation of voters. Understand? So this thing happens before INEC. So it is not only INEC that rigs election. What INEC do is to manipulate the results. Understand me? What they do is to falsify figures. What they do is to give an undue advantage to people. An instance, if you are from one senatorial zone and you are from a different party, INEC may deliberately get enough votes. They come there around 12 noon. Understand? That's where they are sure of getting votes. They can go there around 8 a.m. Understand me? So this is so it is not only INEC that manipulates that makes a nation not to be transparent. Security agencies are involved. Political parties are involved. Then the judiciary themselves. Understand? When they rely on technicalities to instead of weight of evidence before them, that to pass judgments. Understand? So that is it.
Okay, so one of the things that Bamidele mentioned, he said that they would also look into constitution review. But I want to ask, they really power it and actually try to amend or review?
Resource control. Understand? Resource control is the main thing that resource control, devolution of powers, make government competitive. Understand me? If there's resource control and devolution of powers, people will have control over what is under their own soil. Understand me? People will have control over their own soil. There will be competition. It is competition that brings development. It is a competition that brings the development. Once there's development, Nigeria will begin to move forward. But once we continue on this emergency system of government, okay,
let me come to our guest. There's a need for it to be stated if their parties must resign their positions. But I know that it's part of in the Constitution, although it's just for legislators and not for the executive. And there's also a clause. But we now see the clauses for parties for them to be able to prove that their parties have their issues in the party and all of that. But for that particular clause, we have seen that many parties, it looks like there's one form of division or one form of issues in the internal issues in the party. But do you think that in trying to review our constitution, do you think that there's a need for it to be mandated that those who leave their parties must resign their position? Because we've seen so many people leave their parties that they've been voted into, as in they've been, like people voted these parties into office, and then you don't leave, you defect to another party, and then you just allow the people's mandate to just go south. So what do you think?
Okay, I think it is a constitutional issue. If an elected officer who enjoyed the sponsorship of a political party and emerged, decides to become or defect to another political party, it is important that such candidate or such person should know that not as an individual, not put forward or put her forward. But why I say it is a constitutional issue, the Constitution will operate today, which has passed through several amendments and will continue to be so. The Constitution says, we the people of Nigeria, we, including you and I, how many of us participated in making this Constitution for us? Those who have the view that the Constitution, people, something similar to what happened 12 years ago. There's a report that majority of the ethnic groups, majority of various sectors in this country were represented. Constitution that was produced by the people. But the more we keep amending this Constitution, for how long?
Okay.
So it is a constitutional issue. If a candidate who emerged, or an honorable, or a senator who emerged as a result of being sponsored by a political party, decides to leave that political party, the person should be able to drop all what the political party has given to him. It's just like the way when somebody is resigning from
I'll have to come in here. I'll have to come in here and to show, and you just conclude on that thought before we move. If I move to the
come again, sorry, I did that.
I said because of lack of time, I had to cut you short. Okay, that's all we have. Thank you very much. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Thank you very much, Festus Duru, for being a part of the show. And thank you, Dr. Anosike. I've loved you to chime into this particular discussion, this last question, but because of time, I'll have to cut it at this point. Thank you very much, Dr. Anosike.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome, yes. So that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on news and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. And this has been The Issues. And for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I want to actually, I beg you. subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba, and you're watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste, Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okoyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community, where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in EcoCity Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, it's your boy Chela. It's your boy Chela.
Your boy Chela. You get the vibe. You Chela, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chela, we like to meet you. A lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chela. I do music. I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know,
no.
All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chela, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, good vibes. Expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. It's not bad, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. We're doing good, we're going wide. People are loving it. Everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to be able to reach out to them, to be able to make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
Yeah, you get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting. So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer. And all my teams. I love you guys so much.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026,
You get it.
Well,
So you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name. Who are you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, STONEBWOY from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together. And I co-put them together. Co-stylist. but the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. You know, it's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and minds and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stonebwoy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stonebwoy after Afrima, it's going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. As long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, you know, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stonebwoy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, you know, to pull out? So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question. What really inspired, because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
Well, it wasn't like, it's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I sang the song, a producer friend of mine was beside me, heard it, was like, let's do this. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. We get into the studio and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
They're fine, I'm in Lagos, I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes?
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women, Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song, I feel good. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect 95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima. And I hope I win.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the large?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
So you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians. We are African winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade, and upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Esther's today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun. So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Kofi Olomide perform today because I love Rumba and I love Dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated, so I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, if the music, I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video. But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of song do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I know new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I'll just nuke everything and go back to something.
So tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
You get that? But don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow, I get it. So tell me, how do you see African music in general?
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones. I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty Chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets, his enemies are now going to his sold-out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lies they cry. Oh my my God! So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Ooh, how you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take you to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America. What's landing in Africa?
All right, please, would like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Adewale Ayuba, a Fuji musician. Born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes, sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're talking about African music.
Yes.
How do you see African music in general?
Are you still even calling it African music? It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where the door, that's the new door that God just opened now
Yes.
for African music. I'm telling you. And we are gifted. When you are talking about good rhythm, nice, melodious song, it's from Africa. I won't lie to you. Even the African singer, the American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is like 10 years or how long Afrima? This is 9. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they'll be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
All right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask this question. If you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why do you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place. I like the people. And Afrima is very excellent, meeting people, having some fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, can we meet you please? Your name?
My name is Milo. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm a gospel singer.
Ooh.
I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we repping Jesus actually. We rep Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards event. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see everybody. And we will praise the Lord. Ooh. I will sing Jesus tonight. So I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in the aspect? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music.
Yeah.
And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper.
Yeah.
And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year, we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist, and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes, consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, the tension. I want to just see. I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music.
Yeah.
Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
The vibes, oh.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel. Yeah.
So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the host.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my 3rd time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. So it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So what are your expectations for this evening? Like it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because in the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I feel good. So good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Anambra, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. Whereas I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Being, a musician and a songwriter, a creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right, okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
VOPTV, Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, with the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the obey and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006 and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Anambra Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Streaming on SLTV channel 26. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions the loudest.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight, entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not flaw.
Revelation that
Truth,
comes
not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche, and apologies for starting a little bit behind schedule, was due to technicalities.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Presidency plays down Tinubu's tumble with Turkish leader.
Also, Tinubu seeks amendment to Court of Appeal Act.
Senate commends U.S.-Nigeria military cooperation against terrorism.
And Wike threatens sanctions as court ends FCTA strike.
Court denies Nnamdi Kanu's request to leave Sokoto prison.
Nigeria's power grid crashes again twice in 4 days.
Onitsha traders protest closure of main market.
Well, on the foreign scene, India and the EU strike major trade deal.
In business, Naira gained strongly against dollar.
Well, in sports news, Wilfred Ndidi loses father in road accident.
And in the world of entertainment, federal government celebrates Tony Abraham as over Sabi Auntie hits 1 billion naira.
Now the news in detail. The presidency says President Bola Tinubu is hale and hearty, continuing his state visit to Turkey as planned. Special Advisor on Media, Sunday Dare, confirmed on his verified X handle that the president moved from the ceremonial reception to scheduled bilateral meetings with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and other senior officials. The meetings focus on strengthening ties and expanding cooperation in defense, security, trade, investment, energy, and economic development. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Nanuga addressed concerns over the president's well-being, explaining that he merely stepped on an object, causing a minor loss of balance. The presidency urged the public to disregard attempts to sensationalize the incident, stressing that the president remains fit and fully engaged.
In another development, President Bola Tinubu has sent a bill to the Senate seeking an amendment of the Court of Appeal Act to increase the number of justices from 70 to 110. The request, contained in a letter addressed to Senate President Godswill Akpabio, was read at plenary. Tinubu said the proposed amendment is aimed at strengthening the capacity, efficiency, and effectiveness of the appellate court in line with constitutional provisions and current realities in the justice sector. The bill also seeks to restructure provisions on the ranking and seniority of Court of Appeal justices, including the position of the court's president, and to modernize proceedings through the introduction of virtual hearings. According to the president, the changes are intended to enhance professional efficiency and legal certainty in appellate practice.
Well, staying with the Red Chamber, the Senate has commended the continued military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism. Senate President Godswill Akpabio gave the commendation at the first plenary sitting of 2026 after the Christmas and New Year recess, describing the partnership as vital to Nigeria's national security and regional stability. He also noted that despite economic pressures and security challenges during the recess, the country has continued to make steady progress, driven by the resilience of its people.
We now move on to the Green Chamber, where the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee probing agricultural subsidies and intervention funds has summoned the Auditor General of the Federation, along with the Ministers of Finance and Agriculture, over the disbursement of agricultural program funds between 2015 and 2025. Lawmakers expressed concern over gaps in accountability records presented during the committee's hearing. Committee Chairman Jamo Aminu highlighted the Auditor General's failure to provide audited reports on several subsidy and intervention programs. Aminu said investigation is part of the House's broader effort to scrutinize public spending in the agricultural sector amid rising food prices and concerns over food security. He added that the committee expects full audit documentation to track the disbursement and impact of these schemes.
Well, still in the Green Chamber, the House of Representatives on Tuesday adjourned plenary in honor of Godiya Akwashiki, who died in India at the age of 52 after a prolonged illness. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu said the adjournment followed the Assembly's tradition of honoring members who've passed away while in active service. Akwashiki first represented Nasarawa North Senatorial District in 2019 on the platform of the All Progressives Congress and was re-elected in 2023 under the Social Democratic Party.
Away from the National Assembly matters, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has warned striking staff of the FCT administration to return to work or face legal action following the National Industrial Court ruling ordering an end to the strike that has disrupted services in Abuja for over a week. Speaking to newsmen shortly after the court's decision, Wike insisted that the rule of law must prevail and accused political actors of exploiting the strike for reasons unrelated to workers' welfare. He highlighted efforts to improve staff welfare, disclosing that over 12 billion naira has been approved for the payment of January salaries, and cited improved revenue performance with the FCT generating more than 30 billion naira in internally generated revenue. The minister also urged workers to acknowledge ongoing reforms including the establishment of a civil service commission and continued infrastructure development across the territory.
Well, switching some gears now, the military says a viral video alleging lack of care and indifference is false. It reaffirmed that the personnel or the welfare of personnel, especially those injured in action, is a top priority. Director of Defense Information, Major General Smaila Uba, stated that all injured personnel receive comprehensive medical care locally or abroad, depending on their injuries. He added that support extends beyond treatment to include rehabilitation, counseling, family assistance, and ongoing command oversight.
We now move on to this next report, which says that the Federal High Court in Abuja has struck out an ex parte motion filed by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking his transfer from the Sokoto Correctional Center. Justice James Omotosho struck out the motion after counsel from the Legal Aid Council applied to withdraw from the case, citing irreconcilable differences with the applicant. Kanu was convicted of terrorism-related offenses on November 2025 and sentenced to life imprisonment, a verdict his family rejected and vowed to appeal. He was subsequently transferred to the Sokoto Correctional Center after the court ruled that the Kuje facility in Abuja was unsuitable. The IPOB leader later filed the motion seeking transfer to custodial center closer to the Federal Capital Territory, including Suleja or Kefi. Addressing the court, Legal Aid Council Demdo Asan said Kanu's relatives failed to depose to the application and accused the applicant of attempting to dictate court proceedings. In his ruling, Justice Omotosho granted leave for the Legal Aid Council to withdraw and struck out the motion for lack of competence, citing the absence of proof of service on relevant parties.
While in another development, Nigeria's weak national power grid collapsed again on Tuesday, the second time in 4 days and third in a month, leaving the country without electricity supply. The grid collapse, which occurred around 11 a.m., left the electricity distribution companies without load allocation from the grid. Confirming the crash, several discos informed the customers through social media handles of the power outage from the grid.
We now move on to the eastern part of the country, where thousands of traders at the Onitsha main market in Anambra State took to the streets in protest over the closure of the market by Governor Charles Soludo. The governor had ordered a 7-day shutdown following what he described as persistent disregard for the government directive against observing the Monday sit at home. The closure sparked protest after traders were denied access to their stalls within the market vicinity.
Well, here in Lagos, members of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association and the National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees are challenging the ban on sachet alcoholic drinks. They are asking NAFDAC to provide proof that children are consuming the products. The unions held a protest at NAFDAC's Lagos office on Tuesday, now in its third day. National President of the association, who is also the Deputy President of the Trade Union Congress, Jimo Ibo, dismissed claims that sachet alcohol fuels underage drinking, saying there is no supporting data. He also questioned why sachet alcohol was singled out, pointing to adulterated bottled wine and spirit as a greater health risk.
Joining us virtually on News Hour to discuss the ban on sachet alcoholic drinks Ajimo Oibo, Deputy President of TUC, and Ejo Augustine, stakeholder, TUC member. Glad to have you join us, sirs.
Good evening.
Good evening. Glad to have you join us.
Yeah, we are here. Good evening, VOP.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so let's start with this. Why is the association challenging the ban on sachet alcoholic drinks? We've seen NAFDA come out to say the reason for the ban is as a result of children intake. So why is the association actually confronting this or opposing this ban?
As a body, I will first of all want to clarify these facts. We are not opposing NAFDAC regulation. And as a body also, we support the mandate of NAFDAC to protect public health. That is very, very sacrosanct. But the reason why we're against this ban is very clear. Disruption of millions of livelihoods is going to happen. Erosion of existing investments is also going to take place. In fact, another issue is risk to social and economic dislocation. These are the things that will happen when this ban is enforced. And it will also push consumers towards unregulated and potentially dangerous alternatives. And this we don't want to happen.
So I understand that your grouse is largely economical, right? That's what I hear you say. But NAFDAC has come out to say that this is not just happening, that they've been in consultation with you and your organization for over 5 years, and that this is not something new, and that you were asked to rethink your financial strategy. Would you say you didn't really do what NAFDAC said during your consultation to rethink your business strategy?
I think I will have to leave that to the national president to answer.
Okay.
But what I would say clearly is that, yes, there have been consultation with the employers. We are workers' representative. If there have been consultation with the employers, fine, it's going to take time for such implementation. And the one thing we must get clear also is that abuse, pack size, there are two different things. Alcohol abuse is a social and health issues. It's not about pack size. That is what I have to say about that first and foremost.
But talking about pack size, NAFDAC has actually said that the content or the volume of alcohol in some of the sachet alcoholic drinks are actually 3 times more than what we find in bottled drinks. Don't you think that is the case here?
If NAFDAC is saying that, that means they have not actually done their own work. These products are regulated. I hear the NAFDAC DG saying that the concentration of ethanol in sachet is between 50 to 95%. So if that is what they have been approved, that means the DG is so disconnected from what the tenet of NAFDAC regulation.
All right, Jimo,
now,
okay.
It's just about pack size. Okay, if Jimo is up, maybe you can
please
just
continue.
respond to that.
Continue, please. Land on your thoughts
Okay.
before we go to Jimo. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I was saying is that 50 to 95%, that is what the NAFDAC DG was saying, that is inside the sachet, which is not correct. The difference is just the pack size. What is in 75 cl bottle or 37.5 cl bottle, 20 cl bottle, 10 cl, and even the sachet is the same content, the same concentration of ethanol. And based on regulation, except globally, what NAFDA regulates is not more than 45%. And most of this sachet, if it is gin, for instance, is 43%. For other, let's say between the range of 28 to 43%. That is what we have in most of this alcoholic content, whether in sachet, whether in bottles. So that assertion or that narrative is very, very wrong.
All right, Jimo.
Because they are not adulterated products.
All right, can I come to Jimo? Jimo, thanks for joining us. I'd like to know if you have anything to add to what your colleague has said. Also, I understand that yourself and your group are not just protesting alcoholic beverages in sachet containers, but you're also protesting the ban on alcoholic beverages in PET bottles and glass bottles below 200 ml. If you can explain that a little bit and then tell us what your major grouse is. Can you hear me, Jimo? Jimo, unmute your device, please, so we can hear you clearly. Unfortunately, we can't hear Jimo, so I think we'll go back to our respondent. So can you please tell us the economic or social impact that this ban has had on your industry so far? I know you said it is largely economical, but let's go human angle a little bit. Could you give us instances of how this has affected family members? Are people going hungry? Are people going homeless? If you could address that a little bit. I'm talking to a respondent that we've been talking to. If you can unmute your device and let's talk. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, News Hour continues. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues.
We are still taking a look at the ban on sachet alcoholic drinks. And right now, Ejo Augustine, who is a stakeholder and TUC member, joins us again. Ejo, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, because I'd love to hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you very clearly.
Fantastic. So I was asking, right, you've explained to us that your grouse against NAFDAC is largely economical. So I was asking that, is there any family members of your association who have gone homeless or hungry because of this ban on alcoholic beverages in sachets?
Yes, the effect is immediate and very significant because it's direct loss of job. So whether you like it or not, about 5.5 million people are going to be out of job. So it is a very significant issue. The implication is grievous. People will lose job, investment will be eroded. So it's huge. It's not something we are toiling with, because the value chain is very, very long. It's not just the manufacturer of the products, the value chain, the packaging, the transporter, the retailer, the distributors, their investment will be eroded. So it's direct and significant.
Okay, let me come to you.
As I talk to you now, okay.
No, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, please.
You can complete your thought or conclude on your thought.
Yes, I was trying to say that as we speak now, when you see people outside or workers outside protesting, it's based on anxiety and instabilities, because people are already, there is apprehension, so to speak, because of the enormous effect of this policy that NAFDAC is trying to bring on board.
Okay, while you were talking, you said 5 million workers or 5 million persons have been affected as a result of this ban. But I want to know first what your source is. How did you get to this? How did you get this number? What's your source? That's one question. The other aspect is, okay, with this consequence or with this repercussion of the ban, are there changes of practice that you want to see instead of a complete ban?
I didn't quite get that. It was breaking, so I didn't get.
Okay, so my first question is, you said 5 million workers. Can you hear me right well? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you now.
While you were speaking.
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly now.
While you were speaking, you said 5 million persons have been affected by this ban. And I'm asking that, what is your source? What is the source of this number? That's one question. Then on the other hand, I'm also asking, with this repercussion or with this, of the ban, what changed alternatives would you like to see, or would your union like to see, instead of a complete ban of this sachet and pet drinks?
Now, when we say 5 million or 5.5 to speak, so to speak, it's cut across the value chain. Now, 500 will be from direct employment from these alcoholic beverage companies. Now, the others, they are distributed along the value chain. It's just an estimation. Are you getting me now? Now, when I started speaking, I talk about value chain, including the manufacturer of the packaging materials. They have employees in that sector. Is it the ethanol production companies? They have employees in those companies. Is it the distributors? they have employees. Is it the retailers? You know, so it's so to speak an estimation based on industry estimation. Now, the second question, maybe you can recap it again for me, please.
So the second question is, with this, what changes, alternatives would you like to see instead of a complete ban of these sachet and pet alcoholic drinks?
Now, you know, the one thing that we must understand, a lot of products, I'll just digress a little bit. A lot of products, even whether the other companies like detergents, milk, they are all in sachets. Some of them are in sachets. Now, why? It's for economic reason, affordability. That is the reason why you have sachets. And over the years, it has been regulated by NAFDAC. Do you understand? Now, what alternatives are we looking at? Fine. Affordability is not equal to abuse. I think that is where NAFDAC is taking it. Affordability does not mean it's abuse, because you are saying
Are you still with us?
100 mil, because people have asked that. Now, can you hear me, please?
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Now, what we're saying alternative is it has to do with more of advocacy, public awareness campaign that is vigorous, you know, so that people will know the labeling. Already, if you look at some of these labels, it is written, people that are below 18 years should not drink this product, and they should drink responsibly. These are some of the advocacy that in collaboration with NAFDAC that this company has been doing. But what we feel is that we could make it more vigorous. We could take it to schools, youth education programs, public awareness campaign, you know, enforcement of regulation, so that people will not have, underage people will not have access, because that is what NAFDAC is hammering on, that people that are little children, they have access. We've not been able to get empirical data to that fact. But despite that, the industry is always ready out there to support NAFDAC in terms of regulation. So it has to be intensified. That is what we are looking at. It is not outright ban because of the economic implication. Fine, we are concerned about the health of the citizens, but when there is awareness,
Oh, we seem to have lost some connections with him. We'll take another break now.
Young people or the young too, they are also with this. So these are some of the things that we are looking at.
Well, Ejo, you said accessibility is not abuse. You also cited examples of detergents in sachets and all of that. But the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Adeyeye, has come out to say that it is not about the packaging, but the content in this sachet, right? So I want to ask, do you agree with NAFDAC that these drinks pose health challenges, not just to minors alone, but also to adults?
Now, when you say content, if you are banning sachets and you are hinging it on content, what about the bigger sizes? Don't they have alcoholic? Don't they contain alcohol?
That's a good question.
So I don't see.
Yeah.
They contain alcohol also. Do you understand? I think she is mixing it up. to say that the one in sachets, in fact, to the extent to say we got some people saying it is poisonous. No, these are regulated products. They don't just come out to the market without NAFDAC approval. And they have their guidelines to say this product, whether in sachet, what differentiates them, whether in the big size, I said this earlier, it's just the pack sizes. The content are the same.
But can I ask you,
so if you're not saying you are abandoning,
can I ask you,
okay.
How easy is it for a child to have access to alcoholic beverages in sachet compared to a child having access to alcoholic beverages in a big bottle? How easy is it?
I wouldn't say that it is fine because it is in sachet. We can assume that, they will have access to it. Now, all this starts from even the home front.
Mm-hmm.
The home front speaks a lot of value. You know, what is the value from the home front? You can even see some parents sending their children to go and buy all these things, which is not supposed to be. Because NAFDAC is already regulated, it's a regulated product, and it is clearly stated on the labels, on the packaging material, that people or children that is below 18 should not take it. Yes, because, sensitization, we can't take it away from all this discussion because it's the major point, sensitization. If you look at other, like tobacco, for instance, you can't tell me that children might not have access to tobacco, for instance, because it is being sold on the streets. So, but everything is about sensitization. Advocacy, letting them know the implication for children not to indulge in alcohol. So it's about bringing the stakeholders, the NAFDAC. How are we going to go about this? So that we'll be aware of the implication, because it's about the children. I have children. I wouldn't want my children to be exposed to alcohol, whether in pack size, whether in small pack sizes or in big pack sizes at underage. So it's about sensitization and taking it, letting even the parents know the implication of all this. So in terms of quality, in terms of meeting specification as stated by NAFDAC, it is in this product. This product meets specification. They are not counterfeit products. They are not prohibited products. Neither are they fake products.
Okay, before we let you your challenge of you opposing or challenging this ban.
Yeah, because from the earlier discussion with the National Assembly, the stakeholders are supposed to go back, even as a nation, to come out with a national alcohol policy in the first place, because that's the beginning of the process. As a nation, what do we really want in terms of alcoholic beverage consumption? Do we have that? So it's about collaboration.
Collaboration between the authorities and your employees, your employers as well as the employees. Is that what you're saying?
Now civil on how we can move forward.
All right. So my final question to you, I don't know if Nina has more, but question is, are you going to continue with the protest until your demands are met by the authorities? Can you hear me, Ejo?
I didn't hear you.
Your protest, the ongoing protest, is it going to continue until NAFDAC caves in to your demands?
Yes, it's going to continue because the workers, their jobs are threatened. The investment is about to go down the drain. You know, one thing that they don't also know is what this industry
Well, unfortunately, we've lost contact with Ejo Austin. I hope I got that right. But we've been taking a look at the ban on alcoholic beverages, especially those in sachet containers. We'll take a short break. When we come back, News Hour continues. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Police have arrested a 28-year-old man in Delta State over the alleged killing of his close friend following a dispute over proceeds from internet fraud. The incident reportedly stemmed from a fallout over a stalled online fraud deal, raising concerns about the dangers of cybercrime among youth. Investigations into the fatal confrontation are ongoing. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
A 28-year-old man, Ogene Dare, has been arrested by the Delta State Police Command for allegedly killing his friend, 25-year-old Courage, following a dispute over internet fraud activities. Both men were reportedly involved in online fraud, commonly known as Yahoo operations, and the conflict began when Courage logged Ogene Dare out of a fraud job worth nearly $1,000, escalating into violent confrontation that left Courage dead. The Delta State Police Public Relations Officer, SP Bright Edafe, spoke about the incident, providing details of the arrest and investigation.
Today, we are with a suspect who allegedly murdered his friend and former roommate. They went into the business of internet fraud, and somehow they had a transaction conflict. One thing led to another. He confronted the late guy. They had a fight, and they used something that looked like a small shovel or a battle axe on the head of the victim.
The victim's perspective was also shared, highlighting disagreement that led to the attack.
What did bring you and Courage together? What did cause this problem?
Yahoo work. He logged me from work.
He logged you out from work?
Yes.
Okay. So why you come first say he logged you out from work?
They say the work supposed to pay us almost $1,000. But
300.
Almost $1,000. But in the shop they work already since. So they can't carry the work on me. When he can't come in, the work supposed to pay. That day when the thing happen or the next day. I answer of the login for man. You not gonna give me the WhatsApp login. When I WhatsApp now login for me. You not gonna give me the WhatsApp login. Now why me go find out go ask.
You say you belong to which court?
Yeah. NBN.
On that very day when you go to this guy house, this Courage house, what can happen?
I see him for us. When he starts, I go comfort him for the work. And then I will start the fight. Now I take carry what he did. Something they pocket, but now actually look. Now I take call out the thing come outside. I mean I carry the thing. Let me take call out my own come outside. As one ship, now I take cut out which obviously my own long pass with it. Now I take use it to whip and direct. Then now I don't know. I been na head na touch. Now last we they take go go to where. Now I police got them say na head na me cut.
How many times you cut him for head?
2 times. I mean you say whip and direct.
Okay. This is your friend. You say you have known him. Does he belong to any court at all?
Yes, I Baga.
Then you na Black Hat?
Yes, Black Hat.
What's the gain in courtesy?
Nothing, sir.
Ogene Dare, who admitted involvement in the court group and internet fraud, remains in police custody as investigations continue. From VOP TV, I am Rhoda Journey.
Well, on the foreign scene, amid growing global trade tensions, India and the European Union have agreed to slash tariffs on most goods aiming to boost two-way trade and reduce reliance on the United States. The EU says the deal could double its exports to India by 2032, eliminating or reducing tariffs on 96.6% of traded goods and saving European companies around 4 billion euros in duties. India's trade ministry said the EU will cut tariffs on 99.5% of Indian goods over 7 years, with tariffs on marine products, leather, textiles, chemicals, rubber, base metals, and gems, as well as jewelry, dropping to zero. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi described the agreement as a big deal, calling it the mother of all deals.
We now move on to business. The naira strengthened against the dollar at the official foreign exchange market to start the week. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the currency rose to $1,418.95 per dollar on Monday, up from 1,421.63 naira on Friday, a gain of about 2.68 naira. Meanwhile, the black market rate held steady at 1,419 naira per dollar. The development comes as Nigeria's foreign reserves stood at $46.01 billion last Thursday.
Well, it's time for sports news now. And on a sad note, Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi is in mourning following the death of his father, Sunday Ndidi, just weeks after leading Nigeria to third place at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Sunday Ndidi, a retired military officer, died on Tuesday after a road accident in the Munede Delta State. He was rushed to a hospital in Agbo, where he was later confirmed dead. Besiktas Ndidi's Turkish club, confirmed the news in a statement. Ndidi, one of Nigeria's top football experts, continues to play a key role in the national team.
And finally, in entertainment, the Nigerian government has congratulated actress Toyin Abraham after her new movie, Over Sabi Auntie, grossed 1 billion naira in Nigerian cinemas. The Nigeria Film Corporation described the milestone as another strong signal of progress for the nation's creative economy. Managing Director Ali Nuhu said the achievement places Abraham among filmmakers whose work connects culturally with audiences while demonstrating strong commercial success in a competitive market.
Well, that's how we wrap it up today on News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the presidency has played down Tinubu's stumble with a Turkish leader.
Also, Tinubu seeks amendments to Court of Appeal Act.
Senate commends U.S.-Nigeria military cooperation against terrorism.
Wike threatens sanctions as court ends FCTA strike.
Also, court denies Anambra Kanu's request to leave Sokoto prison.
Nigeria's power grid crashes again, twice in 4 days.
And Onitsha traders protest closure of main market.
On the foreign scene, India and EU strike major trade deal.
Well, in business news, we told you that the Naira has gained strongly against the dollar.
In sports, Wilfred Ndidi loses father in road accident.
Well, in the world of entertainment, the federal government celebrates Toyin Abraham as Over Sabi Auntie hits 1 billion naira.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndondioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. A beautiful Tuesday it is in the month of January. And today's the 27th day, am I correct? Yes. 27th, yes. So it's the 27th day in the month of January. And we welcome you to VOP this morning. Now let's take you through what the conversation would be for today. Amnesty, well, first of all, we'll be touching on insecurity. Well, insecurity deepens as Amnesty International faults federal government over fresh northern bandit attacks. President travels abroad. Reps splits. Governors cry foul. Civil society demands probe into illegal alteration. That's talking about the tax law scandal. And also, NLC, FCTA staff besiege court as Wike faces removal, demands for his removal. Well, these are the major conversations on our table this morning, and we'd like for you to come along with us as we dissect them all.
Well, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, it's Moses Humphrey, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I was just asking if I said my name. Okay.
Now, those are the major topics of discussion, but we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the program. Jane, good morning.
Good morning. Looking very sharp this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you, Jane.
And thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Now, talking about the other trending stories, in a bold but economical move against the controversial Monday sit-at-home order enforced by separatist groups in the southeast, Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has ordered the immediate closure of Onitsha Main Market, one of West Africa's largest commercial hubs, after traders failed to open for business despite repeated government warnings. While the governor, who personally visited the market, declared that the shutdown was a decisive step to end what he described as economic sabotage, crippling the state's revenue and livelihoods. The sit-at-home directive, originally imposed by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB to press for the release of its detained leader, Anambra, has over time become a flashpoint of fear and compliance, with residents often staying indoors to avoid violent enforcement. Well, I think we talked about this a bit yesterday, and at that point, the governor had not ordered the closure of the market.
Yes.
It was yesterday when there was no compliance with his own directive that the market should open, and the governor now slammed, that closure order on the main market. And I'm like, I was trying to situate it between, I own my business. I want to go to business. I don't want to go to business. And the governor says you must go. Why you force people to go out when they don't want to go out? I understand what the governor is trying to do, to make economic sense of it all. But if you look at the human right angle of it, the freedom of speech, the freedom space angle of it all, I'm not sure that the governor has a right to force somebody to go and do his business where he doesn't want to do his business.
Well, see, this is a very sensitive
It's very sensitive. It's very sensitive. Okay, go ahead. No, you have a point to make.
Land on your thoughts.
No, you have. I will never land. No, go ahead and you have a point to make.
Well, I think I understand what the governor is trying to do, and I think at some point, sit-at-home needs to stop.
Okay.
At some point.
Okay.
Now, we understand initially a lot of people decided to sit at home, and at some point they were compelled by certain non-state actors. They were compelled. We understand that there were times people decided to come out, and these non-state actors killed people, compelling them to sit at home. If there is some sort of poll held, and people are asked to bear their genuine feelings, I will tell you that a lot of people, some that I have interacted with who stay in Enugu and other places like that, will tell you that, look, they ordinarily want to go out on Mondays. They want to take their children to school. They want to go out. They want to go to their business places. But because of fear that if you don't comply, something might happen to you. You might lose your life in the process. They have come to accommodate that fear and they are living with it. But for how long will it continue?
Okay.
Now, the man, IPOB says, sit at home, originally, IPOB said, sit at home would only occur when Nnamdi Kanu is taken to court. Am I correct?
No, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
But now the case has been decided. There should be another measure to ensure that, look, justice, there should be some sort of appeal. And in appealing, there should be a different measure. It shouldn't be continued sit at home to appeal for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Other measures should be taken. I see what some IPOB-related organization is doing in the abroad, appealing to international bodies, organization and the rest. And just the other day, he was given an honorary citizenship
of the state of
which is good.
Yes.
Which is good. All of this will speak in his favor when international bodies that we have been calling on to come into the matter and, appeal for his release. But the continued sit at home.
Okay,
at some point
I'm happy that I allowed you to come from this angle. I'm happy that I allowed you to come from this angle. But you said something that at some point, non-state actors, started forcing people to stay at home. Now the people got used to it. That word non-state actors, up until this moment, who are those non-state actors? IPOB at a point said, look, we are not the ones behind the carnage that happens on sit-at-home days. And they were very clear on that. And at a point, we discovered that, look, there might be some form of fifth columnist sponsored by a certain government at certain levels to do all of this. So what the governor needs to do is to find out who are those people that forced people to sit at home when IPOB had clearly said, no, we are not the ones behind it. It is the responsibility of the state governor to do all of that and not to ask people, you must come out, whether you like it or not, when he has not taken care of the fears of the people. That is where I'm coming from. And so when people say, well, and the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and the sit at home is a very sensitive thing, like you said, I agreed. And it is very fundamental, to the existence of the people. It is not accidental. Accidental in the sense that, well, people can always survive, but this is about the issue of survival of an ethnic group, of a race, of a people. So it is fundamental to them, and that is why they bought into the idea of the sit-at-home thing. Like I said yesterday, the sit-at-home has started fizzling, out in some parts of the southeast. I think Anambra, for now, is just the flashpoint. So what the governor is doing, and relying on history, when the governor came into office, he tried it, it backfired, it didn't work. So I've expected him to follow another track this time. And he's going back to his old ways that didn't work.
Which is the other track. The other track is following. Then he said, come out. If you don't come out, we'll close your, we'll do things. He tried to force the people out. Now he's following a different track.
No, he's not following a different track. He's still following the same track. You must come out.
If you don't come out, that means you don't want to sell.
My business or his business?
Your business is fine.
So what's his business with that?
Government owns every land.
Okay, so governor can as well come to tell me, okay, you don't have to sleep in your house because you own the house. Because you own... Government owns the market, but the people own the stores.
Yeah, fine. I absolutely agree.
Yes.
But he's saying, look, if you don't come out on Mondays, then you can as well stay home for the rest of the week.
Okay, now...
And then it will be open again on another Monday.
On another Monday.
And if you choose not to come on that Monday, then
see, let me tell you, the governor is taking a track that will not work. He's going to crumble...
I mean...
It will not... He's going to crumble the economy of Anambra State. Because there are other angles to it. The people that ordinarily don't have work, in Anambra State, how often has he forced them, oh, you must go out and get work and get jobs? Has he done that? Has he built industries? People are free to run their businesses. See, the thing is very dicey. I agree with you. It's very sensitive, But if you, like I'm saying now, Soludo, the track is following. Igbo people are very determined.
Yes,
they are very determined,
absolutely.
especially Onitsha people and market people. They said, okay, do you know how much it takes every day from the markets? He's going to lose all of that and rely on what he got from the Federation account. And before you know it, other markets will start, there will be this kind of sympathy drive, solidarity and all of that. He's going to crumble the business of Anambra State. Unknowingly, that is exactly what he's doing.
Do you think the Igbo man ordinarily will leave his business unattended for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month?
They have done sit at home in Anambra there for close to 4 years.
That's 1 day in a week.
But close to 4 years.
1 day in a week.
Anyway, let's see how it goes. I'm sure they will.
You're sure they will?
I just feel that
will.
until the governments can, guarantee the safety of
The
life.
safety of the people. So if
which is the most important
which
thing,
is the most
actually.
important
This
thing.
move by Soludo for me is just punishing the victims and avoiding accountabilities for the
It's
perpetrators.
as simple as that.
I think that's just it. Once you cannot guarantee the safety of lives and property, I think you've pretty much failed. And you don't really have that trust. People won't have the trust. Your people won't have the that
I told you when
trust
Peter
in
Mba,
you.
I told you when Peter Mba said, you must come out on Monday mornings in Enugu. He
It didn't
used
work.
the Ahmad Personakaras to go and protect his own. Well, I keep forgetting the name of that is filling station.
Okay.
And he went and to protect his own business. People say, look at the man that is asking us to come out, and he's protecting his own business with APC and all of that. People understand the intricacies in all of these things, and they will say, well, Governor, if this is what you want, let's see how far you can go.
And the APC you meant there was the armored personal
carriers. No, not the All Progressives Congress.
Let's move on to another conversation.
Okay, let's move on. The detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, serving a life sentence at the Sokoto Correctional Center after his conviction on terrorism charges, has issued a stern directive through his lawyer, Nnaemeka Ejiofor, warning visitors against making public statements or broadcasts about their discussions with him. Kanu stressed that any official communication will henceforth be released only through his legal team or IPOB. IPOB spokesman Ima Powerful. He also dismissed widespread rumors that he collects money from individuals or groups seeking access to him. He insisted that visiting him is not a commercial venture and must strictly follow prison protocols, including proper identification and registration. The other, delivered in a viral video, has sparked heated debate across Nigeria, with critics accusing him of trying to control the narratives around his detention, while his supporters argue that it's necessary to protect the integrity of the Biafra struggle. When I saw this story yesterday, the first thing that came to my mind is, he actually delivered this directive through a viral video. And I'm wondering who recorded the video? How did it come out? But away from that, I think it's a good move for him to control the narrative. Even though I do know that in other climes, most prisoners of conscience actually do control their own narrative. You don't have different people, meeting him, coming out, using it as a clout chasing, which is what is very peculiar in our society. Most people would then go in, see him, hold their own press conferences, build their own fan base, and just have different things. So Nnamdi Kanu being who he is, I think it's a good move. What do you guys think? I think it's a good move.
Well, you have said a lot. I don't know why people would like to use a man that is in detention, that is in prison, serving a life sentence to gain traction and popularity and all of that. And well, like you said, prisoners of political prisoners like this have a way of controlling the narrative from inside, just like what Mandela did. At some point, Mandela was inside the prison and controlling the ANC. Because the ANC was a very large organization, with hierarchy, command structure and all of that. But he was in prison running the show. Whatever he says, became an article of faith for the African National Congress. And even when people like Bob Sobukwe of the Pan-Africanist Congress, try to alter the narrative, against the ANC and in favor of militancy, because ANC at that time was not really talking about militancy. That was like Nelson Mandela was that, well, I cannot ask the white man to get on a steamship and go back to Europe. They are already here, but we can live together. But PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress of Bob Sobukwe was like, oh, no, these people have to leave. We have to take control and all of that. And it was a long history, right from the Jan van Riebeeck time of 1648 and all of that. It's a long history. So what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that it's good that Nnamdi Kanu is coming out to say, look, this is what it is. And when they say that he takes money for people to visit him, has it become an artifact or what? Has it become, what do you call it? Is it a United Nations World site or what? How do they call it again? This place that people visit that are
museum.
Has it become a museum or what, that people have to pay money to go and visit him and all of that? I understand that our people, have sometimes tried to, gain popularity by just Nnamdi Kanu must. During the elections, when somebody wants to get into politics, say, oh no, Biafra must, Nnamdi Kanu must, this one, that one. And after that, the whole thing fizzles out, you know. Yeah. So, but 2027 is around the corner. So let us see the cards they are going to play with that. The age of populism, you know, is fast going. People understand now, look, that this thing that they call, what do they call it again? You know, that he's, oh God, on top of my head, I can't remember.
Cloud chasing?
No, not cloud chasing, that I'll remember it in the course of this thing, that somebody has to come and speak, you know, charisma. That the age of charisma is gone, you know. The age of charisma is gone. What people want now is, look, what have you done for your people? You are a governor. Nobody is interested in your oratory. You are a member of the House of Rep or you're a senator. Nobody is interested in the grammar you speak. How many roads have you constructed? How many people have you empowered?
But Mr. Koro, do you really think Nigerians are asking those questions?
No, Nigerians are beginning to ask those questions.
You think so?
Yes, Nigerians are asking those questions. You know, because the senator that represents me now in the Senate, OUK, when he was governor, he didn't do anything for us, Abia, not people. But he has done more as a senator than what he did in 8 years of his governorship. So people are beginning to say, oh, well, we had an opportunity. You had a second chance and you made good use of it. And he's angling to go for another term, even when he had said, look, by 2027, I'll be out of it. But I hear that he is wanting to, and people are saying, well, you have done so well in the period that you served as governor. You know, if you want to go again, we are going to support you. Some people are saying, no, it is the turn of another area of the zone to go. So in all of that, what people are asking for now is, what has Orji done for us? And the scorecard is there. It is visible that people can say it. So no matter how the level of good English you speak, people are no longer interested. Somebody like Enyinnaya Baribe, you know, Enyinnaya has been one populist politician, you know, he's lashes on the Biafran thing and all of that. But when he go to his constituency say, well, we don't know this man. He's not done anything for us, you know, in the past how many years that he's been in the Senate. But at some point, if you mention Enyinnaya Baribe, the average Igbo man will say, well, that's it. That's the man that is it, you know, because what he talks about Biafra, he talks about the Igbo cause and all of that. But that age is gradually fizzling out. That is what our politicians need to understand at this point.
Oh, well, let's get into another conversation now. Also, what Nigerians are talking about. Nigeria's political scene